Gotta get these clocks in sync.
Sorry.
You got what, 1 minute? What time do you have? Are we good to go?
Yeah. It's 6:30.
Okay, I'd like to call to order Lower Saucon Township General Business and Developer Meeting. Today is August 21st, 2024, and the time is 6:30. Welcome, everyone. Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon?
Here.
Mr. Bononis?
I'm here.
Mr. Perosi?
Here. Team is back together.
Ms. Zophoff Cordero?
Back together.
Here.
Ms. Ray?
Here.
Also in attendance is Solicitor Steve Gaduzian, Township Engineer Brian Coulter, and Administrative Assistant Stacy Wertheiser.
Okay, can we all stand and pledge allegiance? Okay, I'd like to announce that council met in executive session on Friday, August 16th, 2024 at 3 p.m. An interview for the prospective township manager took place. All 5 members of township council were invited to attend. No official action was taken. However, there is an agenda item for township manager on the agenda tonight where official action may or may not be taken.
I thought we had a township. I thought we hired a township manager last week.
You're interrupting and out of order.
I thought we hired a township manager last week.
You're out of order.
What was his name?
Who's
Brian?
the township manager?
Brian, who's the township
Prior
manager?
township manager
To this meeting.
Hire one last meeting?
Prior
We put
to
a press
this
release
meeting.
out. It was on the website. It was on the, so on the website,
Prior
there
to
was a
this
press
meeting.
release that said we'd hired Brian Bond as the township manager. What happened to him?
Prior to this meeting,
what happened to him?
August 21st, 2024, at 6 p.m. tonight, a separate executive session was held. Items that were discussed include the Verizon litigation at United States District Court, docket number 24-2350. No additional action took place. However, the solicitor was directed to act in accordance with the recommendations made by Township Council in executive session. In addition, on August 21st, 2024, an executive session was held in regard to litigation with Hellertown Library. There was no official action taken. However, there is an agenda item and official action may or may not be taken. Okay, moving on then to E.
No, we're not moving on. I want to speak to the items that are being discussed here in the public forum. I have the right to do that. It's an agenda item, and I demand to speak to the items.
You have a right, but you need to be respectful.
I wasn't disrespectful.
Not yet.
So check your attitude at the door.
Oh my
Calm down.
goodness.
Sit back, have yourself an ice cream, and relax a little bit, okay?
Yeah. Don't act like a child.
So first of all,
Really impressive.
I know you are.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I know you missed me too. With regard to this township manager position, they're lying to you. They always lie to you, and they'll continue to lie to you. And here's the lie that happened. This event that took place last week was not an executive session. It was not at all. It was never called as an executive session. And there's written proof of this. There's a letter dated August 13th, 2024, from this guy right here, who's a so-called township solicitor, Steve Gaduzian, addressed to all the members of council and sent to us by email. And it says the following: Dear council members, the committee has interviewed the person and has scheduled the time for this person to meet in person with all the members of council. This is scheduled for Friday, August 16, 2024 at 3:00 p.m. in the Township Building. If you would like to call in, please advise, and we can make arrangements. Encloses a copy of the person's resume. Thank you. Respectfully, Goodsouzian Associates, Stephen N. Goodsouzian. Did you hear the word in there at all, executive session? No, because it wasn't an executive session. It was a meeting. It was a meeting that occurred in violation of the Sunshine Act. It was a meeting that occurred with 3 members of this council gathering together in secret to undertake township business, official township business, without notifying the public, and now they're trying to cure the defect by calling it an executive session. That's not what it was. In the letter, it wasn't called an executive session. It was never represented to any member of council that it was an executive session. It wasn't an executive session. It was a secret meeting like they always have and like they continue to have, okay? So, knowing that they were probably gonna be having a secret meeting of a quorum of them, I showed up to their surprise. And what happened? When I showed up here, the door was locked. I couldn't get into the building. I was precluded and prevented from entering the building and participating in this meeting. I banged on the door, nobody answered. I have video of it. I have a video of me at the door, pulling on the door handles and not being allowed in. What did I do? I sent an email to this guy right here, Steve Goodsouzian, through the same method that he communicated this meeting, not executive session, meeting. And I contacted him, I said, I'm standing out here, I can't get in, I can't get in. And I waited until almost 30 minutes after the start time of the meeting, and nobody came to the door. I did get an email from him, and the email that I got from him said that he'd been checking the door regularly and he didn't know that I was there. I had already left and I wasn't coming back. So, subsequent to that, there were conversations with this candidate about what took place inside the meeting, and he confirmed in writing to me that there was in fact a meeting of 3 individual members of this council who met together with him, Priscilla De Leon, Victoria Optoff Cordero, and Laura Ray. All 3 of them met in secret with him to conduct township business, namely the interview for the prospective hiring. So there you have it, folks. They don't do anything in the open. They don't follow the law. They think they can act with impunity. And this isn't the first example, all right? They did this before with regard to the landfill and the direction of litigation regarding the landfill. They did this to the detriment of the township. That's going to cost the township a lot of money because they got caught. And what did? They tried to cover it up by saying, oh, well, we did have discussions in executive session. I will swear under oath when I'm asked to testify in that matter that did not occur. I will swear under oath when asked to testify with regard to this matter that this occurred, okay? This is how these people operate. They act with impunity, they act with complete disregard for the law, and somebody has to hold them accountable. I pray that somebody holds them accountable because this conduct cannot continue. It cannot continue because it's in violation of the law. If that's what you think is appropriate for your township, then there's something wrong with you. There really is something wrong with you. The reason why laws exist because the laws apply equally to everybody. And if the laws aren't going to apply equally to everybody, then there aren't laws, right? Then there's special interest rules that apply to a certain set of people, but not the other people. We never had, when I was in the majority of council and council president, we were not holding secret meetings and quorums and things like that. Our meetings took place in public, and we listened to the public, and we allowed them to speak at our meetings, subject to our rules. And instead, what they want to do is, rather than face the questions of the public and face the scrutiny of the public, they want to do things in secret, and then they want to come forward and try to gloss over it saying an executive session happened. It never happened. I can't be any clearer. It never happened. These people are corrupt.
Now, I'd like to be recognized.
Go ahead, Tom.
I agree with what Jason said, but I actually spoke on the phone with the candidate after and informed him that Jason had been locked out, and he didn't mention that Susie was checking the door, so I assume Susie was not checking the door, and he just lied about that because the candidate never mentioned it to me. He said it was unfortunate because he was looking forward to meeting Jason. He also said an unfortunate thing with regards, he apparently, did he sit with you, Kathy, and talk with you, Kathy, the candidate on Friday?
I spoke with him earlier.
Right. And who else was in the room?
It was myself, the candidate, and Attorney Goodsouzian.
Goodsouzian. Mr. Goodsouzian wouldn't leave the room? He didn't leave the room?
He didn't leave the room. I didn't request that he leave the room either.
Right. The candidate was hoping to talk to you, bluntly about what's going on here. Mr. Good Susie there quashed that, which I find disturbing, that there's no reason why a prospective candidate shouldn't be able to sit down with our interim manager and our finance director and have a blunt and honest conversation. And I know for a fact the candidate was uncomfortable with that, which is disturbing, the way things are being run and hidden, and people are being watched and monitored. I think it's disgraceful. Now, getting back,
to point out, I don't mean to interrupt you, Tom, but to point out also, you and I were excluded from this entire hiring process, and we requested copies of the resumes of each and every candidate that came forward, including the one who was offered the job by this council at the last council meeting.
Right.
And we were refused at every turn. We were not allowed to participate. We weren't even allowed to know who was applying for it, and we weren't allowed to see their credentials and their qualifications to make sure that the residents of this township are getting the most qualified, best township manager that they deserve. That's how this thing operates.
Right. So I'm not finished. I was going to get to something on that. Right. We hired this council, these three hired an individual by the name of Chad Saylor. He's with a law firm in Harrisburg, paid him $10,000. At the beginning of the process, Mr. Saylor contacted each of us to talk to us about what we were looking for in a manager, then said he would share all the candidate information with all of us. When I called him back later, he was told that Priscilla told him that he was to no longer share any candidate information. He didn't share any candidate information with Jason and I.
And you're paying for it, folks. You're paying for that.
So this came from Chad Saylor, and then they spent $10,000 of taxpayer money to keep information from us, to hire somebody who kept information from us, and that was disturbing enough. So then we're informed at, I guess, the last meeting that they've hired an individual by the name of Brian Bond. I've never met, don't know who he is, didn't even have a resume on him, I don't believe, and it wasn't provided. Then I see
What's wrong, Priscilla? You okay? Priscilla, you're making faces here.
So then,
you okay?
Yeah, are you?
Oh, no, I'm just checking on you.
You're making faces too.
No, I'm not. I'm checking on you.
Trust me, I'm looking at you.
Oh, yeah.
So then, apparently, we vote to make an offer to this guy. Now, usually if you're going to make an offer to someone, you've talked a little bit about the parameters in which they would accept the job. That's how you prefer, you're at least pretty close to a deal. Apparently we were nowhere close because we had amateurs in the hiring process, Priscilla in particular. And that's understandable. She's been on disability for 40 years. She doesn't work in a professional work environment. She doesn't have office experience or doesn't know about hiring and personnel issues. It's been 40 years since she's been in the workforce, besides just being a council member and I guess sitting around. But that's besides the point to a certain extent. The next thing was, then there was a press release. Kathy, who told you to issue a press release about the hiring of Brian Bond?
Ms. DeLeon forwarded it to me.
So did Ms. DeLeon write it? She forwarded it to you?
To my knowledge, from what I was told, the contracting company that we hired, find the township manager, is the one who prepared the press release.
Right. And then it was put on our the township webpage that this individual was hired?
Correct. The press release was put on our website.
But in fact, he hadn't been hired. Is that correct?
My
I mean, he's not our township.
Well, no.
Not our township manager.
No.
So you were informed. You were provided a press release from Priscilla, and to your knowledge, it was provided by Chad Saylor, this company we hired to help with the hiring process, that said we had hired a township manager. And that was what was put on the township website. Is that correct?
Correct.
But in fact, we had not hired a township manager.
Correct.
Correct. Then that press release, you sent it to the Saucon source. Anyone else?
We didn't send it anywhere.
Okay.
I believe we just posted it on our website.
Okay. It was reported in the Saucon source and also Lehigh Valley News?
I saw it there.
Assuming so.
Yeah, I saw the Lehigh Valley News too. Now, when did you take that off the, when did you take that press release off of the website?
When I heard Mr. Bond did not accept.
And when approximately was that?
I honestly could not tell you.
Couple
Sorry.
days, weeks?
No, I honestly don't remember. I think it was a couple days.
Anybody contact the Saucon Source or Lehigh Valley News from the township to say that this was a little premature, to say the least?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of? Okay. So, you know, I guess, you know, Priscilla, did you negotiate with him? There was a salary number there when we passed the hiring resolution at the last meeting. So I thought the salary was agreed to. What happened?
Just like you said, we passed the hiring document and he was hired as a township manager.
No, he wasn't, because there was no meeting of the minds. You have to have a meeting of the minds to be hired. He clearly didn't.
What happened is that he did not accept. He chose to do something else. He chose not to accept the offer.
Right, after he said he would accept it. So,
So,
at the time the press release was written, he had accepted the job.
but you didn't feel a need to go out and correct the press release with, to people who had written about it? To say, listen, by the way, you may want to retract that Lehigh Valley News. You may want to retract that Saucon Source. It looks like it's fallen through. What happens? Listen, I know you wouldn't know, not being in a professional work environment for 40 years, but these things happen. It's not so much that it happened. People have agreements and then you know, they don't start the job or don't do that. That happens all the time. But, you know, I feel like you could have been honest with that a little bit after the fact. For example, we didn't really find out about it right away. There were rumors. I'd heard it from other people before I got a email from the township that's thing. So when you found out he was not going to accept the job, what did you ask Kathy to notify members of council immediately? Or no, you didn't think that was important? No?
I didn't get notification. I can attest to that.
I know. It's just more evidence of covering up and doing things in secret. You know, that's, you know, Priscilla. Because, you know, I had heard that this guy was in East, I think you told us at the meeting that he was currently employed at East Strasburg.
No, that wasn't.
Or Strasburg or something like that. And then later I find out that, no, he's been employed in New Jersey for about 18 months. So, you know, you misled us on that. Or you didn't know the candidate. Or you didn't know the candidate. And he's been in New Jersey for 18 months. I was told by somebody else that he resigned in Strasburg with like 4 hours notice before he took the job in New Jersey. I don't know how true that is or what that is true, but it doesn't seem like, you know, you did a very thorough research or even have a understanding with this guy about taking the job. And you made a big to-do out of it last meeting. We've hired a township manager and we're so excited for him to start. I think Victoria said that maybe you weren't that excited. So excited for him to start and hit the ground running. And we think we've hired a great guy. And I don't know. I mean, your hiring record's not good. I mean, we had a solicitor that lasted 16 days. I'm just saying, you know, maybe you should leave the hiring to people who have been in the workforce over the past 40 years, not having sat at home and collect disability, and let people who have professionalism and experience handle the hiring. Last time, me and Sandy Yerger were in charge of the hiring process, and we hired Mark Hudson. Worked out well. We took our time. We took our time. We had an interim manager, Peter Marshall, who did a great job, and took our time, found the right candidate, and you know, when he said he would take the job, and we announced it to the public. He actually showed up for his first day of work and was our township manager. So I find it all disturbing. I find the people in charge of the hiring, which was Victoria and Priscilla are completely incompetent to hire anybody. They can't really even get hired themselves. And it's just, I'm sure Susie over there helped a lot, but that gives me no confidence at all. If anything, that makes it worse. If we had a solicitor worth of salt, I'm sure the process would have gone a little bit better. But yes, we'll see if we hire another township manager tonight, and we'll see if he actually shows up. If we put a press release out, don't necessarily believe it if it comes from Priscilla. It may not be true. So let's see what happens later in the meeting. I'm looking forward to it. That's all.
Okay, I'm going to go next. No, you already had your turn.
Go ahead, you can speak again. I recognize it. You can speak. You're an
I'm running
elected
the meeting.
official.
He's not
He's an
speaking.
elected official. You can speak whenever you want. Speak, Jason, speak.
We're not, no.
Jason, yes.
I'm
yes.
speaking.
Yeah,
I
no.
have the floor.
Now, he's
Matters
going
when you're done
first.
on this matter.
Going
Other
first.
executive session matters I'm going to speak on
Right,
after we're
when
done with
it's your
this.
turn, you're more than
He
welcome
is
to
speaking.
speak.
I'm going to.
Fine.
Why make faces at me? Did you
I
swallow
am
something?
not making faces.
You are.
Am
You
I
should
making
go back and watch the
faces?
video.
He's
Yo.
making faces.
The over-under for Priscilla pounding the gavel was 54.5 tonight. The over's looking good. The
Priscilla,
over's
are
looking
you
good.
giving a comment if
I'm
you're done?
trying to.
Thank you.
I'm trying to. First of all, I'd like to tell everybody that for over 20 years, I worked as a radiologic technologist in the hospital field. And I worked I was also an office manager in one of the jobs that I worked. So I do have experience in the work field, okay?
Not in the past 40 years.
It doesn't matter. I have experience
when is the
in
last time
work
you
field.
worked?
And you're interrupting
Hire
me.
somebody.
Did I interrupt you?
Well,
Trying to hire somebody, be
Did
honest.
I interrupt you?
Not being honest.
Don't
You're
mislead
not
the public.
answering.
Don't be
Years.
honest
You
with
haven't
the
worked in
public.
40
Tell
years
them
and you think you know how to
haven't worked in 40
hire people.
Can we let people go one at a time? People were respectful and gave you and Jason your times to speak. It's Miss Priscilla de Leon's opportunity. So she's asking you for respect. Whether you like her comments or not, please respect her.
Okay, so
Doesn't
anyway,
respect
so
us.
this is what we have to deal with, okay?
It's our fault.
It's very
our
difficult.
fault that the
Into your
guy didn't want to
comments,
take the job.
It's very, very difficult. And let me just remind everybody
You wouldn't even give us
that
a
when
resume to look at, and it's our fault. Good try. Real good try.
Your comments, Priscilla.
there was a resume attached to the email that
No,
was sent out.
none of the other resumes. You give us no resumes, and you're blaming us that this township doesn't have a township manager because you're incompetent.
Okay, everybody. It's rude that he's interrupting. He's not being very respectful. So
You don't
can
deserve
take-
my respect.
You're not respectful to us.
There's a lot of people out there that differ with your opinions, so that's
I make a
fine.
motion that we recognize the Eagle
We're
Scout.
we're not
I'll
there
second.
yet.
I'll
We're
second.
not, and I'm sorry, your motion is not recognized. It does not work
So
that
that
way.
he can go home.
We're still on item D, and we're gonna be there until I say so.
Well, then Jason wants to speak.
And whatever, okay? So, we hired, okay, let me just take you back a few years to when we hired
About
Mr.
40 years
Hudson.
ago, when you stopped working.
And I was not included in any executive session, anything.
You never asked to be.
You never asked me, yeah, you're
I don't
right.
need to ask you. I asked to be
am,
involved. Tom and I asked to be involved in this. It's totally different,
And
Priscilla.
I-
Be honest
Mr.
with the
Benonis,
public.
can you at least
Be
respect
honest with the
Mr.
public.
I make a motion to
We
recess
asked be
the meeting.
involved,
Who's
and
gonna
you would not
second
allow
it?
us. You never
Call
asked to
roll
be
call,
involved.
please.
Don't mislead the public.
DeLeon,
Stop
yes.
lying.
Mr. Benonis,
No.
Ms. Altough Cordero.
Yes.
I'm going to continue to call out
Carucci.
your lies, Priscilla, over and over and over
No,
again. We'll
no.
be here till
Ms.
6
Ray.
o'clock tomorrow morning. Stop lying to the public.
Talking. It's a lot of hot
Lying
air.
to the public.
Hot air.
Ms. Ray.
Oh, yeah, you, okay.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna blow
yeah,
up
the-
now.
The
There's so much
ideas
hot
that
air.
come from you,
Passes 3 to
wisdom.
1,
Thank you for
3 to
sharing your
2.
wisdom there,
Okay,
Captain
the
Patch.
meeting's recessed
Okay,
at
Captain Patch.
6:52. I'd like to reconvene the meeting at 6:54. And I'll continue what I was saying. So previously, when council,
Motion to reconvene?
you don't need a motion.
You made a motion to
reconvene.
adjourn, we're not in
We made a
session.
motion
You
to
made a
adjourn.
motion to adjourn, we are not in
Let's
session.
continue talking.
We're not in session.
We're not in session.
I'm not making a motion. We never have done it in the past.
Yes, we
You
have,
can-
we always have.
No, we
Yes,
have
we have.
not. You just
Sure
want to
we
be argumentative.
We're in recess. We remain in recess until a motion takes us out of
And I just called the meeting
recess.
back to order.
You can't.
Motion to honor the Eagle Scout.
I'll second that.
We're not there yet, and I apologize to the Eagle Scout person.
Stop talking.
Could be there if you move it up in the
This is a
agenda.
perfect example of how not to act and be respectful to people.
Yeah, don't lie either.
So,
You have a civics merit
Don't
badge.
lie.
Don't lie.
Don't lie.
Be
you
honest with the
gotta
public.
prove my lies, you know?
I just told you what your lies were.
told you what your lies were.
Your lie was
It's in your
that
head.
you
We're
wanted to be
not,
involved
we're
in the
not
hiring.
having a conversation. I am not having a
me.
conversation.
Put a press
To
release.
respond
Paula,
to
do
you,
you
I'm
have
going to
a
respond
comment?
to you.
Just provide your comment.
What's that?
Just provide your comment.
You put out a press
So,
release saying you hired a
A few
township
years
manager.
ago,
Are we out of
when,
session? We are still in
when
recess.
they hired, no, we're not.
Yes, we
When
are.
we hired Mark Hudson, the previous majority of council did not include me in anything.
You didn't ask to be involved.
I did.
You did not.
And,
No, you did not.
Finally, I said, you know what, you're hiring this person, I'd like to at least meet him. So I was given his information, and I contacted Mark, and he agreed to meet with me, of course. And when I showed up to meet with him, Link showed up. And I'm like, what are you doing here? Oh, I thought you needed me. I said, what for? I said, I've hired managers before. I wanted to talk to him. And I said, but since you're here, I don't have a problem with you being here. I have nothing that I would say to him that you shouldn't hear. So anyway, Mark was very nice, and I was glad that he was the choice. Worked well with me, and he was a very good manager.
I want to correct that.
When this,
Spoke to Link, when Link was there.
Respect Ms.
When
Leon
this,
and let her finish her comment.
opening came up, and we decided to hire Keystone, I forget their name, Keystone Consulting. We had a contract with them, and the contract reads very differently from what I'm hearing tonight, that they would do the advertising, they would do all the research and get the resumes, and they would screen them. And it said in there that they would screen them, and they would give us what they thought was the best candidates, and that's what they did. So we reviewed them. Victoria and I were on the search committee, and Steve, and we interviewed them, and we came up with Brian and offered him, we voted to offer him the job. And he was in agreement, and then we all know what happened, and that's the truth, that he decided a few days later not to take the job. So we were back to square one again, and in the meantime, we had 2 more candidates sent in resumes. And we didn't really look at them because we had already kind of narrowed down their choices. So we decided to ask the Keystone to vet them. And they provided us with the candidate that is on the agenda for tonight. So we interviewed him, and we liked him, and we talked, and he seemed fine. Called an executive session at 3 o'clock on Friday for all of council to meet with the candidate. And the township has summer hours, so just so everybody knows, if you come here at 2 o'clock on a Friday, the building automatically locks the door.
Sign actually says 2:30, not 2 o'clock.
I'm speaking.
Well, tell the public the truth.
And the
You're
building
communicating when it's open. It's not
closes-
2 o'clock.
It
it's
is 2
2:30.
o'clock, right? Kathy, the building closes at 2 on Friday. Stacy?
It's 2 on Friday.
Yeah, it's 2 on Friday, believe me, I do tell the truth.
Wow.
So the building automatically locks. I was told today that you can't, you can't stop it from locking. So when I got here at, 2:45, 10 of 3, the doors were locked.
Unemployed, collecting
And-
disability.
And I came in, and I called, and I forget who let me in. Steve let me in. And then Laura came, and Victoria came, and we kept checking the door.
No, you didn't.
Well, okay.
Even the
The
candidate
candidate said you didn't.
The
The candidate
candidate
told
said
us that
no
you
one,
didn't.
no one left to check the door.
And who called the meeting? Make accommodations to keep the door
Steve left the
open.
room several times.
No, he
So,
didn't.
yes, he
Candidate said
did.
he
So
only
now
left
you're
once.
the liar.
No, I'm not the liar. The
okay?
candidate said he left once. Don't call me a liar.
At all.
Can we
So-
let Priscilla finish her statement?
So, I
is there
asked
truth?
Kathy for the
Priscilla.
videotape of our security system. Okay, that doesn't lie.
Yep.
Okay, everybody? All right? And she sent me the frames I asked her to give me frames from 2:45 to 2:30. And it shows you in the hallway looking to see Steve in the hallway, at least 4 times maybe during that, and that,
Probably around 2,
no, more than 2, it's
2 or
more than
3.
2.
Oh,
So-
if we have it, where is
so-
it? Show it.
Can you put it up here?
She says 4 times. She says 4
Well,
times.
I said approximately.
Oh, no, now, when she corrected her too.
Well,
Can we just let Ms. DeLeon finish her statement? If you have questions, you can ask
I have my
them.
video if anybody wants to see
Said
it.
4 times.
August 16th,
So,
supposed
Stacy,
meeting
can
He
we
said
do that?
4.
with
He said 4
candidate
times.
Sheldon, who's interested in the township manager position.
So the video also showed that
Both doors are
Mr.
locked
Benonis is
and
in
are
the
prevented from
parking
participating
lot.
in the
He's
meeting.
being very rude because
Typical
he's
for these
playing it
clowns.
now. Just to talk over me, but I don't
I'm proving that I was here and I
He's
attempted to
rude,
get in.
so just remember
At least I
that.
have the video. I bring the evidence that I talk about.
Well, it's in my phone as an email, so, but
Well,
they
see,
should be
She
able to
said 4
show it.
times. She said 4 times.
4 times.
So, then there's also a video of Mr. Benonis' car in the parking lot at what time, Kathy?
I believe it was 3:15 or 14 or 15, Mr. Benonis arrived. He proceeded to the front door. He was there for several minutes. And we have it logged in that he got into his car and left it around 3:24.
And I also
Okay.
took photographs of all the cars in the parking lot to prove that a quorum took place.
To really show those captures. I have it on my phone.
4 times. 4 times Mr. Goodsuzian left it in the check, huh?
Yep.
So, can you do
I
that?
feel so
I
wanted,
don't
Tom.
have access to it through
Like they
here,
really
so
wanted me there.
all that's through Nextcloud. It's a secured site.
Well, you know what you could do? You could take a flash thumb drive and go into your computer and put it on the flash drive, and then she can play it. And we're just gonna wait for that to happen.
Can we
Why
recognize
don't
the
we
Boy
just call
Scout?
it, why don't we just call a recess until
We
she's got it
recognize the
ready?
Boy Scout. I mean,
No,
this
because
young
the
man has
manager's
put
not
in
here. The
considerable
manager should
time.
be here.
The young man has put in considerable time to get this award. It's a
Let's
tremendous
honor the
award that
Eagle
he got, and you're wasting him and his family's time
Yes.
with this nonsense.
You can honor him right
So
now.
let's honor him, and then we can get back to the nonsense that you want to talk about to prove that you're a liar.
I'm sorry, but this is government in action, so you're gonna have to wait for the process.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I appreciate your professionalism.
Now,
Somebody has to have it.
Well, if it's gonna be,
meantime, I'm going to address,
is the public gonna get a chance to speak about this?
Oh.
Now that you guys beat it up?
We didn't have a motion.
I could add to this.
Priscilla,
I guess, I'm speaking still, remember? I didn't give up my spot.
I was going to recommend that I speak to save time,
Wait, are we in recess or are we back in session? Steve just said we're in recess.
but I thought I could speak while they're doing this so that we could save time, but I guess I'll just save my comments for after. I mean, it was just, but the reason why Link Treadwell attended the interview with Priscilla and Mark Hudson is because Link knows exactly what I know. Priscilla
Got a lot of hot air over
is
here too.
inexperienced. She didn't hire a township manager.
you speak for
She didn't
Mr.
hire a
Treadwell.
township manager.
All
No,
of a
but I
sudden-
remember
all of a
this.
sudden he has telepathy and
Yeah.
he's inside
No,
Mr.
no, we
Treadwell's
talked
brain
about
and he
this.
can
We
tell
talked
you
about this.
exactly why and
He
what
said-
and when Mr.
yeah.
Treadwell did things.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well, I'm
Mr.
gonna
Treadwell
talk.
was a puppet.
I'm gonna talk when she's
I think
done.
Mr. Treadwell had strings attached to his arms, and you know, we had you telling him what to do and when to do it and how to
Not
do
me.
it.
No.
Because clearly you know everything he did. So either you're inside his brain or you're lying. Which one is it?
I talked to him at the time.
Which one is
and
it?
he
Are
said,
you, Which one is it? Were
I'm
you
gonna tell
telling him
you.
what to do,
I'm gonna tell you.
or are you just making things up?
Are you
Because
gonna let
it
me
sounds
answer?
like the
Are you
latter.
gonna let me answer?
Because Mr. Treadwell is a respected attorney,
Yeah.
and I
Answer,
can't
Tom.
believe that he
No,
would
you didn't
ever
respect him.
just
You didn't
listen to
respect
what
him.
you had to say.
You didn't respect
He's gonna
him.
ask
No,
you a
no.
question.
We got a lot of hot
No,
air.
no. It was
Hot air
his
over
idea.
here.
It was his
Oh,
idea.
we got two hot
It was
air
his-
balloons.
It was his
Two
idea.
hot air balloons.
It was
Speak for
Mr.
yourself.
Treadwell.
And one over here.
All right, let's stop bickering. Let's show the
And the
public
best they
that
can
we
do
can
is
see
make
our
little
community.
petty comments.
You
Best
smell
they
like
can
a
do.
sewer.
If
So
you don't-
Mr.
if
Treadwell
you don't have
didn't
anything
want,
constructive to say,
didn't want
and you make
her-
fun of people because of their disabilities, because of their age, because of how they speak,
You
then you
disabled, are you
really don't have anything good to say.
You're disabled and old.
Treadwell was concerned that Ms. De Leon would ask
Again,
inappropriate
are we a
questions.
puppet master?
Yeah, he
Puppet
told me that's
master
why
over
he
here.
was meeting
Puppet
with it,
master.
and that's why.
He's a
and that's
puppet
why.
master.
I couldn't hear what you said. She's been talking over you. Could you
But yeah,
repeat that?
so he said,
Puppets.
None of
Maybe,
this is-
Ms.
maybe,
De Leon not being in the
were
workforce
you
couldn't ask
handling the right
appropriate
hand
questions.
or the left hand of
that's
Mr.
it.
Treadwell's voice?
So that was
Maybe
it.
it was Mr.
you know?
Bononis on the left side and Mr. Carochi on the right side, and one said up and one said down, and Mr. Carochi said, okay.
So that's what
That's
Mr.
what Mr. Treadwell did.
He was afraid that
I know what you're
Priscilla,
saying.
he was afraid
Both of you
Priscilla
seem to know
would ask
what Mr.
inappropriate
Treadwell did and how he did it.
Inappropriate.
Representative by Mr. Treadwell, don't put words in my mouth.
Either you
Yeah.
told him what to do.
I didn't.
And
What are
he
you
can't
talking
do
about?
things for himself.
What are you talking about?
You have
You are
telepathy.
losing your mind over there. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't bring up
listening
Mr.
to a
Treadwell.
lot of hot
I
air.
didn't bring up Mr. Treadwell. You're saying I had conversations. I'm inside
Hot
his
air.
head.
Okay,
There.
we're
I guess
back.
it's funny to
We're
you, but
back,
it sounds
and
stupid to me.
My turn.
There.
Stacy for.
When is it my turn to
doing
speak?
that.
When is it
Thank
my
you.
turn to speak? You're really losing.
I don't know what your point is.
It's, the 3 minutes.
Do you have something to say, Mr. Croce? Are you going to respect our township manager?
So what I'm gonna say is.
Because she's in the
when
middle of doing
Lincoln
something.
wanted her being alone with him.
Here we go.
because
Hot air.
Of the questions she
Hot
asked.
air.
You can't ask during an
Here we go.
interview. And she
Hot
knew
air.
She'd never hired
Here we go.
She'd never hired a township manager.
And
Leslie was here
and
already. And Jack
Leslie-
was here already. And-
Mr.
and-
Carochi
I
is telling us what
Sounds right,
Mr.
Tom.
Treadwell did.
That sounds right to me.
He was a
Let's see the
puppet.
4 times. Let's see the 4 times.
Please.
Let's see the
Can
4
we
times.
please move on? This is enough.
that's enough from the audience. You're out of order. You are out of order.
And you're the one who's letting it happen, and you thought you had control? You don't have control of this council. Grow the hell up, all of you.
And I just also want to say that before Leslie was Jack Cahalan. I was on the search committee for that. And all the managers before that, I remember we had Mary Curtin. If anybody knows Mary Curtin from the school district, she was an interim manager. And she created and had a list of questions, round 1, round 2. And I used those questions when I interviewed Mark. So I did know what I was doing and asked
Managers
him.
quit because you're Priscilla.
40 years later, she
What
used the
is,
same
what
question.
exact, so now we have the video, so
Yes.
we don't have conjecture and we don't have hot air. We just have
Can you
video
blow up
evidence.
each
So
one
let's go with that.
They're on the full screen.
Okay.
I can't hear what she's
Hey,
saying.
look at the ball
She's
field.
gonna try to open the video. She's not sure if it will open.
Special program associated with it that we might not have.
And Kathy,
I don't
these are
think you
just,
have it.
these are just what I'm gonna, Kathy, these are just what I'm calling snippets of the, remember you said you were just gonna do, you weren't gonna do the whole,
Well, we did have the video, but the video was too big of a file to
Right.
send, so
Right.
we took pictures of the
action.
issue at hand. When Mr. Bononis arrived, when Mr. Bononis left, and pictures of when Mr. Gaduzian and myself went back and forth to the front door.
Kathy, I
And we
appreciate
just-
you coming to the front door, trying to let me in. I appreciate that.
Let's see the 4 times Mr. Goodsouzian went to the front door.
Okay. The video, the pictures are timestamped on the.
All this really begs the question, if he called a meeting and he invited people to come to the meeting, why didn't he provide access to the space where the meeting was taking place? And why was I excluded from entering into the
You
building?
were not excluded,
Sure was, I couldn't get in.
and I couldn't get in either when I got here,
You
but
just
I
said you
took,
did get in.
I took steps to let me in. I contacted the appropriate people to get in the door.
I contacted the
door
guy that
was
called the
locked.
meeting by the same means that he used to communicate the meeting to me,
the
and he didn't
meeting
respond to
The
me.
meeting started at 3 o'clock, and that was kind of, you didn't say you were gonna be late. That's a
I don't need to
professional
respond
in
to
the
you.
workplace.
He said,
that,
let me know if you
excuse
need to
me,
call
I'm
in.
speaking.
His letter said, let me know if you need to
I-
call in. That's all it said. It didn't say, let me know if you're coming. Let me know if you're
Oh,
participating.
please.
It didn't say that.
A professional person knows better than that. You are in the workforce too, right?
I am and you're not.
I'm not.
40 years, 40 years.
I've been
Disability.
Yeah,
Glad
not
to
40
say
years
I'm
yet, Tom. Not
retired.
yet.
Retired for 40 years.
Not yet.
So why wasn't
Are you finished with your
why
comment,
wasn't-
Priscilla? Because if you're
Why wasn't
Go ahead.
Kathy?
It's
you're done, I would
why
like to
wasn't
be
Kathy
recognized. I know
and
Mr.
Steve
Benonis
watching
and
the
Mr.
video? Why
Carochi
weren't they
had
watching the video?
their time to complain.
Why was-
But
why
again,
watching the video?
I will point out.
Why won't you watch the video?
I will point out, and I hope that we can move on after this
Yeah.
point, that at all times during the manager search, Mr. Benonis and Mr. Croce have been provided with the resumes of the finalists who were
Absolute lie.
contenders to become
We asked
our
for all of
manager.
the resumes, and you
Invited
refused to provide them
executive
to us.
sessions.
Refused.
They chose not to
Refused.
show up. They chose not to ask for different times. They chose not to participate. They even didn't come to council meetings. So now we have two people with a lot of hot air complaining just to
come
delay
to
our
one
meeting. So
council
we are
meeting
now
now.
at 7:15
One meeting
p.m.
and
because Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi took it upon themselves to telegraph a situation to kind of pretend that they are excluded from things when they are in fact not. The last contender that we had after Mr. Bond chose to go into the private sector, it's my understanding. I took the initiative as a council person and asked Mr. Gazouzian, what happened to Mr. Bond? Because we understood that he would be our township manager. So if our other council members had the forethought, I mean, I heard Mr. Benonis talking about, oh, you didn't ask to do this, you didn't ask to do that. I haven't
you
heard
talking
Mr.
about?
Benonis
Speak
or Mr.
specifically, ma'am.
Carochi tell
Speak
you one
specifically.
time that they called the township, that they called Mr. Gazouzian to get into the building. Mr. Carochi didn't even show up. He didn't email, he didn't call, he didn't complain at all. This one over here chooses to show up at 3:15.
My name's Mr. Benonis.
He has his phone with him. So clearly he's trying to telegraph some orchestrated event. I think it's bad acting because the video here is clearly speaking for itself. And then he doesn't call anybody.
Any video.
Somebody
There's
that has a law
screen, there's no
degree.
video that we watched.
Just think to yourself, for somebody that doesn't have a law degree, I mean, all of you, just think to yourself, if you were supposed to be at some place at 3 o'clock and you were running late, would you call the people and say, hey, I'm running late, I'm not gonna be able to make it? Even if he doesn't trust Mr. Gazouzian, he doesn't trust me, he doesn't trust Priscilla, he doesn't trust anybody.
He's not. It's her turn to
And at
speak.
least call Kathy. He has Kathy's cell phone, he has the township phone number, he has all of those resources at his fingertips. But does he make a phone call? No. Does he email anybody to
office is
tell them that
closed.
he's gonna be late?
would I call the
No,
township
he doesn't do
manager when
that.
the
Mr.
sign says that
Carochi
the
doesn't
township
participate at
office is
all.
closed?
And in fact,
making up for lost time
they're
to
all telling you that we are deceitful, we don't share information with them.
We don't.
They've all had Mr. Bond's resume well ahead of time. They had the candidate that we interviewed on Friday, they had his information ahead of time. So clearly they both spoken to him. So
I
they
haven't spoken to
pick
Mr.
and
Bond.
choose when
I
they
never
want to
spoke
act like adults and when they want to act like children.
I never
So
communicated
tonight
with
you're
Mr.
hearing a
Bond in
lot of
any way.
hot air. I look forward to seeing whatever happens later on this evening, but I'm looking forward to moving forward with the rest of our agenda. And I think that anybody who does a right to know, because we all talk about right to knows here, Mr. Benonis has issued
Very
over 1,000
informative.
right to knows, and I haven't heard
Actually,
one
3,000.
appeal. He's not one appeal where he's complained where he didn't get information he was supposed to get. So
And then ultimately it was turned over and it was
again,
found that it was hidden for a minute.
we're sitting here tonight. We have an item on the agenda. I'm looking forward to what it says, but just ask yourself, if you wanted to get into the building, would you make a call? Would you call one person? And if the answer is, gee, I graduated 3rd grade and I know how to make a phone call, then I think you know the answer to all of this mess right here and why we are sitting here at 7:15 and haven't moved forward. So again, let's act like adults, let's not telegraph and make things up, and let's move forward.
Okay, Laura?
I hear you, Chris.
Sure, yeah. So I will emphasize that too. When I arrived at the building prior to the period at maybe 10 of 3 I got here, the door was locked. I didn't go to my car and pound. I didn't pound on the door. I took out my telephone. I called the township office, and the phones rang in here. Steve heard the phone ringing, knew he was expecting council members to come, so he came out to the door
So
and let me
nobody answered
in.
the phone when you called? You just confirmed that nobody answered the phone when you called in here?
Nobody answered the phone because I
Whoa,
called the
there we go.
township number. However,
So if I
I
would have
know
called, it
you
didn't
have,
matter.
this is my turn to talk, so you can be quiet.
You already used up your words.
Word
for the evening.
limit.
Jason, you're
Are so rude.
disrespectful.
Over or under is 500
Very
and a half.
rude.
You are.
I'm not.
Word
So-
count.
It's your opinion.
Who would think if you really want to get in touch with somebody and get their attention that you would send an email rather than text or make a phone call? So that's what he did. And he's crying that he was locked out. Well, we
I
were
was
all
locked out.
locked
I'm not
out.
crying at it. I was locked out.
And as far as secret meeting, well, you read the invitation to come to this secret meeting,
Yep.
so it
Not
wasn't
an
secret.
executive session.
You were provided with the resume, you were provided with resumes of the prior candidates that were interviewed. So you guys put a
Kathy.
pile of lies out there, and it's
There's Kathy walking the
disgusting.
door.
Okay,
There's Kathy walking.
Thank you for your wisdom,
Okay,
Laura. We
I
appreciate
I
that.
told you I wanted to speak
No,
before.
no, we're not done because I want to talk about the
Said
other
you let
items
us
that were
speak.
discussed in
Okay,
executive
so
session.
you go first, because it's alphabetical.
It doesn't always have to be alphabetical. You can rotate this.
And I'm not.
Yeah, I know, because you like me to go first, so you get the last word.
Can we
because
just
it's
move?
really-
She
it's-
said that you
it's
can
really
speak.
profound what you guys say at the end.
You know, be relevant, you just
yeah.
talk about what you want.
Yeah, I will. I will talk about what I want. So with regard to the Verizon litigation, here's the earth-shattering news for the public, and that is that there are discussions about settlement. And what you may
Why that
ask,
video is on? Why is that
you
video
may
on?
ask, what is the impetus for these discussions about settlement? Well, the impetus for those discussions about settlement is that the lawyer who represents the township in this matter has suggested that the township consider settlement because the township's position is really not that strong. Imagine that, the township's position is not that strong. So months ago, when this whole matter was pending, and I brought up the point that there's the Federal Communications Act, and the Federal Communications Act trumps state and local law, and that we're gonna lose on this, I was right. And here's the question that you should ask yourselves. Why didn't our esteemed solicitor tell us that then, right? Why do we have to wait months to go by, incur legal bills, and all this nonsense to hear from a competent lawyer who understands federal law and understands the Federal Communications Act? Why do we have to hear from him that our position may not be that strong? That's the question. And who benefited from that? Who got to bill some time for it? Who put some money in their pocket for it? Who's paying for all that? You are. Consider that. Consider the bad legal representation. The job of a solicitor is not just to talk about the litigation that's pending. The job of a solicitor, a competent solicitor, like we used to have with Link Treadwell, who had been here for 23 years, did a lot to try to keep us out of litigation, anticipated issues that were coming up so that we would not end up in litigation, is to give us legal advice. You're a counselor. Your job is a counselor. That's why they call lawyers counselors. So you counsel people in the law and the effects of the law and what their decisions are. And that didn't occur here. And the consequence of that is that we're now being told that the guy who actually has the competency in federal law thinks that maybe we should talk about trying to get this case settled. And what's being proposed here is a monopole, or I'm sorry, a monopine. Monopine. So monopine is a big cell phone tower that looks like a Q-tip. You've seen them on the mountains. It's not like a regular cell phone tower. So I'm sure you're going to hear more about this as it goes on, but know that we ended up in this mess because we didn't get legal advice from a competent solicitor who told us, and he'll say, well, you didn't allow me to do that because you guys voted on it. How many meetings did we have these hearings? Was it 2, 3, over the course of 2 or 3 months, right? And at no time was any of this information brought forward and say, hey, let's meet in executive session to talk about the consequences of potential litigation that could come from this. Or even in a public forum, never spoke up to say, this is what the law says and this is how it applies to what we're doing here, what's being proposed here. So consider that before you cast your vote. No legal advice whatsoever on that issue. Instead, it's reactive. We need somebody that's proactive, all right? Proactive keeps us out of trouble. Reactive gets us into trouble, and then we're walking backwards trying to get ourselves out of the fire that was lit because somebody was incompetent. And you can't trust the members of council to do the right thing because they have their own agenda, right? They're voting because their buddy, the cell phone tower, is going next to their buddy's house. And it wasn't until she was embarrassed by her past voting record that she recognized the need to recuse herself from this vote, because otherwise she would have voted to not allow the cell phone tower to go in, even though there's testimony at that hearing, you may recall, that cell phone tower served the public interest. It served the 911 communications system, which identified dead areas along River Drive, and which is important when you think about the railroad accident that occurred and emergencies that can occur over in that area. That is a relatively rural and remote area. The need for people to have cell phone access. And instead, we have members of this council who would put their own personal interest and use the township resources to fund litigation that benefits them individually. That's a travesty. And even worse is our lawyer didn't call it out and tell us it was the wrong thing. And now we're gonna have to walk this back and try to reach a solution. And I think that's terribly unfortunate.
Now, I'd like to go.
That's, you're next.
Good. So it's even worse. It's, and you can see her over here. You know, you talk about like being childish. This is the definition of it. Anyway, it's even worse, Jason. It's because Priscilla's property.
I have to babysit.
Priscilla, can you tell her to not interrupt me?
Well,
Priscilla's property.
Remember that.
What's that?
Remember that.
Yeah, I will. Priscilla's property is there. That's why she had to recuse herself. And this was, not only did Susie not advise counsel appropriately or really at all, I think he did it because then it forced Verizon to sue, and basically the taxpayers to defend Priscilla. To defend her property.
That's right, exactly right.
So Priscilla and Steve were using taxpayer money to defend against Verizon to protect her property.
Just like the landfill.
Exactly. So she recused herself late after the hearings had really been held, and then they used the process and you know, ignore federal law, so that they're hoping. I think they were hoping that Verizon would just move on. They wouldn't file suit. They'd move on and find a different place to put their tower. Now it's become clear Verizon is not moving on. They at least want to put some type of tower there. And now the gig is up on Susie and Priscilla. The gig is up.
You could at least say his name correctly. You're
Tom,
that.
just a point of clarification
Yes.
there. As I recall, at one of our prior council meetings, Victoria blamed this whole Verizon litigation on prior council. But yet the vote took place when they were in the majority.
Right.
Is my recollection of that correct?
Correct. That's correct. I don't know why she
Attended
would
a
do
meeting,
that.
you might know, but you weren't here, so I don't know what you're
I
recalling.
do attend
You
meetings.
don't attend meetings. You attend by phone. You don't
do.
show up. You
No.
come in late. You
You're
claim
lying.
that you knock on
You're
doors. So
lying.
I don't think you know what you're talking about. But
Lying.
I'll wait for my turn.
I missed one
Go ahead.
meeting. I missed one
Mr.
meeting.
Carochi, are you?
Wait.
Mr.
In
Carochi
July.
hasn't finished his
No,
statement.
he was given a
So you
Meetings that I
guys
missed.
keep
I missed one meeting in
interrupting.
July.
clarify.
In 4.5 years, I'm four years.
Is it
8
Mr.
months, I
Benonis'
missed
turn or
one
Mr.
month,
Carochi's
one
turn?
meeting.
Carochi, but he
It's
has no
Mr.
respect.
Okay.
You jumped in and
I'm
accused
just
me of
waiting for
missing
Mr. Carochi to
meetings.
finish, so then I'll be able to make my statement.
He asked a clarifying point, and I was
but
letting him
this is-
clarify.
this
and
is a
then-
council
and
meeting.
then,
This
I'm
isn't-
done.
this
We're
isn't,
allowed to
you
do
know-
what I'm allowed to do whatever I want. I'm an elected official like you. I'll speak when I want to speak.
Well, I'm waiting.
And so
I'm waiting.
I am. I'm getting back. Are you done, Jason?
Okay.
Are you
All
done?
right, thanks for that clarification, Tom. I appreciate you clarifying that Victoria.
Okay, no, that's
actually
not what he
blamed
said. That's what you
council.
said.
Okay.
So I'm waiting for Mr. Carochi.
Tommy,
Let's
either
take one at a
speak now or
time.
didn't hear-
forfeit your turn.
I'd like to hear what Jason had to say at the
No,
end there.
he's not up
I'd
here
like to hear what he had to say at the
talking. You
end, and then I'll finish. Then I'll finish.
Yeah, I'll be
But-
happy to answer you again.
Victoria keeps interrupting
It's
me.
not happy hour.
Because she's trying to
This
cover
is
up her
this
tracks.
is Mr. Carochi's time to speak. If you don't
Go
have
ahead.
anything else
I
to
do.
say that's
I do,
constructive,
but I
move
wanna hear-
on.
but I
No,
wanna
that's
hear
out of order.
clarification.
You have the
This is
floor.
not happy hour.
I didn't cede my time.
This is not happy hour. Well, then speak.
question.
You're ceding it to
All right.
Mr. Benonis, or what are you doing?
After everybody speaks, you can go again.
Tom, don't let them
okay?
put you in a corner. Nobody puts
I'm
baby in
not.
a corner. Nobody puts baby in a corner.
Are you finished?
No, not even close, not
Okay,
even
go.
close. So now we're in a position where if we don't accept what Verizon is offering, they're basically I don't even know why, if we don't, they can go and put whatever tower they want to there, because we've pretty much admitted by contacting them and telling them, well, we'd be amendable to this type of poll, that, you can do whatever you want. We know we're going to lose if you go forward with this. And so we will spend a lot of taxpayer money on legal fees. And at the end of the day, they'll probably be able to put up whatever type of pole they want to put up, wherever they want to put it on that piece of property. And whatever the vegetation or the landscaping around it will probably be up to them as well. So it was a big waste of time. 3 hearings over 3 meetings. Transcription cost that Mrs. Hill was talking about last time, attorney's fees from our first solicitor and now our second solicitor. And this is how they're wasting your taxpayer dollars. All right, now I'm done.
Can I be recognized?
Is he finished?
Yeah, I said I'm done.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I
done.
didn't hear that. Go ahead, Victoria.
Thank you. So I think it's pretty clear here. We talk about people telegraphing things. I said that last meeting. We have 2 individuals that have taken upon themselves to not represent you, to not actually try to work to better this council, to better our township, but to try to telegraph situations in which they can claim certain things that aren't true. So let's go back to the facts. We had 3 conditional use hearings over the Verizon cell phone tower matter, after which both counsel for the objectors and the cell phone tower had to present briefs, legal arguments to present why or why not Verizon should be granted a conditional use. They submitted their briefs, and then all of council received correspondence from Mr. Gazouzian with a draft proposed agreement, or not a proposed agreement, but a draft decision saying, please provide comment, council. All council, if you have a problem with anything in this thing, let me know. I'll be happy to look at it and revise it, but it was advice to all of our council members. A week went by. What do we have? We have a council meeting. Council meeting comes up, and we're there to discuss whether or not we're going to move forward with Mr. Gazouzian's draft proposed decision or not. The proposed decision was clear. 2 members of council seemed to be in agreement with Verizon's arguments. 2 members of council seem to be in agreement with the objector's legal arguments. So there was 2 people on one side, 2 people on the other side. What happened that night? More childhood games. We had Mr. Bononis go over and over again why he couldn't agree to what the decision was. He had a week to review it. He had plenty of time to comment. You see, he has a lot of things to say, a lot of hot air, but he was certainly silent during that week. But during council, he said, no, I can't agree to anything. I won't agree. I will not agree to anything other than something that our manager has to go back in the office and type that says 2 people voted yes and 2 people voted no. So
That was actually Tom, and it's because we don't
if you look
trust
at
you.
the facts and get rid of the hot air, you can see that what really happened is Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi telegraphed a situation in which this council could not have a meaningful decision rendered from the conditional use hearing. So without a reasonable decision, all we could do was say 2 voted yes and 2 voted no. So if you look at it from my perspective, and I think the facts, if you go back and listen to the meeting, you can hear the childhood games about who's going to write what and what we're going to delete and this and that and the other thing. What you can see is the people that caused the litigation are the people that refused to meaningfully participate and to actually have a decision that represents their opinion. So that's what happened. The 2 people that caused litigation are the 2 people to my left, Mr. Carochi, to my right, Mr. Bononis. Maybe I got it switched because I know we got a lot of hot air. I'm getting confused here. But either way,
From left.
either way, my perspective is the people causing all of the extended bills, the transcriptionist fees, our meetings going to forever, I think you can see for yourself. So I didn't cause the legal conundrum. It's Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi, and they have to sit with it. So don't blame me because you can't read a decision that was drafted by Mr. Gazouzian for a whole week ahead of time.
You have the majority.
That's my comment.
You have the majority.
Okay,
And you
Laura?
blame us for that. For that outcome.
You're
You blame us
speaking
for the
out of
litigation.
turn.
No, I'm not. I'm
Laura, it's
responding to her
Laura's
because she's
turn.
attacking me, and I'm responding to her. You would rather blame us.
I'm not going to
because
make
you're
any
so
further
incompetent,
comment
you can't
over
get anything
this
done. You blame
rude
us.
person who don't
What was that, Laura?
Talking, I'm not gonna make any further comment on the Verizon thing. I know we're going to consider.
Okay, so,
Library, I want to talk on the library.
go ahead.
So here's another tidbit for you. So what has been proposed is a mutual settlement agreement with regard to the library litigation. And what's significant is the terms of the agreement reflect no mutuality and reflects no consideration. So for there to be a settlement agreement, which is essentially a contract, one side has to give something, the other side has to give something in return. You have to have the same parties involved in that. And what they're proposing here does not have the same parties involved in it. Far from it. And in fact, there's only 2 signature lines that's on the, quote, mutual agreement. You might as well call it the Magna Carta or toilet paper or whatever it is, because that's it's certainly the Magna Carta is valuable, but it's about as valuable as toilet paper. And what's on there, 2 signature lines, one by Hal and one from Lower Saucon Township. But what's missing is that the litigation, there's 3 pieces of litigation. One is Hal against an individual. The other is Hal against a dead individual, deceased individual. And the third one is the township against Hal and the Office of Commonwealth Libraries. So right there, there are 5 separate parties that are involved in those litigations. But yet there's only 2 signatures to this supposed mutual release. There's no mutuality because there are not the same parties involved in that agreement. And in fact, there's never been any discussions with the individual and the estate of the deceased individual as to whether or not they agree to the terms of this supposed settlement. So it raises the question here, what are they trying to do? What they're trying to do is they're trying to have all this stuff dismissed, okay? But what does the township get from it? Absolutely nothing. The only thing that we get from this is Hal gets a free pass. Hal doesn't have to respond to discovery that the court compelled them and found them in contempt for. Hal doesn't have to produce witness for deposition that the court found them in contempt for failing to appear. Hal doesn't have to turn over information that's relevant for the transparency that we've been talking about on this council for years. And what do we get in exchange for that? Litigation gets shut down and you folks get fleeced. How do you get fleeced? These folks, at the beginning of the year, you may remember, they tried to make a $100,000 payment to Hal. And how do they do it? They said that there were invoices that were due. There were no invoices because there was no contract. So there were no invoices that were due. And when they got caught for that, then they came out and said, oh, we're gonna call it a donation. And they did that all, they did one of these in secret, right? There's another one of these secret meetings. You can go back and read the minutes and see the secret meeting that took place, and they got caught on that. So what do we have to show for it? One of their campaign promises, here's their brochure, right here. Everybody got this in the mail. Here they are, these 3 lovely ladies dressed in purple. Item number 2 on their platform, reestablish full public library services and save Hellertown Area Library. Here we are, 8 months into their term. What have they done? Nothing. They can't even get the litigation settled, okay? Because they can't even correctly identify the parties. And I said, who drafted this? Because it was represented that it came from the lawyer from Hal. And then when we were in executive session, it turns out it was drafted by this guy right here. This guy right here, who has a legal law degree, he drafted this mutual settlement agreement with no mutuality, no consideration, different parties involved, and without getting consent from at least 3 of the parties that are involved in these litigations: OCL, the individual, and the estate of the deceased individual. So it tells you what a farce this is, right? They can't deliver on any promises, folks. They can't hire a township manager. We've been out of the township manager for 5 months now, okay? You see what a clown show this is. They don't share information with us on council to identify who these candidates are. They're looking for a township manager to provide cover for them because they can't get anything done because they're so damn incompetent. They're utterly incompetent in every respect, and they need somebody that can actually try to right the ship and steer it for them. And they also need somebody who's gonna be a fall guy for them. They need somebody to blame when stupid stuff happens because of their own incompetence. Right now, all they can do is take the bullets and the arrows because they're the folks that are creating all these issues. That's what's happening here. I think it's sad that they're trying to railroad you and create this false sense of confidence or assurance that something's happening with the library, because it's not. It's not a mutual agreement. It has no binding effect whatsoever. That litigation will continue on. There may be other parties that get involved in it. You know, it's utterly ridiculous to suggest that litigation is going away. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that both sides are wasting money on this, right? And all that had to happen here early on was we asked for proportionate representation, right? Because if Lower Saucon's paying 2/3 of the bill, we want 2/3 of the board representation, and we want transparency. We want to see the financial records, and we want to see the usage records. And that information was not shared with us. If you're going to be spending money on something, isn't it fair to own or have control over what you're paying for? And isn't it also fair and reasonable to have access to the information to justify the expense that was going to be, we estimated, $750,000 over 5 years? If 3 people are using something, would you be happy with us spending $750,000? No, you wouldn't. If 1,000 people are, maybe you would. 5,000, if 75% of the township population, 9,000 people, were using that resource, then it's money well spent. It's just not, they're just not transparent, and they want to provide cover here. They want to provide cover, and they want to continue to funnel your money over and get nothing in return. You got Mr. Optoff sitting back here, and he likes to stand up and spit about
You're not
Upper
supposed
Saucon
to be
Township.
derogatory to residents. You're out of order. You're being disrespectful.
Talk about.
Please don't.
Talk about the Southern Lehigh Library and the fact that we gave $50,000 to the Southern Lehigh Library.
No, wait.
Okay.
We're out of order in the audience. You turned around, so.
Well, he's yelling in my ear.
Well,
So you have Mr. Optoff spitting about the Southern Lehigh Library and the fact that we gave $50,000 to them. And yet you hear no criticism whatsoever about $100,000 that was gifted to Hellertown. And what do we have in exchange for it? Nothing. Nothing's changed. The same access to the library exists. You can still go and get your library card, and you can still get a reimbursement from the township on an individual basis and a family basis. You can still go to the Saucon Valley School District Library. You can, if you're a student, you can. If you're a student in the school district, you can. There's plenty of resources that are available for libraries. We got nothing to show for $100,000. And yet and you have people that will stand up here and scream about $50,000, and they're 8 months into their term, and nothing has changed. Plank number 2 of their campaign: reestablish full public library services, save Hellertown Area Library.
So, I'd like to speak.
no, you're not. Okay, go ahead. Your
I've
turn.
spoken on this issue. I haven't spoken on this executive session issue yet. I will speak. Thank you. When they say save Hellertown Area Library, they mean with lower Saucon tax dollars, your tax dollars. And this is from a library. And there's a bigger thing going on here that's why Mr. Goodsouzian has been pushing for this settlement. He admitted back in executive session he wrote some of these documents, even though he doesn't represent the parties in these documents and all that. It's because Hal, again, as Jason said, didn't turn over their financial information. Right to know, the emails, didn't turn them over. Usage numbers they won't give us. And guess who was on the board when all this activity took place and they won't turn the records over? Mr. Goodsouzian's wife. Susie's wife was on the board of the Hellertown Area Library when all this stuff was going down. And when the stuff with the friends of the Hellertown Library selling books out the back door that they were buying from a wholesaler and not charging sales tax. And these books were supposed to be for libraries, for people to check out of libraries, but they were selling them to their friends, the people who donated. And when they got caught on it, they stopped doing it immediately as a result of this litigation, because they knew they were caught. Again, Susie's wife was on the board of the library when this stuff was going on. And he's the one pushing this settlement. He's the one pushing this settlement.
Okay, it's my turn. Let me just tell you that I have emails from the library providing us with all kinds of 990s, financial information. And, there's people here from the library, you sent it to us. And I know what are you shaking your head for? I know I've received it. You don't think I did?
Just stick with the comment.
Where is it? Steve, don't interrupt her.
Where are the emails?
Don't let those.
Where are the right to know emails? Where are the right to know emails?
All I'm saying,
Where are the right to know emails?
you can do a right to
Where are the right
know
to know?
for all that.
We did.
Just finish
They
your,
did do a right to know emails for the Hellertown Area Library emails. They did.
finish what your comment was.
Okay, my comment,
Town didn't turn the emails over. They did do a right to know.
you can do right to know.
Litigation's
and ask
about.
for
There's 5 or 6 right to know litigations against
Area Library that they didn't turn over.
right.
They did turn over. I saw them. They
Did
were
not
in
turn
my
over the right to
emails.
know emails.
I'm not lying. They were in my emails. Where are they? Well, do a right to know.
Comment.
I beg you a pardon.
Just
don't
finish
know what the
whatever
hell
else
you're
you had to
talking
say.
about.
No, I do know what I'm talking about.
Judge Daly says he didn't have them.
Go with your comment. It's not,
Okay, that's really all I wanted to say, that what we're hearing tonight is many,
Because you're caught, that's why you want to shut it down. Shut down the conversation, move along.
Can I provide a comment?
many inaccuracies, I'll call it.
What are they? Identify them.
So Victoria, did you want to
Can
go
I be
next?
recognized?
Attitudes, identify them.
Recognized? Thank you. So the things that stuck out to me in the hot air I heard was fleecing of our township tax dollars. The fleecing that I know is the $226,617 spent on litigation to remove Lower Saucon Township from Hellertown Area Library Service Area, to take us out of the access system, to take away our library services. That's the fleecing that we had. Another 50 grand to Southern Lehigh Public Library because we just like to throw money around. The other fleecing I like to see is we talk about, oh, he's talking about $750,000 over 5 years. His contract was such a difficult thing for him to put his thoughts around. I want to know what he was thinking when he said $3.5 million for a ball field for people, for less amount of people than our library services.
No, that's, we don't know that because we don't have the usage number.
The other deceitful comment is the comment that you have library service today. Because yes, you can go and buy a library card at Hellertown Area Library, but it doesn't mean you have access to Bethlehem Area Public Library. You don't have access to Southern Lehigh Public Library or any other public library in the access system, because we have Hot Air number 1 and Hot Air number 2 who've refused to give us library services. Instead, they spent $3.5 million on a ball field, another $226,000 on litigation with Eckert and Siemens to do what? To take away your library services. So if you ask me, 8 months and maybe we're gonna vote on a proposed agreement tonight between Hal and ourselves. Maybe we're gonna be able to do that. To me, if I got rid of the litigation expenses and I provide library services to my constituents, that's serving our constituents. It's not hot air.
We have usage.
That's my comment.
We have usage numbers for youth baseball. We don't have usage numbers for the library.
Out of order.
We have usage number for youth
I'm done.
baseball.
Okay,
We have
Victoria.
usage number for youth baseball, but we don't have it for the
Hard to talk
library.
over
We don't
that,
have it for the library.
And to also
They
be
never
clear,
turned over usage number.
We didn't kick ourselves out of the
You know
Commonwealth
what?
library
This is-
system.
That's out. That's
They
right.
kicked
They
us
kicked
out
us
in
out.
secret.
Is being
It does sound.
recorded
Yes,
because
it
the
is.
transcriptionist cannot hear
Requested.
what you're saying when people talk over each other.
Fine, but
Stop
the public
talking
should know,
over
we
it.
didn't kick ourselves
Well-
out, and we didn't make a filing in secret and not tell us that we're being kicked out.
Well,
They
whatever.
did that.
How many times do you want to say this? Like
Many
oh,
times until somebody hears it, because clearly it doesn't sink into
we
you.
heard it.
Providing her comment.
You're being
Put your candy
repetitive.
away because nobody wants to listen to that bag on the microphone all night long. That
like
is
some?
so rude. No. Throw it out. Throw up.
You do that every time she speaks. You do know
Every
that.
time everybody's speaking, he gets out his bag of candy and he puts it on his microphone. Yes, you do. And you do it on purpose.
Well, next
And
time
it's
I'm gonna
been
take a
mentioned to
picture
me
like you
many
take.
times.
Look at-
Yes.
There's that commercial.
Right. No, I'm not taking the picture.
Capper on the tape. And they have a hard time describing that.
I'm sorry.
I'm not going to go into detail about the library right now. We went through many meetings on that. We are going to move forward with getting ourselves back into the service area with the Hellertown Area Library like we should be. Nobody was fleecing us. And to sit here and keep saying that people have access to the library, it is not the same.
Right.
By having a card that says you can go in and check out a book. It is not full library service. It doesn't provide access to the programs, doesn't provide access to the interlibrary loan and other things that the library offers. And to bellyache over, it was $107,000 a year was what we were at for the library to serve any and all residents in our township. It's well worth it.
Okay, so, moving on then, because we're moving on to the next agenda item.
Do we get to speak on this?
No, you don't do comments. These are gonna be agenda items, you can speak then. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to amend the
Not
agenda.
the cell phone tower. The cell phone tower's not an agenda item.
At we didn't,
There was no action.
There was no action taken,
no
Tom.
proposed
Stop
action.
interrupting.
There was
You're
proposed
being,
action. The
you
proposed
want to
action
be
was directing you
annoying,
to have
but
communications with them on a
There was
position.
action.
Is there a motion, Priscilla?
again, at this time, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda and move D, Resolution 64-2024, modifying previous Code of Conduct resolution to the front of the agenda. Is there a second?
We already have a motion pending, and the motion was to move up the Boy Scout so that he can, he
Motion, there was
doesn't
a
have to
motion to
suffer
move
through
up
this
the Boy
nonsense.
Scout. And you didn't vote on that yet.
No motion, because
He
the,
made the motion and seconded it.
I made the
because the
motion.
president
Steve,
didn't- the president
You're
didn't
not
recognize the
recognized.
motion. You can't, one cannot just make a motion when you
Sure you
feel
can.
like.
seconded, sure you can. That's ridiculous.
So she can filter what motions are presented and what aren't
Unbelievable,
presented.
Steve, you don't know what the hell you're
I think
talking
there's a
about.
motion and a second on the
Okay.
floor.
I'm sorry.
Resolution.
Sorry, you're in for like another hour and a half.
64 Oh, we made a okay.
Motion and a second.
Right, okay, Kathy, roll call, please.
Mr. Benonis?
Is this the motion to move up the Boy Scout honor?
No, it is not. You were out of order when you made that motion. This is the motion that was just made.
Hello, I
And
didn't
you
make the
have to-
motion. I seconded the motion.
Motion.
Whatever you
seconded it.
did wasn't right.
he seconded it.
At this time, we're making a motion to amend the agenda and move D to right now. So
Well,
that's
just
the
to-
motion.
Just to be clear, D is, depending on what you're looking at,
Oh,
whether you're looking at it online or whether you're looking at it here, they might be in different orders. Can you move up?
well, I'm looking on board docs where I got my.
You guys are running a good show here.
Yeah, you can't see.
I can't see.
4D, it's 4D.
4D. I'll amend my motion
second
to,
that.
4D. Okay, I'm sorry, Kathy, roll call.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Ms. Optoff Cordero? Yes. Mr. Carochi?
I want the Boy Scout, Eagle Scout rank to be on
I
it.
seconded it, Tom. I don't know why they're doing this.
I want my motion heard.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, council discussing, Jason? No. I hear nothing, Tom?
Yeah, they're talking,
So wait, I didn't say no.
I didn't hear anything, crickets.
Relax,
Don't
relax.
I am
Get yourself an
relaxed.
ice cream and relax a little bit.
I am
Just chill out.
relaxed. Look in the mirror, Jason, because you look
Relax.
the same way.
You look angry and tired.
I am not
You do look angry and
or
tired. I'm sorry, you do. I don't know what's going on, but you look
What's
angry and
wrong with
tired.
you?
Nothing, I feel great.
You don't look it.
Tom, how do I look? Great. Thanks.
Good enough.
look at that, look at that.
Thank you.
So, she looks,
I'm gonna bring a
yeah.
mirror.
So I think it's a disservice here. I mean, we've been trying to move up the Boy Scout, and instead you are forcing him and his family to endure this nonsense. So, can you get control of the room? Can you get control of the room? I mean, all you had to do was
controlled
move it up and allow him, and instead you would rather, I guess you don't appreciate scouting and the civic things that they stand for. Right? You don't appreciate Boy Scouts and the hard work that this young man put in to get to this. And you want him to sit here and
He's just
listen to more.
making a
So we will.
spectacle.
We will. We'll just keep going on, Priscilla.
I know you will, and I'm prepared for it. Because
No,
you're
but
the one.
Jason-
You're so unprepared for everything.
Oh,
But Jason, you need,
Tom?
no, I thought Jason was gonna talk about the procedure, the new procedures, because this is what that is.
Well,
The
we're not,
motion-
this is just to change the agenda, if I
No, that's
understand.
already been voted on.
We changed the agenda.
Oh, this
No,
is on the item 4D?
Yeah, this is item 4D. They already voted
Come
to
on,
change
pay
it.
attention. We're paying you big money here.
It's supposed to come to me.
The motion to amend
We
already.
voted on moving it up.
right, and we made the motion.
We're discussing it.
Yeah, so
we're
then,
talking about
absolutely, I want
mental
to,
discussion.
absolutely, I want to talk about 4D.
Oh, yeah.
I want to talk about 4D.
D is my item number.
But we had to make a motion to amend the order of the agenda as protocol. That is protocol. That's what we're doing right now.
That's what I just said, and he's telling me we're voting on 4D. Are we changing the agenda? Are we on 4D?
Not yet.
We're not on 4D yet. Thank you. Thank you. Do we get a refund for
Okay,
that?
Tom?
No, what are we talking about? Are we talking about the procedures, or are we talking about moving the item?
We already voted on
The
moving
item.
the item. It's
We didn't
voted
vote
on.
that. We didn't vote on that.
We did.
No.
We did. We just did a roll call.
Priscilla just told me that we didn't, that we're still talking about moving
Can you
it up.
clarify?
We did a roll call on moving the agenda item.
There you go.
However, usually when there's a motion and a second and a roll call, there's conversation between council. And
Because
that's where
Priscilla's
we should
telling me
be
that we're
acting.
voting on 4D right now,
hear
not that we're
Kathy?
voting on the
4D,
motion.
4D Resolution 64/2024 has not been
Moved.
to be discussed and
Thank you.
voted on.
That was my understanding.
So we're on 2A.
No, we're on think we're on amending.
Motion is not even on the agenda, and that
We
new
are on-
motion is to change the agenda to move 4D up to the top of the agenda.
We're,
Make this stuff up. You can't make it up.
So the next step would be if somebody was gonna make a motion.
well, no. We're on council discussion for the motion to move the agenda item. And Jason went, Tom is now going. Go ahead.
This is just to move it.
Just to move it.
I think we should recognize the Eagle Scout first.
Okay, that's irrelevant because that's not pertinent to the motion. I think that we should approve this. Victoria?
I think it's appropriate to move it up.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, I agree, move it up.
Okay. Public comment?
Yeah, I have some comment.
Yeah, good. Now it's still 5 minutes here.
And, oh, by the way, everybody, we're gonna signal when there's 45 seconds left.
Would you control Mr. Optoff? He's yelling at somebody up here. He's pointing his finger and yelling while this gentleman's at the podium.
Okay.
Audience,
Hello?
Audience members,
Victoria, get control of your father.
audience
Look at him. Look what
members,
he's doing.
please. We have a resident that would like to speak. Out of respect, he has to speak. So, go ahead. I'm listening.
It was off. I heard something. Yeah, I'd like some protection here because I noticed some people back here are really getting nasty.
Well, the officers are in the room, so they will be
No,
keeping
I
an
know
eye on
that.
you. Okay.
And I have my mace.
Don is laughing.
And that's the one. Maybe you could correct some of these followers of yours, hers. All right? No, I don't have anybody to follow. I follow my own agenda. Yeah, I really have some comments. What's wrong with having the problem with having this fella as the Eagle Scout who's done all of this work? He's on 2A, and we're not going to talk about him. We're going to talk about probably something, at least I've got, well, it used to be 5 minutes. Now you want to change it to 3 or something. And now I'm going to have to talk about that presto quicko because you're going to move D up to something else. You don't really care about him, do you? You don't really care about the agenda, from what I can see. Come on. Why even make up an agenda? Who makes it up? I thought it was done with consultation with you. Is it your desire to put this Boy Scout, who's an Eagle Scout, and push him down into the dirt while you have your little changes in resolution? I don't think that's appropriate. You can say whatever you want, you know, you people at the council laughing and whatever not, and just absolutely complaining about the amount of time being spent when one of you sits up there and blathers on for half an hour. You got it. You know who it is. So I would recommend, of course, there isn't one single thing that I've ever seen from this floor that was recommended that was followed by the 3 Democrats sitting up on this board. And I find that atrocious. Nothing. All right? And all I hear is, shut your mouth. And all I hear is, well, this is really atrocious, which shows up in the paper and everything else. Because, yes, you do have a nice following here. Boy, I tell you, if I could lie like that, I'd have a great following too. But I refuse to sell my soul in order to do something like get elected. So, yes, I'm standing up for this young man and his family.
Okay, that is not the agenda item. The agenda item
I'm
is to
standing
move.
up for this young man who's an Eagle Scout.
No, you're not being relevant to the
I want you to
motion.
keep it back,
You're out of order. You're not talking about the agenda item.
which is the agenda item.
To move it,
Yeah,
period. It's
Want
nothing
to
do
keep
with
it where it is.
Saying to move
I
something else,
want
he's talking about it.
Okay, fine,
I'm
then
sorry,
make that
excuse me,
comment.
Mr. Carochi. I'm talking to the president. Yeah, but the president's not listening to what I'm saying.
Oh, I am.
No, you're not. And please don't interrupt me.
Okay.
Okay? I want this young man not to have to sit and wait through 4D because I know that I would like to speak for much more than 5 minutes on it. That's why I want him to go now. That's why you put it on the agenda now. first. And that's why the manager and you, who worked this together, put it there. Now, all of a sudden, you decide you're going to move it. And I haven't heard a good reason why. Nothing. It's just like, I can't stand the heat. Let's get on and we'll go to something else and maybe we can calm it down. No, it's going to ignite the fire some more. All right? So I say, give him his due, do what you published on the agenda, do what we all came for, including his entire family here, and don't show the public how you just move things around to fit your needs and her needs and her needs, okay? I like to think I represent some of the public. And I'm not a follower and I don't go to meetings or do any of the stuff with my council people, any of them. That's my comment.
Okay, next. Next, hearing none, can we have a roll call? I'm sorry, what?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I know, it's hard to keep track, but we'll help each other.
This is me.
Line
Ms.
that, Kathy,
Optop
don't
Cordero,
accept her help.
Yes.
Mr. Croce,
No.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Bononis. Motion passes 3-0.
Okay, next we have
Or
4.
3-2, excuse me, 3-2.
3-2. Okay, next we have 4D, Resolution 64-2024.
You have to do the presentations first.
I have to do what?
You made a motion at the beginning of the agenda to just to modify
so
the agenda.
that would be under,
That, you still have to follow the agenda and go
Okay.
under presentations first.
okay. So,
Thank you for your ignorance. We got to the same point, right? We're gonna have the resolution right now that we've been talking about for 25 minutes. Utterly incompetent.
Yep.
Thank you for
That's
proving us
Priscilla.
right yet again.
Priscilla.
only human, Jason.
No,
Okay,
you're
so
subhuman.
presentations and hearings.
Disability.
Resolution,
What are you doing?
oh, and by the way, previously, under public comment procedure, you have 5 minutes, and I won't go into detail because we were gonna go into detail with the other agenda item, but, okay, that time will come. So we have Resolution 63-2024 to recognize Sebastian Jaramillo Zamora on receiving his Eagle Scout rank in July. And it's honorable, and I'm very proud of you, and I'm sure your parents are very proud of you too. So thank you, and thank you for coming. So I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 63-2024, recognizing you for this award. And I would like to read the resolution that we prepared for you. Resolution recognizing Sebastian Zaramillo Zamora for receiving his Eagle Scout rank. Whereas Sebastian Jamillo Zamora is an Eagle Scout with the Boy Scouts of America, having been a member of Boy Scout Troop 319 and Assistant Senior Patrol Leader for Troop 319, and whereas his Eagle Scout project, Sebastian planned and built a Gaga pit and benches at Polk Valley Park. He worked with a group of volunteers to build and install the Gaga pit and benches. Whereas Sebastian Jamillo Zamora is a 12th grade student at Lehigh Valley Academy Regional Charter School, where he is a member of Rho Kappa Social Studies Honor Society, Spanish Honor Society at Lehigh Valley Academy, and is founder and member of HOSA. I'm not sure I know what that means. HOSA? Okay. Future Health Professionals in America at Lehigh Valley, it says it, okay, Valley Academy, is a varsity player for soccer and tennis at Saucon Valley High School, is a member of the academic team at Lehigh Valley Academy, and is a member of, I don't know how to say that, Avita, okay, Suicide Prevention at Lehigh Valley Academy. And whereas Sebastian has participated in many community service projects, including supporting fellow Scouts Eagle Project, Scouting for Food, 6th Street Shelter, many Scout and school fundraisers, as well as many more community projects. Troop number 319, and whereas for his efforts, Sebastian achieved the Eagle Scout rank, the highest honor in Boy Scouting, which was awarded to him on July 15, 2024. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of Lower Saucon Township, Priscilla De Leon, President, Laura Ray, Vice President, Jason Bononis, Tom Carochi, Victoria Optoff-Cordero, council members wish to recognize and commend Sebastian for receiving the Eagle Scout Award, adopted and enacted this 21st day of August, 2024. And that was a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and we need public comment. Would anybody like to speak on this issue?
Council comment first.
Comments first.
Okay, Jason?
First of all, I would like to apologize that you've had to wait so long to receive this recognition. You put in a lot of time in scouting, so I'm sure that the extra hour and a half that you had to wait was not that intolerable. I knew you as a younger man when you played sports and I coached you. You were a fine young man then, and you're an even finer young man now. You and your family should be tremendously proud of this accomplishment. This is no small feat, and for people who don't know what scouting has been in existence since 1910. Very few scouts achieve the rank of Eagle Scout. There are different ranks that you get, and you can see by what Sebastian has on his sash, all the merit badges, and each one of those merit badges require him to gain skills and expertise in different areas, whether it's compass reading, writing, forestry, camping, cooking, all different kinds of things. The Eagle Scouts are the most well-rounded, best prepared scouts. They put in a lot of time over a lot of years. Your parents put in a lot of time over a lot of years in involving you in scouting and taking you to different meetings and events all over the place. I'm sure you went camping different places. To put it in perspective, since scouting started, there were 130 million Boy Scouts. And that was in 1910 it started. And there are 2.5 million Eagle Scouts. So you are literally in the 1 percentile. You should be tremendously proud of that. You will have that for the rest of your life. It's something that you should always be proud of, put on your resume, and represent scouting broadly. Encourage people to be involved in scouting, to do what you did. We need more fine young men like you in the world to fix the mess that exists in the world today. And it's a shame that those burdens will be put on your generation, but with fine young men like you, I have confidence for the future. So congratulations to you and your family on this award. It's a Lifetime Achievement Award that you will cherish forever. And congratulations on behalf of me, my family, and everybody that knows you.
Okay, Tom?
Yes, congratulations. You know, you should be very proud. Your family should be very proud. I'm sure the Gaga pits will be used extensively by students such as yourself and children for years to come, so it's a real benefit to the community, and we appreciate that. And it's my understanding the landfill funded this project, and it was around $1,500. So that's good, because I think when you came here before, there was some talk about you raising the money, and you know, you shouldn't have to raise money. You should just have worried about building the Gaga pit like you did, and getting your Eagle Scout. And so I'm glad that they were able to step up and do that. But congratulations, it's a great honor, and good luck with whatever you decide to do next.
Okay, I also like to say congratulations, and you have a very impressive resolution here with all you do. How do you fit in all this stuff? And you have to thank your parents, because they help you and do this and support. So, and your family. So you're a credit to our community, and you will go far in life. So I wish you the best. Okay, Victoria?
Thank you. I echo what's been said by everybody else. I appreciate you coming tonight. I appreciate your family for raising you to be what appears to be a tremendous young man, and I'm sure you will continue to be a tremendous asset to the community and your life moving forward. All of the things that you do currently are amazing, and it sounds like you're going to be a future leader. So I appreciate the Gaga Pit, and I appreciate your dedication to our community and everything that you have done. I wish you best of luck after you graduate, and wherever you go, I'm sure that you will succeed. Thank you.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, I'd also like to express my congratulations to you. Appreciate your family for raising such a wonderful, outstanding community member. I wish we could have more of these in our community. Your resume is outstanding. It's very impressive. The variety of things that you participate in is very impressive. I look forward to getting my grandkids in to try out the Gaga Pit. And congratulations, and I'm sure you're going to have a bright future. Thank you.
Okay, so now I'm going to open it up to the audience. Anybody like to come up to the podium and speak?
What a raster of accomplishments you carry. And clearly, I think Mr. Bononis laid it out. This, being a scout, going through this process, doing it with your parents, I hope, I'm sure you did, and hopefully your brother and sister, has been binding not only for them and you, but it also bonds you to other people, teaches you how to work on teams, teaches you to be honest and not to lie, to do all those standards which scouting has. I hate to say it, but I was a scout. I did not make it to Eagle. You have excelled 1%. You just do the numbers as somebody already has, and you're a 1%er. I'm probably a 1%er too at this age limit, but I'd much rather be where you are. And congratulations to you. Never, never stop, never let things get down, and never quit.
Okay, anybody else? Margie? You might want to push the mic down. Thank you.
I'm a little short. Hi, my name is Margie Segline, and we've lived in Lower Saucon for 25 years. And I have to tell you that since I've been here, and also since we've been grandparents of two Boy Scouts and daughters who are Girl Scouts, we learned how important scouting was to all of them. And when you reach the rank of Eagle Scout, I feel like you're meeting needs of the community, and you're learning to use the resources that are in the community for your project. And that's so important, because if all young people can learn to do that, then it'll make our community better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, with that then, I guess we need a roll call, right?
Mr. Caroci,
Yes.
Ms. Ragg,
Yes?
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Bononis. Yes. Ms. Althoff Cordero.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, I'd like to. And I wish you the best, okay? Let's go around and she wants to take a picture. Okay, thank you.
Great job.
What's that? Oh, yes, you could do that, yes.
Yeah, part of the newsletter. A picture of the newsletter for this family. So, just likes to cross.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay. So we have. Where are we on the, should have it in front of
Resolution
here.
64.
What's that? The resolution?
This one now.
Okay, now we have D, the resolution 64-2024, modifying the previous code of conduct resolution. Ms. Ray wishes to discuss and request council's approval on a new code of conduct. Laura?
Okay, well, I would like to make a motion to adopt an agenda policy and code of conduct for township council meetings as set forth in Resolution 64-2024, effective immediately.
And I'll second that.
All right. So, I start the discussion? I want to start the discussion.
talk about
Yes.
it?
Yes, so.
Whoa, your rule was to go alphabetical order. That's what your rule was before, now you're changing it.
She asked to put
asked
this
to
on
have
the
this on the
agenda. She gets
agenda.
precedent.
Oh,
Yeah, you-
okay, it's
you-
a separate set of rules.
Changing it now.
Separate set of
That's how it
rules.
works.
There's
That's
rules
how it
for
works.
you, there's rules
Here.
On the agenda, the
Go ahead.
president
for me,
sets
and
the
rules for
rules.
me.
Make a brief recap of what the changes are. If you read through, you will see the main change is that we would modify our per agenda item discussion to 3 minutes rather than 5 minutes to help cut down on length of meetings. The other change is that the original resolution had a listing of 24 items. And if you read through them, there was a lot of redundancy in them, and that just bothered me. So I consolidated and have it down to 15 items. It's basically the same code of conduct. We wish it would be followed by all. So I will read the resolution in case you haven't done that. So Resolution 64-2024 states, it's a resolution of the Council of Lower Saucon Township adopting agenda policy of code of conduct for township council meetings. Whereas Lower Saucon Township is a township of the second class, optional plan of government located in Northampton County, Pennsylvania, and is governed by an elected council. And whereas the Pennsylvania Home Rule Charter and Optional Plans Law, the Second Class Township Code, and the Lower Saucon Township Administrative Code all authorize the Council of Lower Saucon Township to promulgate rules and regulations for its council meetings, whereas the Lower Saucon Township Council is authorized to establish a level of civility and promote an atmosphere of reasoned expression of ideas in promulgating rules and regulations for its council meetings. Whereas the council recognizes public comment is intended to afford citizens an opportunity to bring important matters to the attention of Lower Saucon Township Council. Whereas the council is a strong advocate of free speech and wishes to promote an atmosphere of reasoned expression of ideas. Now therefore it be resolved that the Council of Lower Saucon Township establish the following rules and regulations regarding the agenda for public meetings and public comment and conduct during such public meetings. So the agenda, don't believe there was a change, but it's number 1, we have all regular and special meetings of the Lower Saucon Township Council shall be conducted according to the following order of business. 1 is the opening, A, call of order, B, roll call, C, pledge of allegiance to the flag, D, announcement of any executive session and possible action if applicable, E, public comment procedure, 2, presentations and hearings, 3, developer items, 4, township business items, 5, miscellaneous business items, 6, council and staff reports, 7, public comment on non-agenda items, 8, the adjournment. Township manager, in consultation with the council president or acting council president and in accordance with the code of Lower Saucon Township, shall prepare a printed agenda for each meeting of the council and provide the same for public review at least 3 days prior to the commencement of each such meeting. The agenda and any non-confidential accompanying materials shall be posted on the township website. The agenda without materials shall be posted at the township building. Copies shall be made available at the meeting. Public comment and participation. Number 1, public participation, including public comment, shall be within the discretion and under the direction and control of the council president or acting council president. Number 2, public comment relating to each agenda item shall occur during council's consideration of the agenda item. Comments will be limited to no more than 3 minutes per person for each agenda item. 3, an additional public comment period for non-agenda items shall occur at the end of the meeting. Comments will be limited to no more than 3 minutes per person for non-agenda items. Number 4, a person wishing to make comments to the council must state their name, affiliation, and municipality of residence prior to addressing council. Number 5, public comment may be made only by a person who has been recognized by the council president or acting council president. The commenter shall address Township Council from the lectern situated at the center of the Township Council meeting room, unless the commenter is physically unable to do so. 6, the council president or acting council president shall, in his or her sole discretion, be permitted to expand the individual comment period. Number 7, organize groups of people attending the meeting to present a common position or idea to the council shall designate no more than 2 of the members to speak for the group. 8, no commenter will be allowed to surrender his or her time to any other person or to call upon other persons for comment. 9, all public comment must be addressed to the Township Council and not to other audience members. Nothing herein shall require any council members to answer questions or engage in debate. 10, the purpose of public comment shall be for people to comment on matters of concern, official action, or deliberation which are or may be before the council prior to official action being taken. 11, comments should be substantive and not include any defamatory content, foul or vulgar language or gestures and or personal attacks on others, including any council member, employee of Lower Saucon Township, members of the audience, or any other person, whether or not present. 12, letters shall not be read during public comment unless such letter can be read within the allotted 3-minute time limit for individual public comment. Any letters cited or read must be submitted to the township manager by 12 p.m. the day of the meeting. 13, copies of any documents being reviewed or discussed during public comment shall be made available to council. 14, no person shall obstruct in any way the entrances or exits to the township council meeting. 15, if the conduct and order of the township council meetings is no longer maintained, the council president or acting council president may recess the meeting to restore order so the business of the township may be conducted when the meeting resumes. This resolution shall repeal and replace Resolution 31, 2024, resolved and adopted this Thursday, August 2024, attested by Kathy Gorman, Township Secretary, and Lower Saucon Township Council President Priscilla De Leon. Let me take a sip quick. Okay, so like I said, it's basically the same rules, consolidated them to make it a little less wordy because a lot of the same things were repetitive. I know when we did run for office, one of the main things we did want to do was allow everybody to speak on each agenda item, and that still remains. We are reducing the time to help speed up the meetings as much as we can, and I will reemphasize item number 6, the council president shall, in his or her sole discretion, be permitted to expand the individual comment period. So if we have somebody up here that really is giving good information that needs to be heard, they're making a point that hasn't been heard before, that time can be expanded. So I don't think we're impeding anybody's right to their expressing their opinion.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
Jason?
May I offer you a tissue? Victoria, may I offer you a tissue?
Again, this is being rude. I'd like the record to reflect
Pitching the
his
governor
rudeness.
tissue?
Yes, we're violating
Anybody
code
a
of
tissue?
conduct.
Because you'll recall, last year, when there was a time limit, you folks stood at that podium hysterical.
Victoria.
Hysterical. Look at you laughing because you know it. You stood there hysterical that there was a time limit on your comments. See, you know, you're caught. You're caught. It's like the cat
Just
with the,
listen
with
to
the, with
hot
the
air.
bird in
I'll
its
wait for my
mouth.
time.
It's like the cat with the bird in the mouth. You got caught. You stood there like fools and carried on and on and on about the time restriction. And what do? You put a more restrictive time restriction on. It's stunning to me. It's stunning to me that you would actually choose to do that after you expanded it to 5 minutes. And why are you doing it? Why are you doing it? Because you don't like the length of the meetings. You don't like the comments that you're getting from the public that are pushing back on you and calling out your malfeasance, your incompetence, and your absurdity. That's why you're doing this, because you don't want to face the heat of the public that calls you out for how bad you truly are. Right, Priscilla? That's what this is about. Right, Laura? That's what this is about.
We'll point out, we only
Hello,
had
I'm speaking.
we
I'm
had
speaking.
3 minutes
Can
to
I
speak
please
for
not
the
be interrupted?
whole agenda
Hello,
before.
can you gavel her, please?
The whole agenda.
Okay, so then we're gonna have a free-for-all.
Well,
We're having a
we
free-for-all
already
then.
do.
We're having a free-for-all. I will never stop speaking.
Oh,
Here we
stop it,
go.
Jason.
I will
Your boss
never,
should
ever
see
stop
you.
speaking, and I will interrupt every single one of you and try to enforce it because you don't enforce it both ways. You're a clown. Here's their hypocrisy, folks. Here's their mailer again. Right here, camera, zoom in on it, okay? Here's their plank. 1, 2, 3. Number 4, prioritize our residents' concerns. Number 5, foster transparency in all levels of township government. Is reducing the time limit from 5 minutes to 3 minutes promoting their residents' concerns? No, it's muzzling the residents' concerns. Is it fostering transparency? No, it's covering up for their malfeasance so that they can't be called out and embarrassed. I'm sorry, sir, you don't like it. I'll offer you a tissue too, because you are another one of them. You're just another shill just like the rest of them. So there it is. Could you pull up my first slide, please, Stacy? Hold on, it was number 1. It was slide number 1 for 8/21/24.
I know that I renamed them because I have to make slides, so what is it?
I'm looking for the definition. Oh, it hurts so much. My words hurt so much. Oh, let me offer you a tissue, okay? All right, I'm sorry my word hurts you, but that's what they are, hypocrites. And for the ignorant people out there who don't know what the word, shut up, sir. Sir,
please.
shut up.
No, here we go. Who is it? I'm
Speaking.
top staff.
Not speak.
Spit on yourself the first 3 minutes
Please.
you're up there.
Stop speaking, sir, I'm speaking. For those of you, would you stop speaking? Would you adjourn him and get him out of here because I feel threatened by him? Hypocrite.
Oh,
Hypocrite.
Please, Mr. Optoff,
A
please.
noun.
Okay,
This is
you're
from
not helping
Merriam-Webster.
the situation.
Merriam-Webster. I'm not plagiarizing here like some clowns on this council. Hypocrite, noun. A person who puts on a false appearance of virtue or religion, a person who acts in contradiction to his or her stated beliefs or feelings. That's what they are. You stood there and carried on hysterically, gnashing your teeth and almost tearing your clothes in hysteria because you weren't allowed to go on with your stupidity. And now what you're doing is putting the same restrictions on the public. The same restrictions that you stood up there time and time again and that you ran on, you're now doing the same thing. Could you pull up the other one, which are the synonyms? Here it is. These are Cambridge Dictionary. Charmer, cheat, cheater, deceiver, fibber, hoaxer, hustler, hypocrite, liar, perjurer, scammer, schemer, wheeler, dealer, trickster. That's what you are. Every single one of those words fits you to a T. You are clowns. You are absolute, utter clowns, hypocrites to the core. To put these restrictions on people and to try to, you can't even do it with a straight face. Look at you laughing. Because you know what you're doing. You act with
Laughing at the
impunity
hypocrite.
towards the public. You mock the
That's what I'm
public.
laughing at.
You mock the public because of what they want to say to you. You mock the public. You folks are truly, truly unbelievable as to how you operate with such impunity towards people. You call meetings that aren't meetings. You discuss things in secret in violation of the Sunshine Act. And now you're just trying to cover it up even more by changing the rules to benefit your shitty game.
Wow, that's
Why
unnecessary.
don't you just shut up? Why don't you just
Okay,
shut up instead of talking to me?
Yeah, how about that?
If she won't tell you to shut up, sir, I will, all right? I'll tell you to shut up.
Yeah.
Why don't you
I'm gonna
gavel
tell you to
in?
shut up,
Calm
too.
down with the
Gavel
audience.
in.
Here, have a
You didn't
tissue.
gavel.
before you drool
First
on
time I
yourself.
told you to
Have a
gavel.
tissue. Come on, no, I don't need to come out
Okay.
there. You can come up here if you want it. Yeah,
We're gonna have to ask you to leave the room if you don't stop, okay? I'm sorry to say that, but we need order in
Should
the
leave the room.
audience. Please, I'm asking.
Victoria, get control of your
asking.
father. Let the
Get
public,
control
let
of
the
the
record
old man.
reflect that Victoria's
It's not your
father's
turn to
carrying on
speak yet.
unprofessionally in this
Get
meeting,
control.
apparently to help his daughter's efforts to
Yeah.
cover up for her agenda.
Nursing home, yeah.
Okay,
All right.
are you done?
Could you pull up the first slide again, please?
I'm in a nursing home, for God's sakes. He's crazy.
The other one, please. Thank you, Stacy. Yes.
Are you speaking or are we just watching that?
I'm not done my comments, I'm thinking.
Oh, okay. I thought you were prepared.
I am prepared, Priscilla. I'm sorry if I'm adding to your fatigue. All right, Tom, I'll yield the floor to you.
All right. Okay. First, I'd like to point out they're actually repealing their own resolution. So when they came in January, they made a resolution for policy and code of conduct for township council meetings. Well, it's lasted all of 8 months. At least they outlasted our 16-day solicitor. But you know, they're competent. They say they're competent. But they couldn't get it right 8 months ago. And this is a pattern with them. We have a police officer tonight. They couldn't get right his retirement. But they say they don't need a good solicitor. They got this, and everything's good, right? Right. So they're repealing their own code of conduct that lasted all of 8 months. The other things are, okay, in the resolution says. It's to authorize to establish a level of civility and promote atmosphere of reasoned expressions and ideas. Now, if we go to the July 25th article of the Lehigh Valley News, we have where Miss Ray shared her thoughts. She told Carochi to, and this is in quotes, please turn your mouth off. So, you know, this is Councilwoman Ray basically acting uncivil, not certainly promoting an atmosphere where reasoned expressions and ideas can be expressed. It's right there in the Lehigh Valley News, unless she's calling that anywhere. And then it also says to promote an atmosphere where reasoned expression of ideas. Well, that's all I was doing, and I was told to please turn your mouth off by Miss Ray. So we're talking about uncivil behavior. I think we know where it's coming from. And it's not surprising. It's not surprising
Quiet, audience, please.
it's coming from Mrs. Ray, who proposes this ridiculousness of this policy. The other thing is on the agenda in the resolution, I'd like to see the junior council comment, if we have a junior council this fall, which I'm sure we will now that school's starting. Come after the public comment procedure. It's nowhere even on the in the resolution, and the public comment is 7 last, and the council comment is 6, third to last. So I'd like it to be amended for the junior council comment to be added and to be put. I guess it's F. In the proposed resolution. What's the other thing?
I'll amend my motion to include that. I mean, Laura, would you amend your motion to include the junior council report?
And Was this, Laura, did you get any assistance from Mr. Goodsouzian or anybody in writing this? Because I worry about some of the constitutionality. Did you, Ms. Ray? Get any assistance from an attorney? What's that?
I wrote this.
Okay. Because we have public participation, including public comment, shall be within the discretion and under the direction and control of the council president. People have a right to speak at public meetings. It's not under the discretion of the council president. The council president can't simply, in her discretion, although Ms. De Leon would love to, say there's no public comment, which this allows, and it's number two, the second prong.
Yeah, we fought a war over that, Tom, the Revolutionary War.
Right. So, as inept as Susie is, I think he should at least take a look at something like that to see what if he can maybe edit that language a little bit, or at least make clear that there will be public comment at a public meeting. Maybe something else like the extension that you talk about can be at the discretion of the council president, like it was in previous years, where the council president can extend a person 1 or 2 minutes. But the initial public comment is not at the discretion of the council president. That's ludicrous, and it's written by an uneducated person. The other thing is I mean, it seems to just restrict our residents from speaking. Certainly not going to restrict me from speaking. I'm not the public. I'm an elected official. I'll speak whenever I want, and I always do. So the public is really the ones that should be upset with this muzzling by Ms. Ray. Of course, when Ms. Ray says, please turn your mouth off to a fellow council member, that's not being uncivil in her mind. That's not being, in any way disruptive to a public meeting. She's allowed to do it, you see. You're not, though. You're not. And that tells you all about you need to know about the mindset of Ms. Ray, who allegedly created this document.
Tom, can I get a point of clarification from you? Were you asking Mr. Goodsouzian to provide a legal opinion with regard to item number 1 that's listed here, which is the public comment within the discretion under the direction and control of the council president? And I'm asking that because that provision, presumably when somebody's constitutional rights have been restricted unfairly, and there's going to be a 1983 claim against the township, and we're going to have to defend that, I think it's going to be even more indefensible when we have a policy that endorses the conduct that is in violation of the Constitution.
I agree with that, and that is one of the reasons why I brought it up. I'm a little concerned with Mr. Goodsouzian, or Susie, providing that opinion. He lost a 1983 case for the Borough of West Easton, I believe it was. I just don't know if he's up for it. He doesn't seem that capable. And
well, he's already told us that he doesn't feel comfortable in federal
I think
court.
the Borough of West Easton is on the hook for some money if the insurance company doesn't pay for it. I don't know. But he got his ass handed to him in federal court when he tried his last 1983, made his last 1983 argument. So I would like a legal opinion on it. I don't know if we don't seem to have a competent solicitor to do that, though. But I agree it does leave us up to possible litigation.
Okay, yielding to me. First of all, a lot of this language came from previous resolutions that I believe Link Treadwell prepared. And also, a lot of this language is in our administrative code on meeting decorum and things like that. So I don't have the administrative code in front of me, but if we, look at that, there's a lot of this stuff from the administrative code. So, again.
Like what? Can you point out which provisions are from the administrative code?
I don't know. I just read the administrative code.
Well, you're speaking
attorney?
to it.
I
I'd
don't
like to
have it in,
know.
I just
You're an
said I don't
attorney?
have it in front of me, I'm sorry.
Well, you
Attorney?
obviously looked at it. You don't have that information. You're talking about the administrative code to give you
So
a cover
I'm in the
for it. So
middle
where
of
is it?
giving my talk.
Are
so
you an
please-
attorney?
So,
Holiday Inn.
Plays one on TV, she stayed at Holiday Inn Express last night.
so I also want to say that, you know, we had 3 minutes before, or 5 minutes before, and that was to the residents, and you had to talk about all the agenda items within 5 minutes. We didn't like that when we started in January. A lot of people don't use their full 5 minutes. And, you know, if you're saying something important, as long as I'm council president, I will listen to you. But,
If you deem it important, if in your discretion, it's important. That's the
so,
problem.
anyway,
Problem, only in your discretion if it's
I'm
important.
in favor of this. Victoria?
Thank you. Can you, bring up the first slide? Is it back to Mr. Benonis' first slide, the definition of hypocrite? So, a person who puts on a false appearance of virtue, a person who acts in contradiction to his own stated beliefs. So, I find it ironic that Mr. Benonis, of all the people on council, thought that this was the appropriate thing to present to all of you this evening. I've heard, the only thing I've heard as a complaint.
I've been consistent. I'm not changing the rules.
You're not.
I am
That
speaking.
under his administration, he had a 3-minute code of conduct, and now we have a 3-minute code of conduct. So somehow we're now muzzling people. Last time I checked, the muzzling that occurred was 3 minutes that you were allocated for 10 or 15 items on the agenda at once. So you didn't get 3 minutes per agenda item. You got 3 minutes to talk about 15 things on the agenda at any given time. In addition to that, muzzling, in my opinion, was specifically scheduling council meetings at times in the day that were inconvenient for those who have to go to work and those who want to provide comment, especially on items of grave concern to our community, including the library, including the town, including the landfill. So if we want to talk about hypocrites, I think we just have to go back and look at the prior code of conduct and review those things. I think the other item, which was hypocritical, was to now call into question the constitutionality of the same language that was in their own code of conduct when they were the majority for however many years. So again, maybe we go back to the synonyms thing. Let's go to the synonyms. I mean, I don't know how long this took him to put this together.
Not long.
I mean, we look at all of these things here, and it strikes me that the only item that Mr. Carochi could point out as he felt was, somebody saying something derogatory or somebody saying something inappropriate according to our code of conduct. In this evening alone, I've been told to shut the F up about 10 times in an executive session. That's number one. I've been called stupid. Miss DeLeon has been called stupid. Miss Ray has been called stupid. We've been called ludicrous. We've been called all kinds of defamatory things. And so when we look at the synonyms, I think that the only thing I can think of is that Mr. Benonis is just unfortunately upset. He's upset that he no longer has the ability to control things and to control what happens. I'm here to represent you. I'm happy that our code of conduct is much more accommodating to the residents to provide comment, that our meetings are open, and that we will be here as long as we need to be here. I hope that other members of our council can abide by the code of conduct that they had and that we have, that provides for civility, respect, and decorum. Whether or not you like, I hope that it will allow our residents to get through a council meeting. Thank you.
This comes from the same liar who raised your taxes and told you that she wasn't raising your taxes.
Laura, did you have anything to add before I open it up to the floor?
No.
Okay. Anybody in the audience like to speak?
I assume we still have 5 minutes, thank God. All right, listen, the bottom line is, yeah, I did my homework, okay? I read it all, and I compared it all, and I remember distinctly asking this council, when they change a given document, would you please have the courtesy to put in the changes? Microsoft can do that very easily. Here's the old, here's the new, here's the change, and you, Laura Ray, said you were gonna do that. Instead, you just sat there and verbatim read this thing like a freshman in high school.
Okay, let's not be derogatory.
That is derogatory. I'm
feel it
sorry,
is.
but the bottom line is I spent a lot of time doing it.
Good.
And I resent when this council doesn't have the integrity to do what they should do. All right? I know you probably didn't read it, and for sure Gaduzian didn't read it because Laura Ray said she produced it by herself, which is really scary. All right? And I'll tell you why. The bottom line is, okay, 1D, you added impossible additions, right? Did anybody pick that up? Did she mention that? No. She was going to mention the changes. Yeah, she said she's got a few less things and it's more comprehensive or whatever the blather was, which was backed up by Victoria over here. All right. Yeah, item 1, you want to take away my free speech? Good. What you want to do is give it to a dictator who decides whether you get additional time or not. That's called a dictator. They dictate what they do. You had the wrong word up there, should have been dictated. All right, additional public comment. Oh, 3 minutes, not going to be 5 anymore. Yeah, we're going to take your time away. I wonder when it shrinks to 2 and 1, and when all of a sudden, because you're of the wrong party, you don't even get to talk. All right, and yes, I know good and well, I was certainly over at those endless meetings over there at the center, okay? And yes, I saw all the dump signs and yada, 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 and I heard people yelling and screaming ad nauseum, the ones with the dump the shirts on and the posters and all, about they don't have enough time to talk. And each and every one of them got up there and it doesn't matter whether it's Paschal McGovern, Sutton, Robert Blasco, Laura Ray, Victoria, all said the same thing, identically, okay? That was under the previous administration who let that happen. You wouldn't do that under this. By the way, you want to know my name? Fine. What is affiliation? Gee, I'm glad you really defined what that is. Does that mean Communist Party? I think some of you guys are sliding in that direction. All right, now, so finally, not finally, number 5, this goes on and on. If you want to have our physical, or you want to have things that we show, our comments that must be shown, and how about everything that you introduce that's not on the agenda, not an attachment, then it can't be shown, or you send out email with those additions, okay? I'm tired of hearing, we must do all this stuff, but you don't. Stop commentators walking up to the dais. I saw it twice, and it was one of your supporters. He walked up twice. One was with a bullet supposedly in a rake, and the other one with some other piece of garbage. Then I saw Russ Sutton walk up and show each and every one.
Please, you're not talking about other people.
I am talking about it, and it ought to be, and there you go, stopping me again. You're just going to silence me, aren't you? Because you don't want to hear it. I was going to say, and now I will continue to say, it's great if it's your supporter, but anybody else, shut up, sit down, I don't want to hear it. That's right. That's what I'm riling against, reeling against. All right. Council President, the president or whoever the likes of that person is, whether it's a handoff of the gavel to the attorney or to the second command or anybody else, they can decide what they're going to do in terms of expanding the period or not. No good. No good. I know it's not going to make any difference because the 3 of you vote the same way, even if they're not on the planet anymore. All right. Number 9, and it goes on. Number 10. Number 11, I have comments on all of them, but obviously I'm going to run out of time because I only have a few minutes. I want to see those comments, though, included, such as comments made on these documents should be highlighted and the changes done. I don't want to sit here all day like I have to. Every single document you turn out, you just turn it out and you all say, how many are for it? 3 yes, 2 no. And the public takes the beating. Well, I don't think most of them do, but I do, because I care.
Okay, next. Go ahead.
He needs 3 minutes to spit on himself.
Yes, I'm Lawrence Optorf, 2711 Reddington Road in Hellertown is my mailing address. First, I'd like to apologize in that I got carried away over here. I'm very sorry about that. However, I'd like to
I accept your
mention-
apology, sir, thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to mention that, first, I was getting that way because Mr. Bononis was attacking me, and I feel he shouldn't have the right to do that without me able to respond. And I don't think that's correct. And second, and Mr. Croce also. And then I'd like to also mention that these two people, Bononis and Croce, seem to arrive at these meetings. Sometimes they're here, sometimes they're not. Mr. Bononis thinks he can call on a phone and he's gonna sit there on a phone and talk, well, who knows where he's at, and take part in the meeting, and then complain he doesn't have all the documents in front of him. Well, that's not right. And I think that, I think for the public would like to know, maybe you could set up a little chart here with attendance, and they have to be here, not on some phone that they're located in somewhere, who knows where, and attending the meeting that way, but they have to be here, because if they're not gonna be here, they have no right to complain about anything. As far as I'm concerned, you can't say you don't have the documents in front of you when you can't waste your time coming to the meeting. You know?
Sir, what documents are you
Like
talking
being
about?
attendance, it's just like, you know.
Sir, what documents are you talking about?
Your daughter and these three proposed that people be able to Zoom in like they do in Hellertown, not be at the meeting at all, the public. Whatever happened to that? Another
I
promise
don't
they
agree
haven't
with
kept.
zooming in. I think you have to be here.
So they
And I think
wanted the
Okay,
public to be able to Zoom.
You're
The
taking
public-
up his time.
Public to be able to pause
Has
the
a right
clock.
to see, I think you should put it up on the board somewhere, so every time you have a meeting, who has been attending the last meeting? And a meeting before that, you can put it down, and then we can all see just how dedicated you are to this stuff. Because I don't think you are. And I have another thing too, is that, you know, the reason these meeting, the time has to be extended is because Mr. Bononis and Mr. Croce is like the Laurel and Hardy show here. They talk back and forth to one another, and that's what they do. They talk back and forth, they interrupt, and she's banging the gavel, and it's just ignore it.
Freshman Reader's okay,
Ignore it.
but Laurel and Hardy's not.
Not gonna correct that
Freshman Reader is an insult, and Laurel and Hardy is not.
I don't agree.
Yeah, you don't
You're a
understand.
joke,
Yeah, you don't understand.
You're a
Just
joke,
now
I
you
didn't
sit there
understand.
smug.
You're a joke,
Agree.
Priscilla.
Yeah.
Joke.
Taking up his time.
No, you're
They
taking
paused the
our time.
clock. How are we taking up his time?
Okay, so now I can talk again. So the meetings get dragged out because these two, because Mr. Bononis and Mr. Croce refuse to follow any kind of ruling that says, could you please wait your turn? No, they have to interrupt and talk over everybody on every subject. And then they act like, oh, I'm so well informed. Why, if you're so well informed, how come you don't come to the meetings? How do you do that?
What are you talking about?
What about you? You're never here.
Talking about? What do you mean I'm never? I'm here right now. Look at me. I'm here. This is
I'm
really
glad.
me. Look,
I'm glad.
Here's a hand for you.
The resident is allowed to speak.
How about when Priscilla wasn't here, when she was trying to call in from her cell phone tower that wasn't working? I don't hear you complaining about that. When Laura Ray wasn't here, I don't hear you complaining about that.
You play this phone business.
About that, so you
Okay,
selective
stop
outrage.
arguing.
Let me offer you a
Stop
tissue.
arguing.
Can I offer you a tissue, sir?
I offered you a crying towel before, now you give
I'm
me back
offering you a tissue.
All right, we're not arguing anymore, please.
Ride home,
Next.
Mr. Optoff, are you good?
Next,
Ride home, sir?
does anybody else want to speak?
Make sure he finds his great car when he goes to the parking. Officer, thank you.
Bob McKellen, Lower Saucon Township. I'm just amazed at this meeting and the way things are going. Last year, we'd look at an agenda like this, 19 items. Before the meeting even started, if it was an agenda item, we had to talk. You had 3 minutes to talk about 19 items. You didn't even know what council was going to talk about in those any of the items, but we had to talk. We had no chance at all. This 3 minutes after each item is plenty of time, and I agree with what you're doing.
Thank you, Bob.
Mr. McKellen,
Anybody
when's the
else?
last time you attended a meeting and spoke?
Anybody else?
When he was complaining the 3 minutes wasn't long.
When's the last time? When's the last time you spoke?
Okay,
When's the last
the
time you
next
spoke?
resident is speaking.
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. So I just want to make a comment that if you go to the City of Bethlehem's meeting, you have to sign in, you have to sign a paper, and you're only there to speak on one topic. But I appreciate the fact that everybody gives us time to speak here, and I understand what everyone's saying, though, about limiting things and restricting things, because what it seems like to me, and I didn't attend many meetings prior to this. I did attend a few, and I did attend the one over at the other area where there were a lot of people screaming about the landfill and screaming and disrupting the meeting and causing a ruckus, and I was here for that, and it was inappropriate. What it seems to me is, maybe off topic, but this counts, like, here we are, there are people here, I'm sure, somewhere, that have things to be discussed, business. This is a community council, right? I mean, you're here to make sure that our government functions properly and to make sure that there's township, taxpayer dollars, and there are people with legitimate properties that they own that they need help or they need something, and that's why they come to the council meetings. And there are people listed on here that I think are supposed to speak. And here we are an hour and a half later, and I really have to say that I prefer, in my opinion, and this is just me, I work in the business world, I actually have a job. It's easy for people who are retired to say that they want people to attend the meetings all the time. It's really easy to sit around all day, retired, and saying that you think the council member should be here. But you know what, to be honest, the world is not a perfect place, and actually people work. And I would actually love to see people in our government, local, state, and federal, that have experience in something. I want to see township council members, congressmen, presidents, who have experience in something in the world that they can bring to the table. I don't want activists in our government. That is not a place for activists.
Okay, I think we're getting off topic.
Well, we're not, because what's happening, in my opinion, what's happening in our council here, our township, is that the community is being neglected and the activists have taken over. This is a very small percentage of people that live in this community. Very small, but they're very loud. And what I see with this, we have to change the meetings because people talk too long and blah, 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 is that every single thing that this township could have done for the citizens of the county, or sorry, of the township, good things, business, prosperity, opportunities, this group, and unfortunately, local elected officials have teamed up with activists, and Lower Saucon Township has become a charity. And that is not what the government is for. The government
Again,
is...
You're getting off topic because we're talking about the public comment procedure.
She's on topic and you're muzzling her.
Because there are things on, nothing on this agenda has been discussed. Nothing for the benefit of the community. This is the benefit of this community. It's not the benefit of your causes. That's not what the government is for. And that is what the government has become. Federal, state, and local. And that is what you have become and your followers. We don't want the dump. We don't want a cell phone tower. We have right to know information from you, Priscilla, telling somebody to change the flyer on the Keep Steel City Beautiful. Don't put the tower up. You're the cause for the lawsuit. It's right here. We have it. You're the cause of the lawsuit. You have a lawyer on our council who's created lawsuits for us. And the point of me being up here talking about agenda, talking about what the community can speak about at this podium is I don't like causes in our government. I don't want my money, or I don't want to see other taxpayer money go into causes. Go be at a charity. If you want to fight a cause, if you want to fight a cell phone tower, you don't belong on the council. We needed the cell phone tower. We needed it. We need the dump. We need the landfill. Yep. We need all of it. You stopped it all. You're the cause of the lawsuit, and so is your lawyer.
Thank you.
Okay, next. Anybody else want to go? Okay, if no one else wants to speak, roll call, please.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis?
No.
Ms. Alpaf Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Karucci? No. Motion passes 3-2.
I don't recognize you.
Nor do
Okay,
I.
thank you. Okay, public comment procedure, we're not gonna talk about because we've already just did. Now, the comment period is 3 minutes. Moving on to A, 4A, which is Beechwood Court Land Co. LLC variance 04-24, Beechwood Court Land Co. LLC / 2337 Beechwood Court. The applicant is requesting a variance for setback, height, length, and maximum square foot area requirements for the proposed billboard on Beechwood Court facing I-78. Council has choices to either support, oppose, or have no comment. Is there somebody here representing the developer?
Yes, good evening, Greg Edelman here on behalf of the applicant.
Make sure those mics are on, please. The green button has to show green. Okay.
Thank you.
We're here this evening, we actually have two applications
Yes.
before council. The first one's dealing with the Beechwood property. We do have some materials to present this evening to give council some additional background on what's being proposed. As we get them up, we start with the aerial.
Okay, you're gonna do one at a time though, so the minutes don't
Yes,
get confused.
correct. We'll start
Okay.
with the Beechwood property first. What's being shown first, just to orient everyone on council and the public on what's being proposed. The property is located off of Beechwood Court. It's 2337 Beechwood. It's shown there with the yellow locator push pin on the Google aerial. I've got the red pointer circling it as well. The property is irregularly shaped. It's a little bit less than an acre. It's a residual that remained from when the PennDOT was condemning ground to further improve I-78, I believe back in the 80s. It is sloping down away from the Turnpike roadway. As part of the construction, and we'll show you in another picture, the property has a large earthen berm that obscures the lower elevation of the property. I think we have that on another aerial just to give you some more reference. Yes, should be. You can see that this is a cross-sectional profile. The roadway is in this light brown area, and you can see the large earthen berm here comes up off of the roadway. So what's being requested here in terms of zoning variances, while this is a permitted use, the maximum height under the ordinance is 18 feet. But as you can see, the property sits below the roadway elevation, and then it has the actual berm here. So what's being proposed is a 40-foot pole in order to make up the unique physical circumstances of the property so that the billboard can be viewable from the traveling public. If you kept it at 18 feet, you'd be obscured by the berm. So it's because of this natural physical circumstance that was not caused by the applicant that we're seeking that height relief. Also, there are setback requirements under your ordinance. The minimum required setback is 25 feet. What that does, if we can go back to the aerial, that would push the sign back closer towards the homes and further away from the viewable traveling roadway. The property, and if we can go to the overall plan, site plan, has a very large area between, oh, we gotta blow that up.
Yeah, it gets very blurry.
That is blurry, I know, but.
I know, I couldn't see it in the.
So if we scroll down, there, that's, if you scroll a little bit further, yeah, that's great. So you can see, oh, no, a little bit further, just so we can see the edge of roadway. This way? Yep, perfect. So you can see the edge of paving here on the roadway. The property line is all the way back here. So if you take the 25 feet, you have to measure it from the property line, which forces you further back into the property closer to the residential area. What we've proposed is pushing this as far away as possible so that it is as close to the road as possible, which is what is intended in terms of the viewable zones from I-78. It also makes logical sense to keep the billboard away from any residential area. So you can see there's a large area here between the property line and the roadway. This is all PennDOT right away here. So this area in between. So we're seeking a variance to be able to push that sign as far up as possible to the property line, so that it is away from the rear as well as easily viewable. The other two variances that are being requested are in terms of sign size. Your ordinance permits a 300 square foot sign, if we can go up to the top of that. Permits a 300 square foot all the way up to the top. There should be a cut sheet. And to the right. Keep going, one more, thank you. It permits 300 square feet, but we believe that a 378 square foot sign is more safely viewable because the original size that was put into the ordinance was made for a slower speed road. This road is a very high speed road where vehicles will be traveling in excess of 65 miles per hour. The 300 square foot is really geared towards a much smaller, semi-accessible road, about a 55 mile to 45 miles. So we're asking for the ability to make this sign a little bit larger to 378 square feet. And what that does is increase the maximum sign face length from the permitted 25 to what is shown up here, which is 36. If you're on the roadway, you won't notice the difference. Meaning if it was a 25-foot sign versus 36-foot sign, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. What it really is geared towards is this ad copy in here will be large enough on an aspect ratio to be easily viewable by a car driving at a high rate of speed. They have about an 8-second window to be able to read it, view it, safely move on, and travel past. So that's why we've asked for that relief. We believe that based upon the unique physical circumstances of the ground, the location of the property, the irregular shape, the elevation changes, as well as that big setback coming back from the I-78 right-of-way, all of these variances would be warranted and necessary. We also believe they're the minimum amount necessary. And just to give you a scale, most billboards you see on the turnpike are 14 by 48. That's 672 square feet. PennDOT allows them to go even larger, I believe up to 1,600? 1,200 square feet. So we're not looking to oversize the sign in any way. We're looking for the minimum amount we believe is necessary to make it safely viewable, but also stay as close as possible to your ordinance. So that's the Beechwood property.
Okay.
To answer any questions you might have.
Can I just ask
Sure.
one question?
Yeah, but we have to go in order here.
Okay.
Okay, so Jason, would you like to ask a question?
If I understood your testimony correctly, or your comments correctly, there's nothing else located on this parcel of land, correct?
That's right, yeah. This is the only, we see is the only feasible use for this piece of ground, given its leftover residual nature.
Now, you're asking for relief for a 30-foot height. Is there anything within 1.5 times the height, the fall radius? So if this thing was to get knocked over for some reason, that it would fall into a structure or be a peril to human life or injury?
No, and it's a 40-foot height, okay? And the property is, sorry, if we went back to the lower part of the screen. It's 77.5 feet to the rear property, and then you're well over 100 feet to the roadway. So the sign couldn't hit anything one way or the other. And it's, as you saw from the aerial, heavily wooded between this sign and the residential there. Heavily wooded, existing trees.
That brings up a good point. There's a letter that's in the packet. This is a letter dated May 30, 2024 from residents Joanne and James Mason. I'm not sure where they live, but they seem to be opposed to this, and they wrote to the zoning board officer.
I have not seen that letter, but they lived in one of the properties to the rear.
Okay. So one of their, they say here their strong opposition that the billboard will negatively impact them as well as their neighbors. It doesn't meet the required front yard setbacks, will exceed the height, face length, and face area requirements. But they all go on to say this billboard will be distracting to the neighbors and have a definite negative impact on our lives. So that I'm clear, this billboard and its messaging will be projected onto I-78, not toward the homes in the area, correct?
If we go to the site plan, the angle of both faces will face directly towards the roadway. They won't be facing to the rear where the residential property is located. No glare or light spillover will go onto their property. These are LED modules inside the board, they don't spill out to the side. They angle straight in. There's a cutoff, so they can't actually be seen. All that could ever be seen from that residential property would be the pole back of the sign. However, there's some trees that probably block that as the sign sits down a little bit.
As I recall, and I haven't been out there in a little while, but the trees that are in that area are mature, large trees,
Yes,
correct?
they are. Yes, that's correct.
The only other question I have is, since this is going to be abutting an interstate, are you planning, do you need to submit this to the U.S. Department of Transportation and/or PennDOT for approvals? And I ask that from a public safety standpoint. So you may not be aware that Lower Saucon Township has a volunteer fire service, and the volunteer fire service is routinely called out to accidents between the Hellertown and Route 33 interchanges. And this, as I understand, if I understand the location correctly, is on essentially the north side of the highway on the flat part that's at the base of the hill if you were coming from the Route 33 interchange. So I guess my question is, what sort of other approvals do you need to get in terms of public safety, with the understanding that there are many accidents occur in that stretch of highway because of the layout, the topography, and the nature of the vehicles that travel in that area?
Sure. So we are required to get an outdoor advertising device sign permit from PennDOT, from the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation. PennDOT has regulations with respect to dwell time and how the sign can be constructed. You have to have an ongoing permit and permit renewal process with them every year. It has to be continually licensed. We can't get to PennDOT, though, until the township issues a permit. So PennDOT doesn't even look at the sign. So you have to get your municipal approval first, and then it goes to PennDOT. There's also a structural design review that's done here. The sign has to meet all of your building codes. So when we look at these signs and the design, you're looking at a wind-loaded structure. So you're looking at the base of the substructure having to be able to sustain maximum winds. Okay, so it's not just anything. You have to comply with those applicable codes. The other thing that I thought where you were going was we always allow these signs to be open for emergency messaging, amber alerts, most wanted, as well as community messaging. Given that they're digital, you have enough turnover in terms of their overall advertising content. So that's a standard thing that we would allow. We always sign into those types of programs as well. So when you get to the emergency times, if there are things that need to be, advertised to the public, the motoring public, it can be put on this board.
Before I yield my time, ordinarily what we would do is have the township engineer comment on this if he has any questions or concerns about it, because sometimes that will lead into some questions that we have. We don't have a zoning officer, or at least not a permanent one. So I'm going to defer to Brian and ask him if he has any questions or comments about anything that's been proposed here from the township's interest.
I do not.
Okay, thank you, Brian. When you go for your PennDOT permit, will that information that's exchanged between you and PennDOT be provided to the township so that we're aware of that permitting process as it progresses, and any restrictions or comments or feedback that PennDOT seeks from you to move this project forward?
Yes, the township should be copied on all submissions to PennDOT.
All right. Based on all that, I'm going to make a motion. Since I don't think a motion's been made yet, just give me one moment. I'm going to make a motion to support this application for the relief from the variances, section 180. Actually, let me amend that. So you're not familiar with what we do here in the township, and we can do one of three things. We can either support it, take no position, or be against it.
Right.
And generally what we do is we take no position on it, because by taking no position on it, you get to go to the zoning hearing board, and we don't have to send a lawyer and spend money at the zoning hearing board on that. So I'm going to make a motion to take no position on the requested relief here. From section 180-100 .11.b, 180-100.11.c, 180-100.11.d, and 180-83.6.a. And also, as part of my motion, if you are granted the relief by the zoning hearing board, that you would include the township in all communications with PennDOT as your permitting process goes forward with this.
Okay.
Do I have a second for that?
I'll second that.
Those are
So
all my-
there's a
those are all
motion on
my
the floor,
comments. Thank
and Jason, you already commented. Discussion, Tom?
Yeah, so are there any other neighbors here, though? I mean, I'd kind of, before I comment, I'd like to hear if there's any other neighbors here that want to speak. I'd like to hear their concerns before I comment. Is that all right, Priscilla? I mean, with,
Well,
can I hold my comments until I hear from all parties? There looks like a neighbor out there that wants to comment.
is there a neighbor
I'd like to
out
hear-
there?
Yeah, she just raised her hand. Are you blind? Well,
I mean, we're gonna open it up for public comment.
I want to comment, I want to learn more from the neighbors, their concerns, then I want to.
Well, okay, fine.
And I'm just making a
I
motion
can
in the affirmative
understand
for the
that.
relief that's requested here to have a motion. We vote in the affirmative, or when it comes up for a vote, we may, depending on what the public says, we may or may not vote in favor of the motion that was made. I'm
You
just
want to
simply
wait for
making
your
a motion.
motion? Do you want to wait?
You made the
I don't,
motion.
I just
Motion
made
Made
it.
the
second.
motion for no,
Take no action.
take no action.
Just to be clear where we are, is motion's been made to take no action, it's been seconded. We're here now for, if council members have any questions or comments. I think Mr. Croce, I don't want to speak for him, but I think he's saying he's going to hold off a little bit now, correct, Mr.
Yes,
Croce? Okay.
yes.
Right,
Until I hear from the public.
And then we can move to the next council person for now.
right, okay, so, I heard your comments. I was concerned if it fell over, like, you know, where it would go and, you know, harm somebody or building or whatever. So you answered that question, so thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'm glad we're being copied on things because, that's important. And when you said community, I understand, and that's very nice about the emergency things to put on there. But when you say community, like, can you give me an example of something that we could use as a township?
Markets, concerts, community gatherings, anything along those lines.
Okay,
We'd have-
like National Night Out last night?
Correct. Correct. We would
So-
provide time on the sign for those types of
Okay,
advertising.
could you give Kathy's our acting manager, could you give her information then? Well, assuming this gets passed.
Yes.
So,
We'd be happy to.
okay. That'd be great. Okay, that's all I have to say. Victoria?
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. It was very informative. Just one question. I think you're doing a vertical variance
For height, yes.
for height, right? So, do you know, how many feet is the base of your property to the top of the berm?
Look at the elevation.
I think it's about 10 feet.
This is Tim Earl, by the way.
Hi.
At its highest point.
Okay,
Yeah, the berm tops out at elevation 356, and the middle of the property where the setback would be around 345.
This is the top here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tim's pointing something. Sorry, it's 360 is the top. And then the middle of the property where the sign would go in compliance would be 345, so you're looking at almost 15 feet.
okay. And the ordinance, as it's written, calls for what height?
18-foot max.
18-foot max.
Right. Measured from the roadway.
Okay, so if you add the distance between the base of the property to the top of the berm, plus what's in our variance, is there a greater height above that you're asking for relief for?
Well, no, we're taking the 40, it's actually 42 feet is the total height of the sign.
The photos too, maybe.
Yeah, and that might help.
Could the aerial.
It should be the second sheet if you roll down. There we go. So these show you where the sign would be located. Is at the bottom of the sign?
Bottom edge.
Bottom edge of the sign, okay, would be located here from street view. There's a little red dot. That's your 42 feet. This is what you see coming from the road. And then we have it on the other angle too, I believe, on the other side. Coming the other direction. Whoops. And you can see here, the bottom edge of the sign is just above tractor trailer, which I believe by law can't be any more than like 13 feet high. So you're really coming up to where your ordinance was looking at, is like that about 18 feet. So we're really making up the difference in the grade from where the elevation is.
That's what I was trying to get at, like,
Yeah.
you just adding the height to make up for the distance, or is there
Basically.
additional height?
There may be a couple feet additional. I don't want to say it'll be right at 18, but the total size of the sign just gets you to the point where the base of the rectangle can be seen above any motoring vehicle, including the tractor trailers. So that allows you, as you're coming in from the different angles, to be able to pick up the sign in your driver's zone, so you don't have to turn your head or lift your head, right? So you don't get distracted, and then you just move on. So as you also can see, the trees behind them are quite tall. So when that sign's put in, even if you bring that sign up to its full size, it's still gonna have some buffering behind it.
Sure, no, I appreciate that. I think my biggest thought was, if you want a variance to accommodate the height difference, I would think that would be appropriate.
Yeah, and we're trying to do the minimum amount necessary. That's why I was showing you it's just above the tractor trailers.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think I'm in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, Laura, are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I just had a couple questions and one comment. So you did say 40 feet height a couple times, but on the memo, it says a 30-foot. So I didn't know if there was a typo or maybe this needs to be updated.
We amended it.
Yeah, there was an amendment that had gone in just recently. I don't know if the memo was old.
Okay.
We had amended it to, what we had done was we originally did 35, and then we looked at this, and that 35 would put the bottom of the sign actually into the top of the truck. So we amended it about a week and a half ago, I believe, to be 40 feet.
Okay, well, the memo that we have is dated August 15th, so just so you know.
Yeah, that's about right.
It says 30 feet.
Yeah, we amended the application, submitted it to Molly before the
Okay.
advertisement, so the advertisement will reflect.
Sure, it's not going there with the wrong information.
No, I agree, it was not.
And I think you answered the one question. I wasn't sure that it displayed on both sides, and it does. So, and then when I first saw the setback from 78 as 2 feet, I was thinking it's 2 feet off of the highway, but
Right.
that's not true. It's 2 feet off of the PennDOT right-of-way.
Which is also our property line, which is about 100 feet to the edge of paving of 78. So it's really about 102 feet or so.
So is there a reason that you don't go into the right-of-way?
We're not
instead?
allowed. PennDOT won't.
Aren't in?
They won't issue a permit
Okay.
for something in their right of way.
We
would love to.
know that.
We would love to get the sign even closer, but PennDOT will not allow us.
Okay. I thought billboards were all over the place. All right, those were my only questions. I would just want to make sure residents that might have concerns would have those addressed at the zoning meeting, I guess, or here if they're here to speak.
Okay, yes, is there any neighbors here? Well, I want them to go first. I guess not, so we'll open it up to public comment. Anybody like to speak on this, please go to the podium.
I would recommend that, once again, Lawrence Opto, 2700 Reddington Road. I would recommend that the council not approve this, because I'll tell you what my concern is. First, the picture shows there is with all the leaves. Notice that's been, but when the leaves fall, the light from that sign is gonna be all over the place. And the second thing, which really worries me far more than that, is that, look at Williams Township. They allowed a sign to go in, and the next thing you know, it's Billboard City. Because once you open the door for these people, they're gonna be putting them, every piece of land they can find, they're gonna put a big billboard up, and we're all gonna get affected by that. And it affects how the town is seen. So you wanna think about that, because there's a lot of vacant land that goes along 78. It's in Lower Saucon, and if you grant them, so that they can make their sign, whichever way they wanna do it, that you can expect to see every piece, a lot of billboards going up. You know, they make a lot of money with those things, and and I would be really concerned about that. The town may not want to be Billboard City. Williams Township was a perfect example. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I have a follow-up question for the applicant, based upon the wisdom that Mr. Optoff shared with us. May I ask him a question? Sir, Mr. Optoff is suggesting that this is going to create an effect of having billboards all over the place on 78. Is it accurate that there are other billboards on I-78 in Lower Saucon Township?
Yes, to my knowledge, there are.
There are multiple ones, in fact,
Yes.
right? So there's already billboards there. This doesn't change anything other than it's another billboard among other billboards
No.
that exist in our township and other townships.
No, and PennDOT has spacing requirements, so you can't just put billboard after billboard after billboard. They have to be separated, and I believe the ordinance does as well. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes. So you have spacing requirements to prevent that proliferation of billboards.
And if you were to put a billboard on this property, you're going to generate revenue on that property, right?
That's correct.
And
It'll
that's
be taxable.
revenue.
Correct.
And that taxable revenue will come into the township coffers and help pay for things like our police officers who are here working overtime because of the stupidity taking place tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Margie?
Hi, Margaret Zeglein. I'm a resident of Lower Saucon Township. I just have a couple of questions. What is, looking directly across 78, what are those properties there?
Over here,
Yeah,
those, I believe they're residential here.
and were they also made aware of your request?
I don't know, whatever the township's requirements are for giving notice, whatever the distance of feet, that's whoever would get notice.
It just seems like they're not that much further than the houses behind where the proposed sign would be.
But again, the orientation of the billboard faces, they face this way and this way. They're not facing across. So the place where you will not have any billboard lights spill over is behind and directly across. Your viewable zones come out like a pie shape. So they're geared towards the roadway.
What happens in the wintertime though, when the leaves are gone?
Again, there's no light going back there. Maybe if there's no leaves on any of these trees, if there's none of them that are evergreen,
There won't be any leaves on those trees, they fall off.
you might see the back of the sign. You'll see a pole.
Okay, I just wanted to bring that up, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. So I live on Black River, off of Black River Road, and from my back balcony, and I look out straight ahead. Actually, I could hear 78, and I know there are houses up the street when I take a walk up Alice Drive and up that way. People on that road, it's actually off of Alice, it's not Alice, but it's up from there, are literally, their backyards are on 78. I don't know how they live there, but that they do. They love it there. They have beautiful backyards. They have pools. They have kids. They have dogs. They have animals. The deer are running around. And 78 is literally right there. So I would say for those people on the right, I don't know how they can stand, I don't know how the people can stand 78 that live up from me, but I can hear 78 when I open the window. And obviously that's there and it was approved to be put through there. So one of the things I see straight ahead when I sit on my balcony and I see trees and it's beautiful and I hear birds and it's beautiful, I hear 78. It is what it is. And I look ahead and I see a billboard way off in the distance. That one that's like right off of it's like actually on, I think it's on 378. It's like right there. So it is what it is. We live in a society where businesses and things like that are all around us. And you just kind of learn to live with it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, go ahead, Donna. I'll speak. Donna.
Donna Louder, Lower Saucon. This billboard is going to be emitting light. Am I correct in saying that 78 has no street lights along that stretch?
I don't believe it does. It's an interstate highway.
Right. So that's, to me, that's helpful to have that there for people traveling at night. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want clarity.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I haven't gone yet, but, yeah, I mean,
Wait, the resident still has to go. We have somebody that would like to speak?
Okay,
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
go ahead.
So if I understand the gentleman correctly here, even though I'm talking to the council, I'm talking to him, that there is probably no other use for this property, yeah?
That's correct.
Pretty much so. I'm sure you could do something, put a doghouse in or something. So it sounds like a good use.
That's right.
And it's really interesting when you read some of the reports about people that drive these interstates for long distances. Signs help break up the monotony and keep them awake. I know that sounds terrible, but so yeah, it sounds like a pretty good idea. And as you were saying, from what I can see, you have a sort of a wedge-shaped structure, and the light either shines up the road or down the road and can be seen from both sides. So yeah, it seems like a pretty, I don't see any downside to it. And I haven't heard any downside to it. So I heard something about revenue. That's sort of nice, you know. And it could be used for emergencies. Gee, it's hard to believe we have emergency vehicles that go on that road, at least less than 10 a day. I'm being facetious. So I don't know it'd be employed for that, but clearly, you know, our fire departments and police are up and down that road all the time. So maybe emergency ahead or behind or whatever, not on that sign, if it's appropriate. I know your people pay for, you know, the use of it, but yeah, that could be a wonderful thing. Or emergencies for gosh only knows what. So I'd be in favor of it. And I live near there, by the way.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes,
Okay, Tom?
yes. Yeah, I think the variance requests are reasonable. And then the property owner, you'll be paying rent to them, you're not buying the property outright?
That's correct. It'll be a lease.
Oh,
You are purchasing?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm mistaken. It is a purchase.
So it is a purchase? Yeah. Okay. Of how much land?
It's 0.7 acres. It's just
Just what you
7/10,
need.
basically.
Purchasing it outright?
Yeah, whatever's there.
Okay, all right.
Okay, any other questions? All right, if not, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Cordero?
I vote yes, and I just want to say to the residents, anybody that was concerned, I understand there was one that may have wrote in or something, I think Mr. Benonis highlighted, and some other residents here. We're not voting on the project. The project goes to the zoning hearing board, who is an independent body, and they have to decide whether or not this variance is approved or not. We're just taking action whether or not the township is going to participate in that proceeding. So I'm voting yes that we're not participating, yay or nay. If you have concerns, please look for the date of that zoning hearing. You can participate and provide testimony at that time and make your arguments to the zoning hearing board.
Okay, thank you. Laura? Oh, no, you're doing the roll call. Sorry.
Mr. Caroci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have B, and we have LSOPP DEVCO DevCo LLC variance number 05-24- well, 3621 is the address, so 3621 Old Philadelphia Pike, Route 378. LSOPP DevCo LLC is requesting a variance for setbacks, height, and allowable distances between signs for a billboard installation at 3621 Old Philadelphia Pike. And again, we have the option of supporting, opposing, or no action. So you're here representing the developer
Yes, again on this one as well.
So would you like to tell us a little bit about your project?
Thank you. If we could start with the aerial and street views. So this is the fire company property on Old Philadelphia Pike. Right, so we can see the property located off of the main roadway. The majority of the property is actually located in either a floodplain or a flood-prone area. There's actually very little quote-unquote developable ground. The sign is being proposed where the arrow is pointing. It requires a couple of variances. The setback, again, same type of situation as what was discussed before. The required setback is 25 feet, which pushes you back into the property. And as you can see, there's existing woodlands, and if we go to the street view as well, I guess it's the next sheet. You can see the existing built environment here with all of the structures, all the wires, other trees and signs, that if you push the sign back 25 feet, it won't be viewable from the traveling public on Old Philadelphia Pike. So what's proposed, again, is to push it closer to the roadway, which is very sensical when you're dealing with signage. And that's to make the setback 5 feet from the property line as opposed to the required 25 feet. We're also seeking to have a height increase. Again, the maximum is 18 feet. We're seeking 23 feet. And that extra 5 feet is really to get above the signage that you'll see. I think if you go to the second slide as well, there's more going in the other direction, coming this way. But yet keep it as close to and below the power lines. So we're trying to fit it in this little area here of existing conditions, which of course the applicant didn't create. So we're looking at a existing built environment here where there's signs. In fact, I think the sign here is about 20 feet tall in this location. So we're looking something that's comparable along the roadway, but puts the sign up so that it's visible enough to the traveling public. We're not looking for any increase in the sign size. 300 square feet is what's permitted under the ordinance, and that's what's proposed here. So we're not trying to change the sign to make it bigger. The other thing, if we can go back to the first slide, was we're seeking a variance for the minimum distance between outdoor advertising signs. The requirement is 1,000 feet. We're showing it at 892 feet. And Tim, which direction is the others?
South.
So this way?
Yeah.
So typically, your ordinance wants 1,000 feet from any other billboard sign. We're looking at 892 because if we push this further back, it makes it harder to be seen from both sides of the roadway given the trees and the existing signage. Again, I don't think anyone would notice the difference between the 892 and 1,000 feet unless you actually measured it. It's a considerable distance away from another sign, and it is more than what PennDOT requires. I think PennDOT's 500?
300 here.
300 here because we're on a smaller roadway. So PennDOT only requires 300 between signs. Here, your ordinance requires 1,000, so we're looking at 892 total feet. And I don't know if we have, do we have their drive videos?
Yeah, they're on there too.
All right, if we can scroll, there's some videos to give you some more perspective from the roadway.
I think they're in the folder.
Yeah.
I saw them there, yeah.
Just so you can get a better feel as to how the existing environment really impacts where a sign can go on the property. So as you can see, we're approaching. It's right over on the left side here. So you can see all the signs, whoops, that's all right, and all of the trees and the wires. And we're looking, I think, right in here, right, Tim? Is that right?
A little to the left, yeah.
Yeah, right in this area. So it would be above that, below that. So above the existing sign and below the power lines. And then we should have one coming from the other direction as well. And again, you can see the approach. You can see all the existing signage here. That was a 20-foot one. There's some lower ones. You have the trees, the wires, and then you come up to the property here, and then that's all right. And keep driving by. Now, obviously, this is on the fire company property. We will not be purchasing the property. This is a lease, so the fire company will be generating lease revenue from this proposed sign. We'll also continue to make available, just like on the other sign, community messaging, emergency messaging, Amber Alerts, etc. And then it's the same technology again. In these areas, one of the critical parts about the proposed signs are it has ambient light sensors, which measures and limits the luminance of the sign. It's measured in something called a nit. So a nit, right? So during the day, your nits are very low because you don't need a really bright sign. And then during the nighttime, they increase to a certain amount. But we keep it to the point where, of course, the glare and the spread is very minimal, it's just right in front of the sign again. So in this case, we're not looking at any residences, it's commercial businesses, it's a commercial corridor. So it's really not as much of an impact, but we don't want to distract any of the drivers, obviously. So we have to maintain enough for it to be seen, but not enough, but not too much for it to be distracting. So overall, that's what's proposed for this site. I think we had the site plan here as well. I don't know if we could go to the site plan. Just it gives you the more specifics. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna blow it up. So this shows you more of the floodplain and other types of non-developable areas. So we're shooting for the area that's up in the front here. And here you can see, whoops, just passed it. Here's the sign right in this location. So you can see it from a plan view as well. And again, this needs a PennDOT permit as well since it's a state highway.
Okay, that's it. Anybody here representing the fire company? No. Okay, I'll make a motion to take no action on this. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. And council discussion, Jason?
I'm not sure I understand the hardship here that would be the basis for your variance. And I ask that because what you're asking for is relief of 20 feet out of 25 feet for the front yard setback. You're asking for relief from the height requirement as well as the distance between the other advertising signs in the area. And what it seems to me is you're trying to position this sign in a location that allows for visibility.
That's correct.
But what's to say the next person doesn't come along and say, well, I want a higher sign or a bigger sign or a sign closer to the setback to block their sign?
I'm happy to answer that. So the hardship is all of the existing environment that the applicant hasn't built. So there's unique physical attributes to the property between the power lines, the other signage that's adjacent to it, and the trees that are on the property. We certainly don't want to clear trees in order to be able to have the sign be seen. So that hardship is not created. You're dealing with a dimensional variance, and then you're looking for minimum amount necessary. Minimum amount necessary is not to go 50 feet above the power lines. It's obviously just to go just above your height limitation so you can get below the wires but above the existing signs. So that's where the argument comes from in terms of the hardship.
But you're asking for three different types of relief. You're asking for setback, you're asking for height.
That's right.
You're asking for distance. And the property itself, if I read correctly, is 4.82 acres, and the property is being used for other purposes in compliance with our ordinances. So again,
it's not a use variance, it's a dimensional variance.
I understand it's a dimensional variance. I understand the difference. I understand that. Okay. I'm just not, I'm not seeing the pressing need for this, and I understand what you're talking about in terms of the dimensional variance.
Yeah, I just think that satisfies the legal standards for what we're asking for. Then it's up to the zoning hearing board to agree with us whether or not it's the minimum amount necessary.
I just think it creates a situation where we're on a slippery slope, because then the next person wants the same or even more because they want to block your billboard, and they want to put it within 1,000 feet, or they want to put it higher so that yours isn't visible. Just so that I'm clear, this billboard is designed for traffic along 378.
That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, that area is already heavily cluttered with visual clutter from signage from businesses that are along that area. And I understand the need for you, or the desire for you to put it in the location that you are. I'm just not sure I can agree with it because of the concerns that I've already laid out.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, third also because I was actually about 6 years ago, someone ran into me in the back of my car. It was just a fender bender, but it was right there near the fire station. There's a lot of distracted driving there, and now we're going to put another sign there. And there's already, as the pictures show, a lot of signs. 378 is a state road too. What does PennDOT say regarding this?
It's permitted, and PennDOT would just apply their outdoor advertising regulations, the same types of regulations. that apply on 78, but they do have different regulations in terms of sign spacing when you get into a lesser classified roadway. So they have requirements, and we'd have to comply with those requirements.
Qualified, just meaning it's not an interstate.
Yeah, that's right. So the interstates are limited access. This is not a limited access, so they treat those roads as different classifications.
I'd kind of like to hear from our police chief, just as to number of accidents per year on that stretch of 378, and I know we ticket there quite often, isn't that correct, Officer Hans? Yeah, I know you don't have the statistics, but we do have speed watches there. I notice, because I think that is also a concern on that road, the speed at which people drive.
I can tell you in all of the other projects that I've worked on, what we do sometimes is you monitor afterwards, after you put up a sign, whether or not there's a negative impact. And the studies show that there's no negative impact from these signs. That's why PennDOT permits them on the state roadways.
Right.
So if there's accidents going on and they're not caused by billboards, the issue that you look at here is as long as it's designed right, and that it's in your viewable zone and you're not looking away or looking away from the task of driving, the studies show that you're able to manage both looking at the sign, reading it, and going out. You probably have a bigger risk of using your cell phone, looking at the radio, those types of things that would cause an accident than looking at something that's right in front of you.
I agree that those would be bigger risks, but they don't want you to look at it, you wouldn't have a job.
That's correct.
I mean, they want you to look at it.
It's no different than any
So, and you can kind of look at two things at once. Like I can see you and I can see that exit sign behind you, right? Above the door.
That's right.
Right.
That's the same.
But if that exit sign started blinking, I might get distracted and not listen to you and then watch that blinking exit sign.
Well, PennDOT presumably wouldn't permit them on their roadways if they were causing accidents.
Right. Okay. All right. This one's a little trickier for me than the other one. I thought the other one was pretty clear, but this one's a little trickier. All right. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, I will support it. Victoria?
The motion is for
no action.
No action.
I think that's appropriate. I think it's a good idea to bring it to the zoning hearing board and let them decide about the parameters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura?
I think all the questions that I had were answered in the discussion already, so I have no additional questions.
I have another follow-up question.
Go ahead.
In preparation of these plans, have you done any type of formal or loose traffic count as to the amount of views that these billboards would have? And I ask that because there is development that's taking place on 378, which will alter those numbers if you do have them. And the development I would cite to is the sheets that's planned for across the street here in the shopping center. Revolution's reopened, so that's going to be driving more traffic. And there's also considerable development that's taking place just across the township line in Upper Saucon Township at the intersection of Center Valley Parkway with the homes, and also I believe some commercial that's going to be going in that area. So those counts are going to increase. Right. And I'm wondering if you have those numbers, what the projected future numbers are going to be, and if so, what the ramifications are from a public safety standpoint in terms of additional traffic volume on a roadway that may not have been designed for such heavy volume of traffic.
So we rely on PennDOT statistics when we look at where to place signages. I don't know what those numbers are. I don't know if you have the range off the top of your head.
It's approximately 20,000 cars.
About 20,000 cars a day in total?
In total, yeah.
So 10 or so both each direction. When the increase in traffic occurs, traffic usually slows. It doesn't go faster. So that actually doesn't create a problem. It creates a problem for every other type of use. And all the signals traffic signals you have to retime and getting in and out of properties. But for a billboard, it doesn't actually create a problem. It actually benefits the billboard because you actually get to see it for a longer period of time. So the more traffic you get is actually more beneficial. That's why advertisers obviously pay more money for a more heavily trafficked road. So it's kind of, you know, the opposite, counterintuitive to what you were
So
thinking.
you're saying that if there's more traffic, there's less chance of fender benders because of rear enders, because people are, it's gonna slow down traffic, but the billboard and the additional volume of traffic isn't gonna lead to more distracted drivers?
When you have more cars, the rate of speed is slower.
I understand that.
Decreases your
Sure it
rate,
is.
your chance of accidents. It's the same philosophy when you're doing, and I hate to say the word, roundabouts. So roundabouts are traffic calming measures, which slow the rate of speed around the circle. Okay, so do you get some fender benders? Yes, but you get less devastating and deadly accidents. So once people start to learn to navigate a roundabout, those accidents go away. In this instance, when you have more cars coming on a roadway and people are going slower, okay, the billboard's still the same. It's not gonna change, it's not gonna blink faster. People are just gonna drive through the area slower, so.
But the difference here is a roundabout is designed to allow for the flow of traffic, whereas here, there's a traffic light that controls traffic at Black River Road, which doesn't allow for the continuous flow of traffic.
So then that's the traffic light's the issue, not the billboard.
I understand that, but if the billboard goes in and there's a traffic light there and you're gonna have more vehicles approaching that traffic light, I would think, again, I'm not a traffic engineer, but I would think there's a greater chance of more accidents because of the greater volume and the greater distraction, potential distraction. That's just my observation.
I have a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
What are you paying the fire company in rent?
I don't think that's something
Yeah,
that
you
we
didn't ask that
publicly
question with the
disclose
other agenda
Yeah.
item.
I wouldn't disclose that. I mean,
It's
that's,
blacked out on our information.
yeah,
Okay, all right, I thought.
yeah, I just, it's not something I'm at liberty to discuss.
That's fine. Now, Victoria, your liaison to the fire services, do you know who negotiated for them? Did they negotiate on their own behalf? Just seems to me that it's pretty valuable billboard, especially with the sheets coming in, and as Jason said, and I'm sure the sheets will have a big sign up as well. But you know, I hope they're not giving it away. We haven't received an update on fire services in a while. I guess they're too busy just trying to hire a fire chief. But nothing. They didn't discuss it with you, Victoria? She's been left in the dark. She's been left in the dark.
If you want an answer to your question, I don't think it's appropriate as a liaison to council to be speculating with the fire company about what revenues they could project in the future for a project that hasn't even been approved.
I
mean,
think it
clearly
is.
the fire company comes before us and all of their tax returns and whatnot indicate what their revenue is. And if should they receive revenue from this project, I'm sure it would be reflected in that. And when we have discussions about their need for different things, that would be reflected. But I fully support the fire company. I think it's wholly appropriate for them to try to maximize what they have. So I am in support of that. And I find it disturbing that you would suggest otherwise.
I'm disturbed you don't know, and you're the liaison.
Okay,
That's par for the
so
course.
moving on,
Head in the
Follow
sand.
up on something that Tom brought up.
Yeah, head in the sand.
May I follow up on?
Yes,
something Tom
Victoria.
brought up?
Yes, Jason.
So back in June 17th, there was discussion about a possible fire chief administrator position. And in response to that, I had sent some detailed emails to Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, Scott Crecia, and Chief Ty Johnson. I was asking them for financial records, including balance sheets, cash flow statements, checking and savings account records, tax returns, audits, financial records for Fire Rescue Social Club, same information, the accreditations, records of the calls that they were dispatched and canceled. It goes on and on. Records of calls for mutual aid in furtherance of this. So I think that Tom's point that he brings up, and in response to my request, I received some summaries, and I said, I'm not looking for the summaries, I'm looking for the actual data, the records that would show that financial information so that the public would be aware of the true financial need, if any, that the fire company has, fire department has, where they're looking for the creation of a fire chief and administrator position. And in response to that follow-up request, I got more summaries, again, not the data. And then most recently, I got another one on August 14th, just last week. And I pointed out yet again, I'm looking for the actual records containing the data, not the summaries that is their interpretation of the data. So I think that Tom brings up a good point in that there should be transparency from the fire company. It's disappointing that the liaison to fire services doesn't have any information on this. I'd be interested in knowing the potential windfall to fire services, particularly when they're asking township residents and taxpayers to subsidize. And I don't fault what they're doing by any means. I just want to know what money is available there and how well off they are if we're going to be talking about creating this position. So, you know, I know it's not necessarily directly related to the issue here.
I think that has nothing to do, yes, you're correct. The fire.
Are you done interrupting me?
I'm not interrupting, I'm running the meeting.
That's exactly
and
what
you are.
Because you don't like what I'm asking. That's fine. I'll stop talking, but we'll bring this up. I'll put it on the agenda to talk about another time. And Tom, we can ask for the lease agreement with unredacted financial information and see what's going on here.
Maybe people can be transparent and honest. Yeah. All parties. That'd be nice. That'd be a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
Transparency and honesty, imagine.
Okay, moving on. I believe all of council asked their questions, so we're going to open up to the floor. Anybody would like to speak? Public comment?
Louder. I do support the fire company, but I don't think I support this. Back in 2013, about 100 feet away from this proposal, somebody wanted to put up a sign similar to what you're talking about, and council said, no way. Just an FYI. My second question, maybe Brian can answer this or help me understand it better. I know when the water comes down Black River Road, it crosses over and then it goes through. I'm not quite sure how far down it runs before it crosses over 378 again.
It's just zoom out.
Is that in that vicinity?
It is. You can see, they've identified the floodplain on their own site. Where they want to put the billboard is actually out of the floodplain because of the presence of the old sand mound.
That's right. That's correct.
So you can probably with the pointer point out the flow direction.
Right. This is the floodplain line right here, FP. So this entire area, I think. What's this one right here? Floodway. Floodway.
Yeah.
So you're really dealing with it this way, and then it rolls out over here. This is an elevated area for the sand mound, and that's why it's technically above, and then you see all of it coming this way. So.
And point out where the Black River is on that, and the bridge on Old Philly Pike. That may orient Donna a little better.
The Black River's right here.
Right.
And then this is the culvert right in here.
Okay. Like I said, I knew it was coming down and across, but, and again, 2013, it was denied. So I don't know if anybody wants to look into that. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
I'd like to ask Scott Creasha, what are you being paid on this?
I'm sorry, what you said?
What are you being paid on this list?
I don't have the lease agreement in front of me right now, so I don't know the exact figure.
What's the ballpark then?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'd have to look it up. It's been a few months.
Will you provide that to council at the next meeting?
Yeah, you can get it there. If you want to.
At the next meeting.
What'd you say?
I'd like that at the next meeting if possible.
Send us an email.
I did.
Jason's been sending an email. You're not doing anything with him.
Listen, I'm not gonna argue with you guys tonight.
Argue.
Please come to the microphone and speak.
Can you stop badgering him, please? You're both badgering him. Leave him alone. This isn't his project.
He didn't come to the microphone, so your question should be to the people here.
Come to the microphone.
No, Scott.
We provide
badgering. I mean, are you convicting somebody? Are you a judge and a jury and convicting somebody?
We provided millions of dollars.
You're convicting somebody right
We
here.
provided millions of dollars.
It's ridiculous. It's out of order. It's out of order, and it's harassing to our volunteers.
We provide millions of dollars to the fire services.
Continue harassing.
You can at least come to the microphone and answer questions.
At the microphone, and my name is Scott Creasha, and I'm the president of Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. What's the question? What's the question, Tom?
How much are you being paid in the lease agreement?
I just said to you, I do have that figure with me.
You said you don't have the exact figure, and I said a ballpark, and now you won't even provide the ballpark.
I honestly, off the top of my head, do not know, and I don't want to misquote a number.
I think
So I know
his
exactly
question
what
to
it
you.
is. I will look it
Now,
up and get it for you.
can you,
The question
sorry,
that was
why
asked-
didn't, go ahead, Jason?
The question that was asked is, are you gonna provide the lease agreement with the financial information unredacted to council before the next council meeting? And I asked, can I get the same information that I had been requesting from you?
You're combining two
Since-
different things. This
since
is for the
June.
zoning
First
hearing.
question.
Where you give me
You're
summaries
out
and I
of
ask
order,
for the
Jason.
data. I'm not out of order.
This is, yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
You're,
Lease agreement, after we speak to our council, if they say it's okay, and if the billboard company is okay with it, I don't see a problem with that.
What about
But-
the other stuff that I requested?
So the other
Jason,
stuff
it
that
has
you
nothing
requested,
to do with this.
so I did get your email message. I have not had a chance to respond to it yet because we're looking at approximately 3,600 calls, and we need a way to facilitate getting that data to you. There's no way of doing like a select all in print or anything like that. So our volunteers would have to spend hours pulling each call up individually in our system, putting that file and putting it aside.
Give me all of them. I'll go through them. You don't have to go through them.
Well, I don't
Give me
think you
all of them
understand.
and give me the financial information too.
This has nothing to do with this agenda item, so
Spend
please.
millions.
So
Okay.
financial information, as you
Out of
know,
order and
He
it's
is
out of
order,
line.
but the,
It's
Scott,
completely
please.
out of order.
financial
Scott,
information.
I appreciate you,
not.
you're here,
Our
but this
taxpayers
is
pay
not,
millions.
anything to do with the zoning
Your
hearing
bank
board.
account records are online? They're not online.
Scott, who's your counsel in this
Be
matter?
honest.
Tom, enough, enough.
Matter.
The fire department's counsel is Kim Hauser.
Okay, thank you.
You're more than welcome to give him a call, even give you his email address if you want it.
Okay, Scott, thank you for, I'm sorry.
Any other questions?
No, please.
Anything else?
Will be, there will be.
For the zoning hearing board
will be.
application. That's what we're talking about.
Come on, fire call. See what it's like.
Okay, anybody else like to speak?
What'd you say?
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. Really quick, you know, I travel on that road a lot because I'm going back and forth all the time. So I remember now, so when you're driving north, there are a lot of billboards right on there. Like, if anybody remembers, 378 has like one billboard after another. And when you're driving north, there's a billboard right against the trees, right by, I think, the pool company. There's always a billboard flashing different things there. And then on the other side, when you're driving out, there's always, it's a very high billboard. But it just seems like there is a lot of drama there. I call it drama. When you're going through that light and then you go like through the gas station, the fire station, there's a sign there for the, it's just, there's a lot of stuff there to look at when you're driving through. But again, a lot of billboards too.
Okay, anybody else like to speak on this? Okay, we have a roll call, please.
Mr. Benonis,
No.
Ms. Alcoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci,
No.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. Deleon.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, so we will be sending, I guess we send letters, right? Now that we have no comment?
Yes, you normally would
Okay.
send a letter
Right.
to the
Okay.
zoning hearing
So
board
for
indicating
both
the
of
vote.
them.
Thank you for your
Okay.
time this evening and discussion.
Okay.
I think we had the third matter, you wanted to schedule the conditional use hearing date.
Oh, you're the same people?
We are the same people.
Okay, did you
So-
get the message about
Yeah,
the
either,
date?
I think either date works, the 9th or the 23rd.
Okay, so that would be, wait, let me find the agenda item if you don't mind.
So that's the one right after it, I think. Item 4C, maybe, off the top of my head?
4D after the.
See, yep, 4C.
4C.
Okay, got it.
So either date
My eyes
is
get
fine.
crossed after a while, looking at all this
Must be getting
stuff.
tired.
Oh, please, Jason. Look in a mirror. Okay, so C, if you don't mind, I'll read it so it's on the
Sure,
record.
absolutely, please.
C, discussion of LSOPP Devco LLC condition use hearing 01-24, and it's, I guess 3621 Old Philadelphia Pike Route 378, hearing date change. You asked to be granted you granted us an extension to October 31st, 2024 in order to reschedule the conditional use hearing to October 16th. Council previously scheduled the hearing for September 11th. So the date you picked, I don't have my calendar in front of me, the 16th, have a budget meeting, and we decided that we weren't gonna, okay, so your pick would be October 9th or the 21st?
23rd, I think, is the other date that we have.
23rd?
Whatever was available for council. I think
That's
with
a
the 9th
Wednesday,
and the
right?
23rd. Yeah.
Okay,
Either one of those Wednesdays.
okay, so council, what is your wishes? We can do it on the 9th or the 21st, and that'll be,
No, 23rd.
23rd.
oh, I'm sorry, I have 23rd written. So what is the wish of council? Which night do you want to do it on? Makes no difference to me.
Well, it's the 23rd, what, do we also do the preliminary budget approval?
That's on the 16th, that's why I didn't want it on that night. So this would be an all by
third meeting.
itself night, and it'd be, the conditional use hearing is all by itself. So either the week before or the week after.
Let's do it the week after.
What did he say?
He said
Week
the
after.
week after,
The week after?
the 23rd.
Right.
23rd.
Doesn't matter to you, it doesn't matter to me, week after.
Okay, I'll make a motion then
The
to
PSATs thing on the
reschedule the
23rd.
conditional use hearing to October 23rd. And we start the
I'll
meeting
second.
at 6:30,
6:30.
or the hearing, I should say.
I'll second.
Okay, so Chris and Tom. Okay, council discussion, Jason?
I have no discussion. I have no discussion, can you hear me?
Great. Tom?
No, it's fine.
I have no questions. Victoria?
Fine.
Laura? Okay, anybody in the audience, you have a comment period? Anybody like to speak on this?
I got skipped, but I think there's a PSATs thing on the 23rd, FYI.
What's that?
A PSATs conference thing on the 23rd, possibly. I have that on my
night?
calendar for some reason.
In the evening, Laura?
I don't know.
I might have to amend my motion. Do you have something on that night? I can amend the motion to the 9th.
Well, that's what I said. I think there's a PSATs thing happening on that date, and there is a time I will be away in October, and I don't have the exact dates either, but it's around that time as well. So to me, I would go for the 9th.
Okay, I'll amend my motion to the 9th. Tom, will you amend yours?
Yes, yeah, whatever.
Okay. And I guess we're on public comment. Anyone in the audience like to speak? Seeing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so it's October 9th at 6:30.
Thank you
Well,
again,
clarif-
everyone, for your comments and your time.
Pardon me, for clarification, so we're all clear on this, we'd previously set it for, I believe it was September 11th. That's not going to take place. We will not advertise for that date. We'll advertise for this date.
Correct, agreed.
Thank you.
Okay, we're all
Thank you
on the
again,
same
everyone.
page.
Thank you all. Have a
Okay,
good night,
thank
everyone.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
5-minute recess for restroom, Priscilla? Can we
what's
take
that?
a 5-minute recess for
Yeah, that
restroom?
would be nice, because I could do that too. Okay, we'd like to recess the meeting. It's 10:01. Is there a second? And roll call, please.
Mr. Caroci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Ms. Altough Cordero? Yes. Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, so we have a 5-minute recess. The time is now 10:07.
I think Laura went to the restroom.
Oh. I'll wait for Laura.
You saver turned on.
Did you ever get the ball field numbers? Remember I asked you? Yeah. Oh, you made a slide? Yeah. But not, can you, yeah. Yeah.
Ask another attorney for help.
The baseball field numbers. You don't have a printout, right? Yeah, Laura's not here yet. What's that? I can look at it. Yeah, this takes up a lot of room. Yeah, but it's good.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was open to the public like that. Yeah, it would have been good. I agree with you.
Okay, Laura, Tom are all here, right? Okay, next we have E, authorized payments to CH&N Construction for the Easton Road Ball Field Project. The township received the following requests for payments from CH&N Construction for the Easton Road Ball Field Project. These payments requests have been received by Hanover Engineering Associates, and they are recommending payment. Number one is payment number 9 of bid 1 in the amount of $992.49. And payment number 2, payment number 4 of bid 2 in the amount of $1,800. So, I did add that up somewhere. So we're approving, $121,792.49. Is that correct, Kathy?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, so I'll make the motion to approve bids number 1 and 2. Not bids, what am I saying? Payment 1 and 2, totaling $121,792.49. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. So, council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, I stopped by the field yesterday just to get an update on the progress, and it's quite remarkable how great it looks. Brian and I were just talking about it when we took this break. It's almost finished. It's a gem for the community. It's something that the youth baseball and adult baseball will use for the next 50 years or more. It's an investment in the community. Certainly, if you look at the success that local baseball has had, the Saucon Valley High School baseball team has made the state playoffs 3 years in a row. Not this past year, but the year prior, they lost in the state semifinals. The senior Connie Mack team made the playoffs for the first time in a number of years and got their first win in, I believe, 7 or 8 years. If they got a second win, which was within reach, they would have set the record, the all-time record for Hellertown Lower Saucon. Legion had a great season. Connie Mack Juniors won their division. So there's a lot of kids that are involved in baseball that are going to use this field, and it's only going to create better baseball within the community. So I'm proud that this is almost online. You can see the finish line, it's almost done. And I think this is going to be great for the community to have a full-size ball field with lights, which was lacking. We're one of the few communities in the Lehigh Valley that did not have it, and we shouldn't be second-rate in a lot of things. I did receive a kind message from one Lower Saucon resident, and I'll share it with the public. Just walked around the new Lower Saucon baseball field complex. That place is super impressive, and what a great complex for the thousands of kids that will get to play on this field for many, many years to come. Can you imagine being a kid and getting to play on that field? Not only will my kids get to play there, but this will be their home field. Can't wait to see the first game played there in the near future. Well done, and thanks to all the council members who supported this. You should all be proud of what you've done for the kids in the community. So, Tom, thank you for voting to approve this. If Mark Ingalls is tuning in, thank you for voting to approve this. If Sandy Yerger's tuning in, thank you for voting to approve this. I'm proud of this, to have something like this for the community. You have the naysayers all the time that are going to complain about spending money on things like this. This is an investment. This isn't a payment that you don't know what it's going to be used for. This is a tangible physical asset that will benefit the community. And it'll benefit our youth in a lot of ways. You know, there's concerns all the time about what our kids are doing and the amount of time they're spending in social media and on computers and watching screens. And this forces kids, it doesn't force kids, but this allows kids a recreational opportunity to go out and get some fresh air, run around, learn how to engage with one another, how to have sportsmanship, and how to be successful and fail or lose with honor. So I'm proud of this, and I'm glad that we are where we are, and I look forward to being completed. Thank you.
Okay, Tom?
Again, I think it's a great project as well. I hear from a lot of, my son plays baseball. I hear from a lot of the coaches and players that are excited about it. I've never heard one of them say they're excited about the Hellertown Library. But we can afford this. It is a little expensive, but as Ms. Hill was here last meeting, so we have $33 million in the bank roughly. Now after the open space money, it's a little less than 20, she thought. But you could argue this is somewhat open space, being a ball field. I would like to, Brian, ask a question for Brian. You know, a lot of people say, well, you didn't put permanent bathrooms in there. There are porta-johns there. Can you explain to the public why? Because I've gotten that question a lot.
Sure. So there's a lot of different parts to answer that question. In a facility like this that isn't part of like a recreation complex, porta potties is probably the norm rather than a permanent bathroom for a lot of reasons. You can't put cameras in them. They're targets of vandalism in remote locations, so you have to keep that in mind. The other thing is you need running water for a bathroom, and if you have running water, you need a sewage system. So we know there's not public sewer out there. It'd be pretty expensive to put a drain field in, assuming we could find a location. You may be able to use a retaining tank because it's not an occupied building all the time. But we'd have to put that tank in a location that you can service. So if the township had the rights to use that private driveway, it would open up a lot of options to a permanent facility in the backfield. Okay. We also looked at the type of facility we have at Kingston Park, which is a composting toilet. Public Works is not happy with that type of facility. It's a waterless facility, and they just did not recommend it be used here. So.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that road, and we went and we asked them to, I think we told them we'd pave it if they'd let us buy it. Is that correct?
Yeah, we offered to acquire the road and to maintain it, pave it and plow it and be responsible for it. It would be a dedicated road to the township. And as I recall those discussions, they were not, the residents on that lane adjacent to the ball field were not interested in it. I don't know the reasons why. I just know that they were not interested at the time. Maybe they'd be interested now that they see the finished product, but yeah, I haven't had any discussions with them.
Yeah, I was hoping that maybe we could revisit that with them, because as you said, Brian, it would lead to all these possibilities, more possibilities up there, and I'd like council to instruct Kathy or someone to reach out and Brian maybe to meet with them and just see if they would reconsider. I mean, all they can say is no, and it's fine, is where we're at now, but they may say yes.
Yeah, it would open up some more possibilities as well. We talked initially about, once the facility was constructed and in place, see about where the township would want to plant some trees along in there for a buffer between the residents. So now is the time to do that. If you had control of that driveway, that would give even more flexibility on those plantings.
So you know, perhaps you and Kathy could talk to them, you could explain about a buffer and what could possibly be done there. So I'd like to make a motion that council instruct Kathy and.
We already have a motion on the floor, you can't mix the two.
All right, then I'll save that for after after we vote on this motion. And then when I've heard Brian, a couple schools of thought, and maybe you could weigh in. I don't know if you know about this, but some people say, you know, open up this fall and start playing on it. Other people say it's better to let the grass sit for the winter and then start in the spring.
We did pose that question to the contractor, who had a lot of experience with both seeded fields and sodded fields. And he felt that sodded fields could be played on as early as 3 months, but there were a lot of factors that went into that. How well the weather was. They did water it, but I noticed there is some seams between some of the rolls of sod that we have to give time to fill in. So I think it should probably be a combination of talking to the contractor, Roger, and maybe the league, so they can assess the condition of the sod out there to see if they think, if there are seams in there that haven't quite filled in yet, whether or not it's okay to play on.
Yeah, I think we're getting to the time of year where if there was play on it this fall, it would be limited anyway. But I will leave that up to the experts, I guess. All right, that's all I have.
Okay, I'd like to ask Kathy, I know we talked earlier today, and I know the bid award, what the number was, and if you could tell me, including tonight's, payment, what was totally spent so far?
I provided this with the bids and the bid awards and the change orders came to a little over 3.4 million. We paid 2.9 million to date. This payment would bring us down to 104. Going through the invoices, there was an invoice that the contractor did submit, but the township didn't receive. So we'll be scheduling that on the next agenda to have council authorize that. And that would bring us down to the 361 and change left remaining on what was approved.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you doing this. Okay, that's all I have. Victoria?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the hard work of our engineer in trying to make this ball field work on the parcel. My understanding is, and I don't remember a councilman, when we talk about transparency, I mean, if there were negotiations that maybe Link was involved with council, and they were trying to acquire a road and make certain conditions. I mean, I think I attended every meeting in 2023 and when these different proposals for this project came up. And I don't remember one time Mr. Treadwell or Mr. Bononis or Mr. Carochi discussing anything about trying to buy the road or gain some access rights and doing other improvements as an offer to the residents. I think it's quite telling that our former council was willing to just dump $3.5 million into a ball field they knew didn't have public sewer, didn't have public water, and could not have any bathrooms. So, we talk about, proper design and thoughtful thinking, and it looks like they tried their darndest, and really the location was not appropriate. I heard about our baseball teams and how wonderful they've been doing, and I congratulate them. And clearly they were making all of those successes and inroads without this ball field. So I wonder to myself, are you saying that our baseball teams aren't doing well enough and that they need this ball field? Or, you know, what's the real reason? I find it troubling, disturbing, malfeasance for you to decide to spend $3.5 million and fail to provide bathrooms and running water. I mean, you could do a lot of things with $3.5 million. I think we'll get to hear about other projects that our township needed that weren't addressed instead of a ball field later. But for now, I'm just sad that that's what the discussion came down to. And this council chose to spend 3.5 without the necessary lot that they needed.
Or there's tissues.
Okay, Laura?
I have a comment.
Laura?
Yeah, so I just had some questions and in general. So I know the neighbors there did have some questions, and there was a meeting there that happened maybe with somebody?
The contract provided for a meeting to take place to test the lights.
The lighting?
And make sure that they were all pointing in the right direction. And the neighbors, I think, I wasn't there, people from my office were there. Kathy, were all the neighbors there?
All the three neighbors were there.
Okay.
We had myself, the Director of Public Works, two of the engineers from Hanover, Mr. Youssef and Mr. Grimm. We also had Mr. Best there as a representative for the Little League, and also his knowledge in lighting was also very helpful. We went through all the lights, the electrical, they made recommendations, we made recommendations, and I've requested the contractor to make sure that they advise us as to when they're going to do that, so that we have somebody out there to make sure that they're addressing each light as to what was needed. We did go through, and Mr. Grimm provided a punch list of a lot of several items that need to be addressed, which he's identifying with the contractor as we speak. And the residents, they are concerned about the lighting, which we said we would address, and the noise level was something else that they had brought up. And I advised them that I would tell council, you know, their concerns, and that maybe we can come up with some kind of an idea, such as a tree buffering between their properties and the ball field, or maybe some fencing might help.
And the stormwater.
I said we would bring that, once everything's done, we'd bring something together and more in a formal way for council to approve, and hopefully that'll remedy some of their concerns.
So I wanted to follow up, though. I did take photos and videos that hopefully made their way to an observer. Do you have an engineer that observes or something on the site?
Did you give them to Kathy? Do you have the photos that?
Be like rain, washout of the stone coming out of that.
There were videos that did make their way to me on.
Must happen every time, I would imagine, because it wasn't overly hard rain that particular day. And then there was, so I don't know how they fix that, but I would think that should be fixed. There is a ponding area in the parking lot, and then there was, to me, I saw a lot of dead patches of sod, so I don't know if part of the contract, they replace that, or
Yeah, they do have a
with
maintenance
that?
period they're responsible for.
So do we have a certain, like, the time?
I think it's 18 months.
Okay.
Okay, is that it?
To make sure it was getting addressed somewhere.
Thank you.
I have some follow for Kathy.
Just to clarify, this meeting you had was like this year about lighting. It wasn't about
Tell her to stop talking.
or anything, right?
Victoria, I already told him he could speak, so.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Kathy, as I recall, the figure that was up there earlier, we received over $500,000 in a state gaming grant that was earmarked specifically for this project, correct?
Yes.
So that the numbers that are here don't reflect that
No.
over $500,000. We also had about $800,000, if I recall correctly, of American Relief Fund money that was allocated to this, right?
We used $500,000 from the American Relief Funding, and $509,000 was from the grant, and $500,000 was from the open space maintenance.
So next time Priscilla asks you to put these together, can we get some detail like that?
I
Priscilla always
apologize,
glosses
it was
over?
just the construction cost, not the.
Well, I mean, that's what she wants to do. She wants to mislead the public with
Right.
just the cost, but not to show where the revenue is coming from. So we have, just so it's clear for the public who's listening, and I hope everybody's listening to this, yet again, transparency, 500,000, so over $1.5 million came from
Other sources.
other sources, right.
Our capital.
Besides tax dollars.
Right, so the full price on
Open
this is
space
not.
is tax
Hello, I'm
dollars.
speaking. Hello, I'm speaking.
Yeah.
We can spend it. We have $20 million in the open space fund and we can't buy
tax
property. I'm
dollars.
not talking to
Minute
you.
it was a-
I'm not talking to you. Please be quiet, big mouth.
You
Tell the
don't gavel her.
Big mouth, please be
Her
quiet.
either. You don't gavel
Right,
her.
big mouth. So we have over around $20 million in the open space fund, is that right?
No,
I think it's about
10 or 11.
10 million, 10, 11. $11 million, and we've tried repeatedly through direct mail campaigns and other efforts to get people to want to sell their properties to the township for open space or provide conservation easements, and that has failed. The money that we have in that account, we're actually earning more in interest than we're spending out on an annual basis. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right, okay. So there's plenty of open space money. Maybe we could, everybody's concerned about this. Maybe we can figure out if we can use more open space money to replenish or pay for what is out of pocket on this, the other $2 million or whatever. Maybe we can look, I'm gonna make a motion on that when we're done with this motion. How's that sound?
Okay,
I'm not done, hold on, I'm not done. To be clear here, there was never an effort to try to buy the road. There, as I understand it, there were discussions that took place that approached the neighbors to see if they were interested in having the road dedicated to the township so the township could pave it and improve it for them, to improve the stormwater issues that they have and to also plow it for them. So it's not about trying to buy the road. It would be acquiring the road at no cost, but having the responsibility to maintain it and improve the road for those residents that live along that lane. To also be clear with regard to the bathroom, people don't go to a baseball game to go to the toilet and take a shower. They go there to watch a baseball game. So if there's a need to use the facilities, there's already a porta potty that's there, and they can still use a porta potty if they need to. So all this like gnashing of the teeth is all just drama. Who cares if there's no bathroom there? All right, there's a porta potty. If you got to go to the bathroom, go to the porta potty or leave and go home. To talk about how successful baseball is, wouldn't it make sense to build on success, not just settle for your own pathetic mediocrity? I think it makes sense to try to build on it. If you have something that's successful, let's keep trying to make it better and keep that momentum going rather than just stand by. And then with regard to the money, you overlook the fact that there was a new host agreement that was entered into that's going to bring in $72 to $80 million, $72 to $80 million of revenue in a host agreement over an 18-year period that is not tax money that the township taxpayers are gonna have to pay. And that same $72 to $80 million you wanna make go away because you wanna shut down the landfill. The same landfill, you're at the event yesterday, congratulating them. What a great job in opening up this gas facility. I support this project, on and on and on. Your followers probably wouldn't be very happy to hear that. You're rubbing elbows with the executives from those companies and congratulating them on a project well done and how you support it. The hypocrisy reigns on.
It's all to protect our parents' property.
Exactly. So, and the other thing I'd point out here is you're talking about the neighbors, Kathy. So I don't recall any neighbor of this ball field coming to any single council meeting at any time and standing up in front of that podium and saying, I am against this. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't recall one. I also don't recall ever receiving any email or letter from any resident in this area ever complaining about it a single time. This is an improvement, okay? What they have going on over there is a disaster because of what's across the street, and that's warehouses and industrial park that took place on Priscilla De Leon's watch. She's asleep at the wheel, and she didn't put Lower Saucon Township residents' interest out there so that that development could be built in a way that would protect the residents of Easton Road, and now they suffer from it. So at least here's something, a little bit of hope for them, something nice in their neighborhood, which they didn't have before.
And I'll say I also did not receive any emails opposing this field from any of those residents either, so.
I'd also like to say, I was at that open house yesterday, or was it yesterday? And I was there, and yes, I did congratulate them, and I want the improvements to reduce methane emissions. So that's what I was happy about, because that was a plus for the landfill.
Why are you looking at me? I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about her.
I'm talking to you now.
Why? I didn't
Because
ask you
I
to talk
wanted
to me.
to.
I don't want you talking to me. Talk to yourself.
Whatever. I can talk about whatever I want.
Yeah, but just don't talk to me. I asked
Say
you
that, you say
politely,
I
don't
can't.
talk to me.
When I say that,
Okay,
you can't.
so, okay, so we've
One
just.
additional comment on the ballpark.
Yeah,
We're at the
Laura, I
ballpark.
can't hear you.
We're on the ballpark.
yeah, we're on the ball.
On the ballpark.
So there-
Priscilla's on the gas facility. I don't know what she's
there
talking
was
about.
one other comment,
It's fatigue.
because we did
Yeah.
walk through and go through the whole park. There doesn't really appear to be good or any access for emergency vehicles, or like if anybody needs to get up to the top of the field.
Two gates in the outfield
How
that
do
are
they get up to
accessible
them?
by the,
They could walk or drive.
yeah, there are two gates in the outfield with ramps going up to them that the ambulance could go up and.
From where though? Like where would they
From
be
the parking
driving?
lot.
From the spaceship that comes down and it'll drop them off right there. That's where they're gonna come from.
There's one if you go
I
off
think
the
an
end
ambulance
of
gets
the-
there. On a public road and pulls into the
Hey, will
public
you
parking lot.
stop it?
I mean, come on.
I'm
You're
talking.
talking about long meetings. You're talking
Jason,
stupidity
You're
at
adding to
10:35.
it, so let Laura
Okay, well, the
finish.
I'm
gates
trying to
are
move
way
it
up
along,
at the
you're
top.
adding to it.
She doesn't realize
Looked like there
ambulances
was
are
a
out driving
way-
on roads.
Get to a
a
baseball
roadway or
stadium.
an
Oh my
area
God.
that an ambulance
Let Laura speak.
It's crass, but the construction vehicles have been using those paths the whole time, so they'd have to go up through the path and in through those
Okay.
gates and across the field.
You are the liaison
Okay,
to Parks
so
and Rec,
any
right?
other council discussion? Kathy, did you have, enough you had said or Ed had asked you to do a report and, an update, and
You are unbelievable.
yeah, you pretty much said.
How does an ambulance get to the baseball field to get somebody?
Any more?
up at the field.
All right, so.
How does an ambulance get to the hill climb to pull somebody out who has
that,
something at the hill climb?
Public comment?
I heard so many good things here. I guess because you guys talked about it, we can talk about them. I mean, number one, if you go to a ballpark there, Laura, and you played baseball when you were a kid like I did, if you were lucky to have a porta potty. And absolutely, if you run around these neighborhoods, you'll see they're all over the place, everywhere. Well, you need to go. And maybe while you're at it, drive out to the field and take a look and see where the gates are, because, that does a world of good for helping you understand where the money went. Well, that's just the start of it. And the fact that you're not reporting that, we have this millions of dollars coming in that are gifts to help pay for that. And all the disasters we have around the area, thanks to Bethlehem and some others, with these huge, massive truck buildings and all the pollution. And by the way, have you ever looked in? Yeah, I still have a minute and 59. You're gonna have to endure. Is that right, a minute 59? Oh yeah, oh my gosh. Any rate, so I think the ball fields are really great. And as a matter of fact, you couldn't spend better money. You got to put a kid in for narcotics instead of playing baseball. He's out there doing drugs. What's that cost? And maybe Victoria should have played baseball when she was younger. It's really good for you. Keeps you in shape and all that. I mean, honest to Pete. So don't, just because you may be on the other touchy-feely side, there are sports that people like to play, including my sister, who was a wonderful star in softball. Yeah, it's not just a guy sport, and it's worth the money. And no, you may have to use the porta potty. Oh, don't go to Music Fest, because that's all they have. So. Really, you people are just over the hill. I can't even keep the notes fast enough to keep them going. Okay, sewage systems and pumps, where do you build the ball field? Hey, let's put it right in the middle of Hellertown or something. That would be what your suggestion might be. Yeah, it needs to be right near the people, because otherwise they might have to get in the car or even get on a bicycle and ride all the way there. please, you've never heard of Field of Dreams? Build it and they'll come. Obviously not. It's more than that.
Okay, anyone else like to speak?
You got hammered.
Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. Yeah, so the porta potty. So if you go to the rail trail, Heller Homestead has a porta potty, one bathroom in Hellertown on Water Street for near the trail. I've been on the trail. I'm on the trail. I'm looking for a bathroom. Where's there a bathroom? There's a field behind the pond near the mill. There's no bathroom there. If you keep going to the next street, Meadows Road, there is a porta potty. It's pretty disgusting. There's like literally green stuff growing all over it, like it's never been moved in its life. Then
Go to
you go
Priscilla's
to the,
house.
what?
Never mind.
It's actually scary. Then you go to Bingen entrance of the rail trail at Reading Drive, and that's where the porta potties are. And we get really excited when we get closer to that, and then we know we can go to the bathroom. The porta potties are everywhere. But honestly, if you go to the Parkway in Allentown, there's one bathroom that has a flushing toilet in the middle, and that's in the city. And if you go to the other two ends, you're dealing with porta potties, and then you're dealing with a hole in the ground where there's spiders crawling on you if you have to go there. And it's just, there's porta potties everywhere. And anybody who's gone in kids sports, Kathy, you're involved in kids sports. You go to a field, you are going to a porta potty. That's just what it is. And, I don't even think Lehigh County, with their billions of dollars of soccer fields they put in with all the lights, and they have 12 fields there that they spent millions of dollars 20 years ago. I don't even think they have running toilets there. Because I've been there and I've never been in a regular toilet. There might be one, I don't think so. Anyway, porta potties, it's okay. The ball field, great. Kids need a place to go. We don't want to be the township where everybody's like, what is there to do in the township? It's the country. There's nothing to do. There's nothing there. And I'm very excited that you guys are excited about the gas and the landfill. That's great. It's like, here we are in the new world and technology, and we're changing our garbage into gas.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else?
Now, this is why they cut it to 3 minutes. They don't like to hear you guys speak. You're doing great. Keep going.
I'd like to make a suggestion. Open the ball field in the spring. And I'll tell you why. Because I think it needs to be something extravagant. I think there has to be a major ribbon cutting. My dad is 86 years old. Can't get around really well. But he is so excited about this ball field, you have no idea. He drives down Easton Road and sees it, and he's like, is it open yet? Is it open? I say, Pappy, the spring. So let's do it in the spring, and let's make it something great. The second thing is, while we're talking about Easton Road, nobody changed the zoning back yet, did we?
No, they keep threatening.
They promised.
They promised in their campaign, and they keep threatening.
Has Mr. Pector purchased any of the properties? Does anybody know?
I don't know. I don't
Oh,
know.
that, I think, I asked that you please, ask this council to please just forget about that.
Victoria's
And-
out there asking residents how much they were getting in their contract, so she may have more information on that. I don't know if they would share that private information. I don't know how stupid you could be to ask people to share that financial information, but she asked those questions.
I did visit some people on Easton Road, and one of the residents did tell me that, and I was very disappointed to hear that, but that's not here nor there for me anymore. Anyways, I asked for these residents that the township please make a statement regarding that zoning so that Mr. Pector can go in and help these people, because honestly, even driving down Easton Road, there's a lot going on there. And unfortunately, Bethlehem City is the one who changed the wind down there on Easton Road. So our township has to adjust its sails so that we can accommodate our tax-paying residents.
So the first thing on that is, you're right, it was Bethlehem, but Laura Ray, I believe, and Steve Goodsuzian both use that commute, I believe, to get home, or very often at least. And she's the one that proposed it, of course, when she was first elected to council, and has backed away from it since. I don't care if it's Mr. Pector or somebody else who buys the property, just somebody should help those people and put something there. They're getting awful worse. So there's a thank you for speaking on that, addressing that. The other thing is I agree. There'll be, when we open the ballpark, there should be something substantial. And like Priscilla's whining about the cost now, she'll be front and center. She doesn't miss a ribbon cutting, you know? She'll complain about the cost. It's just like the landfill. She complains about it for years, but voted for the expansion every time. Same thing. That's her MO. That's how hypocritical she is. So she'll be front and center with a big thing, a big scissors cutting for the ball field that she moaned and complained about the price of for 2 years now.
Well, I just think that
But she's a hypocrite. We know that, right, Jen?
I just think the township
Finish
needs
him back
to
up.
step up and do right by the residents. And unfortunately,
No.
again, Bethlehem City's the one who created the problem for these residents. They had nothing to do with it, and they're the ones who are being punished.
Right.
So the township needs to make a statement that they are not changing the zoning so that these people can move forward with their lives.
Right. Priscilla, yeah.
They're really giving out press releases, like when they hire somebody who's not really hired. So I don't know how valuable
Okay,
that
let's
press
stick
release
to
would
the
be, 'cause you
subject.
really can't follow what they say. 'cause it
Anybody
may not
else
be the
like to
truth.
speak?
But it was Priscilla who
If
wouldn't
not,
stand
let's
up
have
to
a
her
roll call,
Democratic
please.
friends in Bethlehem when they rezoned that and put the warehouses there. She wouldn't stand up to her Democratic
Roll
friends in
call,
Bethlehem.
please. Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. Delion.
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
Pay the bill?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Optoff Cordero.
I'm going to vote yes, but I will say there was a lot of misstatements and misinformation that was produced, and I'm not shocked from the lot of hot air that came out tonight, so.
Again, that's
I'm
why.
voting yes.
That's why they're limiting you to three minutes. She doesn't want to hear, she can't take the criticism. She got to lower you to 2
Kathy, for
minutes.
the interruption.
Mr. Croce.
Yes, and then I had a motion.
Go ahead, and I have one too.
5-0.
Oh.
That motion passes 5-0.
Go ahead, Tom.
Motion was that Kathy and Brian approach the landowners again off of the road there and see what can be done to, one, address their concerns, but two, to also see about if we can have the road dedicated, paved, and to give us some more options with bathroom location and other locations for other things, just more access to the property. So I'll make that motion that
I'll
Brian
second.
and Kathy try and get out there.
I'll second, but I'll ask if you would amend your motion. And the amendment that I would ask is that that Brian and Kathy and Roger also meet with representatives of Saucon Valley Diamond Sports about the use of the baseball field and the maintenance of it, because it's my understanding that representatives of Saucon Valley Diamond Sports are willing to maintain the interior, what's inside the fence, in terms of cutting the grass, both the infield and the outfield. And that would be a considerable savings to the township because we're not paying for those maintenance costs inside the fence line. They would be responsible for what's inside the fence. And, you know, they maintain ball fields throughout Lower Saucon Township as well as in Hellertown. They do a good job with it. They've got folks that have backgrounds in landscaping and baseball field building and other specialties. So I would feel confident in allowing them to take that maintenance because it would alleviate us of some burden and it would allow them to make sure the field is in the shape that they want it for their use.
Yeah, and I think they have a little bit more expertise than some of our guys in regards to baseball fields.
Yes.
In regards to baseball. So I will amend my motion to include that as well.
You know, I have the same second then. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, so there's been a motion on the floor of discussion. Jason, did you have anything else?
No.
Tom, did you have anything else?
No.
I have nothing else. Victoria?
Just a question, are we okay with the way this agenda item is listed? I know Mr. Benonis, Ms. Croce like to talk a lot about, you know, people putting stuff on the agenda, it hasn't been posted, and there's no transparency, and we don't know that this was gonna be discussed. So, you know, I ponder why Mr. Benonis, Ms. Croce have chosen this moment in time to surprise you all about an agenda item that they thought was so important, but they couldn't put on the agenda ahead of time so everybody could spend time dissecting it and learning it and figuring it out and trying to determine like what would be the cost for everybody to go out there and rehash something. And the most surprising thing about it is in the entire time of 2023, this motion that they're now making that they should have done when they designed this whole ball field never happened. Not a once. Not a once did you see transparency where one person made a motion to say, hey, before we spend $3.5 million on a ball field, let's see if we can get the right road access. I mean, I'm grateful that Mr. Benonis is now sharing and he's correcting me about, oh, Victoria didn't know, Victoria didn't know. You're right. We didn't know because it all happened behind closed doors. Negotiations happened, discussions happened. There was a lot of attempts to try to get things done, and you couldn't get it done. And then you spent $3.5 million anyway. And then to sit here and argue to us that, oh, it's not tax money, it's free gifts. It's free gifts. Last time I checked, when I pay my federal taxes and my state taxes, that's tax money. So the fact that, we get it back in some way, shape, or form to our municipalities doesn't mean that it's not tax money. Then we're talking about open space money and saying, oh, that's free too. We got the free open space money. So now we're trying to, you just keep on trying to take the money away and saying it's just gifts and gifts and gifts and gifts. I'm waiting for somebody to gift. I mean, maybe the landfill is going to gift us the cost. I mean, we got Miss Garber sitting right here. I know she's got a Gaga cord for $1,500. Maybe because there's so much angst about the ball field, the landfill would consider gifting us the money for this beautiful ball field on Easton Road. I mean, that would be amazing. But I digress.
Why would they do that when a member of council is a conflict with their parents?
I digress. You made the motion. I'm back to the question: are we appropriate in having this as an agenda item? Yeah. And we're not violating sunshine law. Mr. Benonis is not going to file lawsuits. He's not going to file any kind of things. I mean, he threatens at every meeting. So I'm wondering. I'm wondering. Is this compliant with our sunshine law? Is it compliant?
You're in conflict because of your parents, and now you're begging the landfill that you sued to pay for the ball field that you don't like because you're unathletic and you hate children's sports.
Is your motion compliant? Have you? You talk about okay.
Talking about a ball field
every time.
They cannot take the minutes if all three people are talking.
No, it's compliant.
Yes, because
it's compliant. So just so you all know, we made a motion. It wasn't on the agenda. You couldn't read it ahead of time. We didn't see it in 2023. We just hearing about it now. It wasn't advertised, but we're going to put it on, and it's all compliant. So next time Mr. Benonis and Mr. Croce complain about our agenda, and we hear residents complain, I didn't have enough time to read, and blah, blah, blah. Now we know it's okay, and Mr. Benonis has given his blessing, and Mr. Croce has given his blessing.
Do you need a motion to go have a meeting with the neighbors and to have a meeting with the Saucon Valley Diamond Sports? Do you need a meeting? Because she's having a hissy fit over there. She's about to hyperventilate.
I know. You three got her.
To try to figure out how you're going to get an ambulance in here because she can't figure out how to get an ambulance to the ball field.
She's on full tilt.
Right? So how are we going to get the ambulance?
Full tilt.
Get yourself an ice cream.
Show me the public meeting where you discussed it.
You three got to her. You three got to her.
You show me the public meeting.
She's on full tilt.
Council can just direct me to do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. There we go.
Why did you
She's
two
telling the
make a
law,
motion?
Jason. She's telling you. I thought you knew the law. You didn't have to make a motion. She just told you.
I didn't make the motion.
Oh, so you know the law. Which one doesn't know the law? Does he know the law? Which one? You or you?
Okay.
Who are you?
It's not that hard to follow. There's only two of us.
For her.
So you both don't know the law. Thank
do.
you, Miss Gorman, for correcting us all.
And I would like to say that it's no different when Priscilla, we make a motion to write a letter to DEP. Priscilla's always doing that. We're making a motion for a meeting, so it's no different.
You don't need to make a motion, though.
But I wanted to make a motion, and I did.
So are you withdrawing your motion
You three are got it.
Withdrawing it now because there's a direction.
withdrawing it?
So you're okay. We don't need a motion. You just direction.
And I like motions.
Okay, enough talk. Okay, so Laura, did you have anything to add to this?
No, I don't want to add to this.
Thank you.
Okay, audience, would you like to come and speak on this motion?
Come on, Mr. Bland.
Yeah.
Opened it up, and I'll start off with...
a motion, not a direction.
Start off with VOC over here. She complains vehemently about how much time we all take up. She just took up 6 minutes. So you know what? I'm dead serious. I would suggest to this council that you put a clock not on the residents here, but you put it on the mouth of each person that's burning up the clock, and on the other side of their mouth, they're saying how much time so-and-so is using when they're sitting bloviating. Bloviating is an appropriate word. That's the technique that we're hearing over here from from Victoria Optoff-Cadero, bloviating about how much time that everybody else is using when she is the one that's really burning the clock, and I mean incessantly. Okay.
What's that about?
I really didn't get a chance, but you guys introduced it again, about the landfill. And by gosh, there it is. I didn't see it in EAC from Laura. Laura, you're not listening. You're not going to sleep, I hope. The bottom line is, wouldn't it be nice if Laura, instead of showing things to other people, would pay attention here and say, gee, we should have really done something by sending out this announcement about this gas plant, which I went and did some research on. $30 million the landfill put into that, along with the BP affiliate, okay? The landfill gave up their property and put it on. What do you look? You look like a deer in the headlights.
I was there at the open house.
I know you were there. And you know what? I would have liked to have been there, but I couldn't even get my EAC committee to send out a quick notice. Hey, we're having a ribbon cutting because look what's happening. We're going to be able to heat 14,000 homes, and this is my research off WFMZ and others. And if you think I'm going to give this council where I get my information, you better think again. It was in her motion. The bottom line is I'd like EAC to do something for us, the members, the taxpayers, in terms of not sit there and endlessly battering a company that gives this kind of money. I'm talking, and I want the clock stopped, to stop us from attending these things. We had all the dignitaries there who absolutely hate the landfill. People like her, meaning Victoria, you, Mr. Gaduzian, and you being sued by him. Hello? And you're all there rubbing elbows and it's all good and happy. I wonder what the audience is thinking that voted for you people that want to get rid of it. When you're sitting there, I wonder if there was wine after and all that. You're all there making lovey-lovey to them. It really is, makes me want to barf. All right, time's up.
Okay, anybody else like to speak? Okay, I guess we need a roll call.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis?
Yes.
Ms. Optoff-Cordero? Yes. Mr. Caroci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Okay, then I'm going to clarify here. I thought we withdrew the motion and we're making it a
I never withdrew the motion.
Withdraw.
The motion.
He wouldn't withdraw it.
This is regarding the ball field, so I'm not sure where we were.
I know it's tough to pay attention for.
I can answer that if you want.
Because you were paying attention.
I'm not asking you. Yes.
She doesn't even know what she voted for.
Motion passes 5-2.
All right, and I'm gonna make another motion. My next motion is to direct,
One at a time.
my next motion is to direct Kathy as the Director of Finance and as the acting township manager in conjunction with Brian. Excuse me? You just called him an idiot? I heard you say that. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me or are you talking about Mr. Belen? Are you talking about yourself?
What's the motion?
We haven't.
Our motion?
Well, she's just
I'm
called
trying to understand what she's talking about. I don't.
She proposed rules at the beginning of the meeting about civility.
Yeah, exactly.
And now she just called you an idiot.
I'm waiting for
Me or who it was.
She proposed rules about civility, now she called you an
I think she was
idiot.
being introspective. She was.
So go ahead with your motion.
Yeah, so my motion is to direct Kathy, and perhaps in conjunction with Brian, to look into whether any additional open space money can be allocated for the payment of the construction of this ball field. It is open space after all. The only structure that is there is the walkway, which I think you're allowed to have improvements like a walkway in open space. And there's a structure behind home plate. So perhaps the $10 million that's sitting there idly and will never be spent from the open space fund can be used to further offset the cost of the baseball field. And I'd like an answer to that. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, discussion. Jason, any other discussion?
I think it makes sense to do this. You know,
Okay.
maybe we should have looked at this more closely before. I think it was looked at. I don't know what the answer was, but a decision was made to do the 500, 500, and 500. allocated among those 3 separate accounts, but if we can use more money from open space that's never gonna be reasonably used in the foreseeable future, money that continues to grow because of the interest, then why not do it?
Okay, Tom?
Well, I think, maybe Laura should recuse herself. She took $200,000 in open space money and she put it in her pocket to conserve her land, not to sell her land, just to conserve it. I guess half of it went to her husband or ex-husband or something like that. Took it and walked, but I don't know if she has any other property that she's gonna try and put in the open space and take taxpayer money for. Maybe she should answer that question before.
And then you wonder why
200,000.
residents don't want to sell their property or easements for open space.
Well, Laura,
Why is that? I don't understand why they wouldn't want to. It's free money.
Okay, I guess I have no comment on this. Victoria?
I don't have a comment except for, well, I'll take that back. I do have a comment. The comment is, this is stuff you should have been doing before you decided to spend $3.5 million. I think it's ridiculous to then insult and chastise people for the open space, insult the taxpayers who authorized that by referendum twice to collect money for open space. And from what I understand, during your tenure, you failed to even put together a committee to find new open space. And you know, heaven forbid, somebody tried to do something good for this, but it's fine.
That's
Okay,
not true.
Laura?
And Laura.
Trying to fix it.
Go ahead, Tom.
No, that's not true. And Laura, as part of the EAC, we did approach property owners. Sandy sent that letter out as the chair of the, I think it was to everybody who had more than 10 acres or 20 acres in the township received a letter from EAC. This was 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, because you created a new committee.
You're right.
A new committee, the open space.
This was from EAC. This was from EAC. It wasn't from the committee. This was from EAC. It was about 3 or 4 years ago.
Tom, thank you for correcting the lies. I appreciate that. The public probably does
And
too.
Laura knows that. She won't say
What have you done
anything
for me
because she
lately?
won't.
At a time.
She won't contradict Victoria, but she knows that's the truth. That Sandy did that.
All these are comments made up by people, so just remember that at the public. Let's see, so Laura, did you have anything else to say?
So we're talking about a motion to use open space money to fund other infrastructure projects on this ballpark.
No. My motion was very clear. I'll restate it again because you clearly didn't understand it. I'm sorry my words were too big. What I'm saying is I'm directing Kathy as the Director of Finance and the Acting Township Manager in conjunction with Brian Cucker, who's the Township Engineer, to look into whether or not open space money can be used to further offset the cost of this from the general fund.
Right.
That's
It's an inquiry.
Do you understand?
Inquiry. We're not.
Mentioned other things to be built on that, and you need
No, I
to
didn't.
stop
No, I
down
didn't.
talking to me.
No, I didn't mention
I'm
any other
really
things.
tired of
My
it.
motion did not mention
Okay?
any other things to be built on it. My
And
motion said.
Croce, your facts are always incorrect about my open space situation. So you can stop talking about it and maybe look up and see exactly how much the township actually contributed to my easement.
Why don't you tell us?
Why don't you tell us?
Yeah.
What?
Why
Why don't
not?
you tell us?
Why don't you tell us
Because
then?
you're a too nosy.
Because the information's not good to me. That's why. That's the reason why.
Totally inaccurate and totally uncalled
Even
for,
Victoria's
and
laughing
this is
about
what
that.
the open space program is for.
You put that money in your
Tell us,
pocket.
what's the big secret?
200,000 in her pocket.
You should know what you're talking about before you make statements.
We do have
How much was it? How much was
some
it?
properties that are currently
How much
being
was it?
reviewed and looked at and would have been on the agenda tonight had we not been asked to delay in putting it on the agenda.
Priscilla, I know you're fatigued, but can you get her to respond to the
Why do you know
role?
I'm fatigued?
Because you're not directing the meeting. It's meandering all over the place here.
I'm listening. She's talking. She was talking. You're being rude and
She's
ignorant.
not talking.
You're being
She's not
rude
talking
and
about the
ignorant.
issue. The motion is, can we
She
direct
is
Kathy to
giving
look
her
at it?
comments to your motion. I'm getting
Made
it,
my
okay?
comments. We didn't have
You
a
need
roll
to
call
get-
yet. I'm done with
Well, you
my
get cranky when you
comments.
get tired.
Wait, you have no idea. You do not want to get me angry, really.
Oh, like the Hulk. Like the Hulk. Mild-mannered David Banner.
Ooh.
Okay. You turn green too?
No, I don't.
Hobble over there.
Are you green with envy?
No.
She might
It's
hobble,
actually with nausea.
No, you're green with envy.
hobble over there and hit you on the head with that gun.
Okay, so back to comments. So council gave their comments for discussion. Now we open it up to the floor. Anybody like to speak on this agenda item?
Oh, it sounds like fun.
That's your entitlement.
Used to
Well,
be,
that's good.
used
And
to
I
be
have-
5.
For now it is. They may try to take it away.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, I said, I made a comment that that's you're entitled to do this. So, yes,
So were we
In
going to
case you
talk?
didn't know, you had a constitutional right to speak. She's reminding you here at 11
you
o'clock
looked
at
at
night.
me like you had a question and I said, go speak. You're allowed to speak.
Oh, okay. So what was just discussed here were a couple of things, right? So the motion that I understand, and it's really tough when, she's talking and it's really, you want some respect. I mean, you really got to, you got to start about 4 years back, I think, in this council, all right, and run it the right way. You can't have respect and not follow your own rules. And that, I know, that's, I'm speaking to the choir. But the bottom line is that things run on not only with your backers, which you're pretty lenient with, but with the others from what I can
Okay,
see.
the agenda, the motion on the floor is open space to fund open space.
Right.
That's not what you're talking
So
about.
what I'm saying is, since Bloviate started over here at 10:40, it's now 10:04. So we've
11:04.
spent all this time and we haven't gotten one item down the tube here. So the
Again-
bottom line is you really have to, control, including your own people, meaning Laura and VOC.
Okay, you need to speak to
not.
the agenda, the motion on the floor, and you're not.
Right. And the motion on the floor, talking about the ball field, if I understand correctly, if it is open space, and by the way, we're not going back to putting ball fields in Hellertown, because that's not open space. There's open space around it. Perhaps that money could be used for that, all right? And I really did like the idea of the Diamond ball field group doing that. I mean, you can explore that. This is nothing under the table that you're talking about or doing anything nefarious. It's right here in the public, which is really nice to hear, because I'm still waiting for things that were discussed at the closed meeting earlier, and it will probably be around 2 o'clock till I get to talk about them, the way we're going. But as I remember the last time, we had the meeting, the executive meeting at 3 o'clock, and I asked you, are we going to be able to talk after that? And you said you didn't know. After 38 years, you didn't know. Well, I found out you did. Anyhow, so that's my my
It's only
comment.
37.
30s. There was a joke the other day about a man and woman sitting together in their later years, and she's got her hand on his leg, and he says, dear, you've been correcting me for 20 years. And she responds, no, honey, 21 years.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Uptoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
No.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay. Next, we have F, which is Artisanal Structures LLC, release of final payment and enter into maintenance period. Heller Homestead Windows in the Widow's House. Yeah, that didn't come out right. Heller Homestead Widow's House Windows. Too many windows. Council requested to table this approval until the work was complete. The township received confirmation the work is complete. Staff is requesting release of final payment to Artisanal Structures LLC in the amount of $31,560. Release of their performance and payment bonds conditional upon receiving required maintenance bond for the 12-month period for the window construction and installation at the Heller Homestead. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Is that Jason?
It was.
Okay, and is there any other council discussion? Jason, we'll start with you.
Glad it's done.
Yep.
Took a
Tom?
long time.
What's that?
I said, I'm glad it's
Counsel-
done. It took a long time.
Council discussion, Tom?
Same here, glad it's done.
Okay, I'm glad it's done also. Victoria?
I don't have any comment.
Laura?
Yeah, I have no comment on this.
Okay, so with that, I'm opening up to the floor. Anybody out there like to speak on this issue? Hearing none, can we have a roll call, please, Kathy?
Ms. Alpaf Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis? You say yes?
He said yes.
I'm sorry. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. We have an update and possible action regarding township manager position. Council representatives and the solicitor will update the public regarding the township manager position.
As indicated earlier, from our last meeting, an offer of employment was forwarded to Brian Bond. He indicated that he was not going to accept that offer. The committee then went forward with trying to find another manager. The committee did some interviews, as was previously referenced, and is in a position, or could be in a position, to make a motion to hire an individual. If someone is willing to make a motion, one of the individuals that was considered is an individual named Sheldon P. Hudson. He was interviewed as indicated earlier, and if a motion is, if somebody wants to make that motion, there could be a motion to hire him as manager. Some of the major issues would be negotiated with him, and I can represent to members of Township Council that we have reached an agreement, meaning I have spoken to him tentatively with regard to an agreement with regard to salary and other issues that he has indicated he's agreeable to. That was finalized on his end with the understanding that, of course, nothing could be done unless Township Council was willing to go ahead and enter into that type of agreement. The proposed salary, if inclined, would be $155,000 a year, and there would be a series of conditions that are outlined in a draft letter, which I can hand over. I may ask you to take one and pass. Which was finalized on my end, meaning with Mr. Hudson this morning.
Can I ask you a question, Steve? You said that there were additional interviews, plural, after the other gentleman decided that he was not going to accept the offer.
If I said that, I misspoke. Not additional interviews, I apologize.
So that was singular, so there was only one person who was interviewed, and that one person was Sheldon Hudson?
Correct.
Okay. And my understanding is he lives in Millsboro, Delaware?
He does.
And Millsboro, Delaware is near Dover, Delaware, in that general part of the state of Delaware, right?
I'm not sure exactly where it is in Delaware.
Did he indicate in any of your communications with him that he was willing to relocate to Lower Saucon either immediately or with any guaranteed time in the future?
He did not guarantee a time. Based on his prior commitments, he is willing for a period of approximately 45 days, work 20 hours a week to become acclimated to the position, then become full-time. He anticipates that he is going to be spending a significant amount of time here and spending nights here in the Lower Saucon area, at least initially. But I don't want to speak more about his family or personal situation. But
so he's going to work for the first 45 days, he's going to work 20 hours a week?
Yes.
Okay, who's going to do the other responsibilities of a township manager during that period of time?
The idea would be he'd become, in my mind, the idea would be he'd become acclimated to the job. He'd learn as we go and go ahead and sort of help, on a marginal basis or an incremental basis rather, with the idea that that's the time that he can give to us in the short term and then give us full time shortly after that.
Is he employed elsewhere?
I don't want to speak directly about his personal and other professional matters, but he has other professional commitments.
Well, I'm unclear. He doesn't want to start working full-time. He wants to work part-time. I would think if you want this position, you want to jump in with both feet and take the job and work more than 40 hours a week, because it's going to take you time to, there's a learning curve at the beginning. That's not promising to me that he wants to start out part-time working for us. And he hasn't guaranteed that he's willing to relocate here in any time frame whatsoever. In your meetings and communications with him, and I saw the resume that you kindly shared with us, and I thank you for that, I did not see that he has any experience as a township manager or as any municipal manager of any kind, let alone a township manager in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Is that accurate?
Based on my recollection, I believe that is accurate. He has done it in Delaware, but not in Pennsylvania.
So we paid $10,000 to an agency to try to find a candidate for it. Was he located through the agency, or would he solicited the job on his own?
He was through the agency.
So we paid him
No, he applied for this job last time.
on his own.
He applied for this job last time on his own, and then he sent me an email saying, I heard you have an opening again, and we forwarded him to the agency, but he had already missed the deadline. I guess there was a deadline. We didn't know about deadline. No one told us about deadline. And then I guess he assumed, like we did, that this Brian Bond was hired, and that they didn't. But I guess he found out not. And then I don't know who he contacted, whether he contacted the agency, all that. But he was not initially done. He was interviewed the last time we had an opening. I'm going to make a motion to hire Kathy Gorman as a full-time township manager for $150,000 a year.
And I'll second that. I'll second that, Tom, and I'll add to that motion, if you would amend it, please,
Yes.
that she would receive a 4-year guaranteed contract that she cannot be terminated except for cause, and the benefits package that she would receive would be identical to what's set forth in the draft letter that Mr. Goodsouzian just shared with council.
I will amend my motion for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Did you have anything else to talk about, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, with regard to that motion, the ideal candidate is sitting right next to you. And the fact that the three of you are so blind and ignorant to that is appalling to me. Kathy has stepped up admirably. She stepped up when you asked her to. She has been jerked around through this process. She thought somebody else was being hired, and that person was pulled out from under her, and she continues in the role without any accolades, without asking for anything to do this job, while she does her other jobs as the assistant township manager and as well as the finance director of the township. If it wasn't for you, this dumpster fire would be beyond description, literally a dumpster fire. You lost a good manager because of your ineptitude. Guy was great. You lost a great solicitor that you chose to get rid of. You lost another solicitor that you handpicked and met with secretly. You kept him for only 16 days. You lost a zoning enforcement officer who'd been with the township for a long time. We don't have a zoning enforcement officer. The only person keeping their finger in the dike to keep this whole dam from breaking is Kathy. And yet, you're scrambling around trying to find somebody, and the best person you get is a guy from Delaware who has no experience in Pennsylvania, who hasn't committed to coming to Pennsylvania to live here, and only wants to start by working 20 hours a week.
And they want to pay him $10,000 more than the last guy they hired at the last meeting.
Right. So you're desperate. You're absolutely desperate to be going at it this way, because everybody else that you interviewed, and I don't know who they were because you wouldn't share the resumes with me, and you wouldn't allow me to be part of the whole process. And anyway, we're Tom. You're grasping at straws because you need a township manager, and you look like a bunch of fools because you can't find one, because nobody wants to take this position. And the person who's willing to take this position and put in the hard work and take the lumps and keep things moving along is sitting right next to you, and you're looking past her.
Right. And I will add, Kathy's a straight shooter. She tells us no when we have to hear no. And I think that's one of the reasons why Priscilla's not necessarily a fan. We'll see how she votes. But Kathy has always been a straight shooter, and she's the most knowledgeable person about the township as far as the finances, and is well up to the job. She should have been appointed almost immediately. The search has been such a, we know very little about it, but the things we do know, the candidate Murphy spoke to us on the phone, said he was going to withdraw, and Steve Goodsouzian called him on a Sunday and begged him to stay in the hunt for this thing. That's how bad we're down. We have Kathy Gorman right here, and Susie's begging. This guy was in Florida, but had Pennsylvania roots, grew up in Pennsylvania. And Susie's on the phone begging him to take the job because it's anybody, Priscilla just wants someone that she can control. And this guy was smart enough to turn it down, especially, with how Susie was acting. But, so this guy, Kathy's head and shoulders above this guy, head and shoulders above this guy. This guy's a nice guy. I met with him. We interviewed him before we hired Mark Hudson. He came up. There was still the same concerns. The concern was he wasn't willing to move. At that time, he told me that it was, his children were out of age. Now, when I spoke to him on Friday night, he said that's not a concern anymore, to something to that effect. But then I didn't know, he didn't tell me on Friday night he would only be willing to work 20 hours a week for the first thing. So, I mean, why wouldn't he mention that to me? I thought we had an honest, open relationship. He didn't say a word about that. So now I have a problem with how honest he's being with me. This and the only reason me and Sandy, we met with them last time, and the only reason we really even considered him though was because Link said, I can help him with the Pennsylvania stuff. He doesn't have any Pennsylvania experience. He's from Delaware. He's been in Delaware all the time. There's going to be a learning curve there. But Link said, I can help him with that. If he's the guy that you and Sandy recommend to council, I can get him moving that. The problem is we don't have a solicitor like that anymore. We don't. This guy's treading water. I mean, he's in over his head. He doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground as far as being a solicitor in a township.
That's being
a solicitor in a township. And here we have Kathy, who they could help. And it tells you that Susie wouldn't leave the room when Kathy met with this guy. He wouldn't leave the room. And that's the one thing that Sheldon did tell me on the phone. He said, yeah, he goes, that guy would not leave the room. I had questions for Kathy, and he would not leave the room. I think $155,000 is way too much for an unproven entity. I think $150,000 for Kathy is a fine starting salary. And besides the 20 hours a week for the first 45 days, everything else in this contract seems all right, including that Kathy should get a lump sum payment equal to 6 months if he's any other reason besides just cause, or terminated for any reason other than just cause. I would like that out, actually. The only reason she can be terminated is for just cause. And if she's terminated for any other reason besides just cause, she gets all the money under the contract. Because we've seen the majority here and how they are. And how they punish people. Link Treadwell, for example, only did what the majority, he worked with all the council members, but again, you have to take direction from the majority after they vote on something. But he always helped Priscilla out, always talked to Priscilla. And Jim Young, anybody could go in there and talk to him about a zoning issue. A Republican, Democrat, majority, minority, anybody. And he would sit there with you and explain. He didn't care what you were. These people care. These people care. And you're going to see, because they want to throw 2 Republicans, me and another woman, Ann Spurk, off of the EAC and another couple agenda items. Because we're the Republicans and we voted against the landfill. That's how they are. And that's why this guy wants some assurances as well. Probably also why he wants one of the reasons why he wants to start only 20 hours a week. But I think Kathy, to give this job to anybody else besides Kathy, who has worked for it, deserves it, and is head and shoulder above any of the candidates we've seen so far, is really a disgrace. She deserves it, and she should be hired. And she shouldn't have to worry about her job, so she should have a contract that states that and proves that.
Tom, if I could just clarify one point there that you made. And that is that Kathy has a staff that she knows and that work with her, that enjoy working with her, respect her, And the risk is that if there's someone else who's brought in, that there could be additional loss of valuable township staff, which can further hurt the overall services provided to the public.
I think you're right. We also, have the staff to thank for helping Kathy over these months, Stacy and others, nobody left. Like Jim Young left because there were emails written by Laura Ray and others basically saying you're on the chopping block, and they were looking to get rid of him. But this staff has been working hard, shorthanded.
Priscilla disagrees because she's shaking her head side to side. No, but the right to know records are very clear.
Exactly. Staff's been working hard, shorthanded. Kathy's organized all that and led them. And to do anything else it's disgraceful. It would be disgraceful.
Okay, myself, I have no comment on this. I'll vote my conscience when the roll call is. Victoria?
Too much of a coward to speak.
Yeah, thank you. Number one, I do want to say thank you to Ms. Gorman for all of her hard work and everything that she has done. I can say as a member of the hiring committee that Ms. Gorman did not submit her resume or application for consideration, and I think it's deplorable that we have two council members that would put Ms. Gorman on the spot and put our staff out there and put them in the middle of a situation like this. I think it's deplorable to ask her to be just put her on the spot here without any forefront and without any investigation as to whether she was interested in said position. Number two, as I recall, when Mr. Hudson was hired back in 2022, the same people here that are talking the praises of Ms. Gorman, rightfully so, didn't offer Ms. Gorman the position 2 years ago. So I would like to know what exactly has changed about Ms. Gorman's work product in the last 2 years that would tell Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi back then that she wasn't good enough to hire back then. So I think that it's a dog and pony show right now.
No, it's not.
In order to frustrate and to create concern and problem within this township, to create concern and problem within our staff. I think it's been orchestrated from the very beginning to drag out our meetings, to complain, to interrupt, and create a hostile environment for our staff. I saw it with Mr. Hudson when he was here. I certainly understand that Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi, the same comments and demeanor that they provide to the majority here on council were provided to staff in the background. When we talk about...
Give me an example.
When we talk about it.
Tell me when and to who.
What happened with our zoning officer, I was highly concerned about discussions that occurred and threats that Mr. Benonis made to the zoning officer to show up here on a zoning violation that he had authored that Mr. Benonis wasn't in favor of.
Authored a zoning violation? Sorry, you're wrong again.
No, our zoning officer had issued a notice of violation to one of his friends, and he got angry about it. So one of our meetings, just 2 weeks before the guy resigned, one of our meetings, Mr. Benonis sits here and says, I want our zoning officer to show up here next time, and he better be ready here to explain, why didn't he show up? Miss Gorman, why wasn't he here? Where is he? Well, I wonder why. He doesn't want to be harassed. He doesn't want to be shouted at. He doesn't want to be interrogated by Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi. So what? He resigned. He resigned the morning. He resigned the morning.
He's a clown.
Last day was the morning of our next council meeting in which Mr. Benonis had demanded that he appear. So again, I'm back to the whole scenario. 2 years ago, Ms. Gorman was not offered the position. Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi had every opportunity to give her that choice, and now they've
created the assistant manager position, which she filled in admirably and proved that she could be a township manager. So there's the answer to the question, Victoria. We created a new position called the assistant manager, and she filled the assistant manager position. Can you hear me? Can you hear that part of it? I know you talk a lot. Listen. She became the assistant manager. We created the assistant manager position. She filled that role, and she held that role for a period of time, which proved that she could be the manager. On top of that, she served as the interim manager admirably. So that's what's different there, Dumbo.
Job offer 2 years ago. No job offer.
All right, so...
I just made the job offer.
Yeah.
Tom made the motion, I seconded it.
Was it?
We made her an assistant.
She became the assistant manager. She built her skill set,
And
right?
over the 2 years, she.
I know facts hurt you. Facts and words hurt you.
But 2 years ago, we offered the assistant township manager position to her. She accepted it, and over the past 2 years, she's flourished in that position, and now she's ready for the township manager
Thank you, Tom.
position.
Thank you, Tom.
It's obvious. I mean, it's not tricky. Yeah.
Okay, Laura?
And Kathy did.
Oh, I forgot to mention that this guy was interviewed by these guys. They thought he was a great pick, so much so that they would have picked him over Kathy back then.
Yes, because we had a competent solicitor who knows Pennsylvania law and could teach him Pennsylvania law. He already explained that if you're listening, but you're selectively listening. I understand it's late. You may have fatigue like Priscilla.
Okay, it's Laura's turn.
They want to hire a guy from Delaware.
I don't have a problem. My arm will keep doing this.
They want to hire a guy from Delaware. They want to hire a guy from Delaware.
It's Laura's turn.
They want to hire a guy from Delaware.
With no Pennsylvania skill.
They want to hire a guy from Delaware.
Tom, you're being, you don't know who you're messing with.
They want to hire a guy.
You're messing with the Hulk, Tom. Don't make her angry. Can you hear me?
No, I didn't. What did you say again?
I said you're messing with the Hulk. Don't make her angry.
Messing with who?
The Hulk. You said you wouldn't like me when you're angry, and I said you must be the Hulk.
Hiring a guy from Delaware they know nothing about.
It's Laura's turn. Laura, I'm so sorry.
About. Just to save face for their last hire.
Okay, so I think what was pointed out here was that a couple things that are important is I think I heard that Kathy had not applied to be the manager. She probably has her reasons for that. So you don't just appoint a person into a position if they haven't made the decision that that's what they would want to do.
Appointing is making an offer that she can accept or decline.
Jason, you're interrupting. You're rude.
Regardless, she did not apply. And as was pointed out before, this other Mr. Hudson was offered the job before, so he was fine back then.
Wasn't?
So.
Yet again, because we had a solicitor who was competent in Pennsylvania law to assist him. Perhaps you weren't here and listening. I'll try to say it louder. Can you hear me?
Put that thing down. You are so rude.
You apparently can't hear me. I hope you will hear me so that you can stop repeating what's already been discussed.
It's my turn to speak, so apparently you don't hear me. So.
I do. You're repeating what was already said.
And you're with him? Please, please, please. Laura?
I'm done.
Okay, so,
Sharing your wisdom.
public comment. Anyone in the audience?
Well, I'm not. I had another comment.
Thank God that's over with. We're getting a little silly. Sorry, I know it's late, but honestly, I would actually ask you guys to make a motion for us to bring wine sometimes when we're here late. It'll make the time go quicker. Okay, Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I would just say the excuses I've heard from Laura and also from Victoria. I mean, it's ridiculous to go back in time and say we're not going to hire this person now because we didn't hire her 2 years ago. Of course she has 2 years of experience. Of course she's been managing. She's proven now that she can manage the township. And also, it's Lower Saucon Township. So a quick story, I worked at a nonprofit in Allentown, okay? They went out and about and found the best person from states far away and hired her for a lot of money to come in and run a local charity. It was a charity, okay? She was terrible. She treated everybody like, you know what, garbage. She wasn't from the area. She learned to be from the area. She had to learn everybody. She had to figure out where she was. She had to learn the culture here. She had to get involved with things. But the point is, you're bringing somebody from the outside into the township that doesn't know anything about the township, doesn't have skin in the game here, doesn't care about the area, might just come and leave in a year because they don't really care. That's something to consider. If you're in a business, if you're in a company, if you're whatever, hiring people, which neither three of you are, You have no idea what it's like out there right now in the world. That's what I'm saying about the causes. It's like a cause. You guys have a cause. You have no idea what's going on in the real world, how hard it is to hire people. There's nobody out there that wants to work. You can't find people to work in the local area, let alone go and find somebody from other areas that are they're gonna come here and they have no idea what's going on here, but they're gonna move that day all the way here, spend money, buy a property, and start working here, and then they're gonna see this nightmare? I mean, like, you're out of your minds, I'll be honest with you. And also, I mean, she's a woman, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say, but don't we like that kind of thing, girls? Don't we like that kind of thing, women, to hire other women? I don't know, that's like a thing now. I think it's silly to overlook her, and I think it's silly to use past scenarios, and I also think it's silly for egos to take over arguments. Just think about it. Don't let your ego answer questions for you. If she wants the job, give it to her, or let her, at least give her an opportunity.
Okay, next.
So, you said the name out loud. Immediately Googled him. Frankfurt hires Hudson to help manage growing town. Sheldon Hudson as a consultant who will act as a part-time town manager. He's excited. He only wants to work 20 hours a week there. Hang on. Gets better. He only wants to work 20 hours a week.
Excuse me.
Hudson said he does not want to be a full-time town manager in Frankfurt or any town, but would rather work part-time at several towns as a consultant. April 4th, 2024.
Wow.
Quite interesting. That's that. Honestly, sweeten the pot and get her hooked. She needs to be the manager. She's got experience. She knows Lower Saucon. She knows the ins and outs of this council. She knows how to handle you guys, and she's doing a great job with the staff. The staff respects her, and she needs to sweeten the pot. Make her the manager, give her an assistant, and then give her assistant an assistant. You'll still come off cheaper, and you'll know what you're getting. Now, back to the other manager. So, on July 24th, 2024, DeLeon said at that council meeting, position to Brian Bond, Keystone Solutions, and you interviewed 3 people, 2 people you got down to, offered it to Bond, and he accepted the position. So I had a resident contact me and ask me about what's going on with our new manager. So I emailed Mr. Bond, and if you want a copy of it, I'll give it to you. And I said to him, good morning, Mr. Bond. My name is Donna Louder. I'm a resident of Lower Saucon Township Council, and I heard you would be being our new manager, and I was told this by council. And I was also, someone else reached out to me and said that you weren't gonna be a manager. I said, is that true? I said, I'm hoping to hear the truth from you. So he wrote back to me, he says, I did not accept the offer. I will be retiring from the public sector in the coming months. So you announced that we have a manager starting in August in the July 21 meeting. Mm-hmm. And this gentleman never gave you the yes. What in the world is going on? How can we look at you and listen to you and agree that you are doing the best for our township with our tax dollars when we aren't getting the truth? We aren't getting clarity here. If that person wasn't going to be here, why was it all over the news? Why was it in the newspaper? This gentleman never accepted it. My email to him ended with, thank you, best wishes, and he wrote me back, Thank you. And I'm thinking to myself, what in the world is going on? Please, 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 don't lie to the taxpayers for gain. Just don't. It's not becoming. It's just not becoming. So, again, sweeten the pot and get her to be our manager somehow, some way. And I know why, and her and I have talked. And honestly, she is the best game in town. I saw her at the PSATS meeting. She knows everybody there. If she needs something, she reaches out to them. Like, she just has the background. She has the experience that we need here. And Kathy, I'm sorry if I'm pushing you, but you are the best thing for this township right now. You are the best thing. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else next?
Dave Boulan, Alice Drive. I actually, I did a step further than what Donna had just talked about back on 2024-8-9. About 12:30, I finally said there's something wrong with this bond nomination, just doesn't add up. So I picked up the phone and I called Daniel Decker at 570-421-8300 to ask her what goes on with Brian Bond. And she said, she's the assistant at East Stroudsburg, by the way, East Stroudsburg. She said that, oh, Brian Bond, yes, he hired me. And as a matter of fact, he's resigned at East Stroudsburg. And I thought, well, gee, that's sort of interesting. And I didn't say anything else because that was what I had heard, was that Brian Bond was coming here from East Stroudsburg and he'd been hired. And the bottom line is, so then I picked up the phone and I made some more phone calls, and I found out that, gee, actually Brian Bond had worked for about 9 years in Stroudsburg and was one of their managers there in the road department and worked for 9 years or so, and then became assistant manager for 2 years and was so fantastic they promoted him to manager. Bingo, there she is, okay? Finally, I got fed up with it and I Googled Brian Bond. You know what? You guys have been jerking us around. He's not in East Stroudsburg. He's not in Stroudsburg. You know where he is? Anybody? Giggles over there? Anybody?
Delaware.
Huh?
Delaware.
No.
You're in Delaware, apparently.
No, he's, it turns out he's over in Warren County.
New Jersey.
Warren County, New Jersey, and Washington. That where he's been for the last 14 or so months. And I spoke to him in person and I said, gee, when are you coming? And he says, I'm not coming. I never accepted that offer. Why do you people, and I'm saying the ones that are, the three of you, why do you have to do that? You think you're not going to be caught? And your attorney and all these firms you hire for all this money, that's, you know, you just invite disrespect. You lay it on yourself, Victoria. And I've had enough. I just get so fed up with the endless
Policy
half-truth.
we adopted tonight?
I'm sorry, what?
The policy we adopted again tonight?
Oh, listen, how about a policy of honesty to your taxpayers? How about not lying? Because I call that a direct lie.
Do not accuse me of lying.
You're a liar.
Do not do that.
That's disrespectful.
Goddamn liar.
Look in the mirror.
You are a goddamn liar.
Look in the mirror.
Another point to make.
I'm a liar?
No.
But why don't you tell me I'm a liar? Okay, refute it. And then you go call Mr. Bond and see where he is, because I have copies of the webpage and some of the decisions and leading arguments he made in the last couple of months. And your super duper hiring organization said he worked in East Stroudsburg?
No, they did not.
No, he didn't. No, nobody, you guys don't know anything.
No, we do know about Warren.
We're just going to hire him. I'll tell you what he did. You look at that council, they're all Republicans. And he wants to stay there. Do you think he wants to come here to this zoo where it's nothing but dirty politics on one side?
Anybody else like to speak?
I would like to.
Nobody else? Okay.
Tom, you want to speak?
I want to speak. I said I want to speak.
Okay, go ahead.
I agree with Ms. Louder, and I think a salary of $150,000 with a contract, which says she can't be fired unless there's like really, really good cause, and let her decide, make the offer. That's what the motion is. Make the offer. Let her have a couple days or a week to think about it and get back to us, and then let her take the contract that I guess Susie will try to cobble together, and she can have her own attorney look at it if she wants, and see if that gives her the assurances. I don't think it's the salary. I think it's the assurances of Priscilla acting on emotions and trying to fire someone for no good cause. And if that can be addressed, in a contract, I think she deserves the opportunity. Make the offer, write the contract, let her think about it. We can wait until the next meeting to hire a township manager, one way or the other. It's not, I mean, she's been doing it this long. You can do it 2 more weeks or whatever we have till the next meeting, for God's sakes. So my motion is what it is.
Okay,
a contract
so-
offer should be made to Kathy Gorman for $150,000 a year, and contract should have assurances against being fired for anything except extreme just cause.
Okay, can we have a roll call, please, Kathy?
Mr. Carucci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
I'll vote no because I don't feel this is the right way to go about this.
Oh, what a cop-out.
What is?
That is a cop-out. What a cop-out.
Public can hear you.
What a cop-out.
Turn your microphone on.
What a cop-out.
Sorry.
What a cop-out. What a joke. You want to hire another woman. You won't hire another
If she
woman.
would like.
Put her in a corner, it's an offer. She can decline it.
You're a joke.
Make offers and negotiate in public at a meeting. This is really ridiculous. This is not how you do this.
You also don't advertise offers that have been accepted that never actually occurred.
Ms. DeLeon,
No.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes.
And I didn't get to finish stating, she may apply if she would like, that's fine. But this isn't the right way to do this.
I agree.
What's the right way? You guys control the process.
My comments before.
You guys control the process from the beginning and excluded Tom and me.
Hot air.
What's the right process? You could have done it however you wanted
And
to.
didn't receive an offer 2 years ago when Mr. Benoist and Mr. Croce had every opportunity to do so. Now they've blindsided her in the middle of our council meeting without any forethought.
It's your fault,
I've already
Tom.
indicated that she never applied for this position. So I would respect her privacy and respect her reasons and respect who she is as a woman and our township finance.
By hiring a
There
man.
you go.
Respect who she is as a woman by hiring a
I
man.
also think it's imperative for everybody.
Respect who she is as a woman by hiring a man. Respecting who she is as a woman by hiring a man.
Ridiculous. I mean, interruptions is
I'm going to
ridiculous.
respect who you are as a woman. I'm going to hire a man.
It is funny. So sorry. If I can finish, are we finished laughing?
Hi, Bob.
We're not finished laughing. So, I mean, the way that I've heard people discuss it, it's like, oh my goodness, Ms. Gorman's going to leave us, and we're not going to have the benefit of her history and her information and all of the things that she provides us as director of finance and assistant manager. None of those things have been changed. As far as I know, she's not leaving the township. So
Not yet.
not yet. After somebody just put her on the spot, like you did. So just like you did with our zoning officer.
Go ahead,
So
go
I mean,
ahead.
let's
Vote
go
her
back.
down.
But I digress from there.
Stop talking. You just wasted your time.
I am going to vote no on this. I don't think
Wow,
it's
there's a shocker.
appropriate.
Come on up. I want to hear from Ms.
I
Louder
think that
again.
we should follow the process that was given.
Motion
May I
fails.
make a suggestion, please?
No.
No, you're out of order. Sit down.
She's asking.
Here, suggest it to me and I'll
You're
make
out
it.
of order.
Motion fails 3-2.
Okay, so I would like,
Victoria say no.
I would like to make a motion to offer the position of township manager to Sheldon P. Hudson at a salary of $155,000 in accordance with the terms of the draft offer letter prepared by the solicitor, subject to a successful background investigation. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion, Jason?
This is a motion to make the offer on the terms of the letter that Steve Gutsuzian prepared
Correct,
to Sheldon Hudson?
correct.
Please don't.
This guy lives.
Quiet in the audience.
Oh.
You're out of order.
You're out of
Guy
order.
lives in Delaware.
You are out of order.
He lives in Delaware. He's not indicated any intention to relocate to Pennsylvania. He only wants to start working part-time, 20 hours a day, and he has no experience whatsoever in Pennsylvania municipal management. That's a brilliant move. I mean,
It was 2 years ago.
It's 2 years
It
ago
was
because we had
2
a
years
competent
ago.
solicitor,
2
okay?
years
The
ago.
difference was competent solicitor 2 years ago, which
didn't
failed.
hire.
And-
We didn't
and
hire.
you know that Link's competent because you used to work for Link, right? You worked for Link, so you know how competent he was. He was good enough for you to work for him, but not good enough for you to keep on council here. I get that.
And she couldn't keep the job with Link. She wasn't that good
Yeah,
of an
she was.
attorney.
Yeah, can't keep any, I guess, right? So
I can.
this is the best that we're gonna do with our township taxpayer dollars, is to hire this guy from Delaware. Okay.
Now,
Okay, Tom?
he was not offered a job last time. We had negotiations, and it was clear that he had no intention of moving to Pennsylvania, and we stopped the negotiations at that point because we felt that should be a requirement.
Thank you, Tom.
And from this letter, there's no penalty if he doesn't move to Pennsylvania after 45 days working 20 hours a week. There's nothing that even says that he has to work more than 20 hours a week. He can just take the prorated salary. He can just keep taking the prorated salary after 20 weeks. It says once you become full-time, your salary will be $155,000 a year, beginning on January 1st, 26. You may be entitled to increases in 2026. But again, once you become full-time, this is up to him when he becomes full-time. It's not up to council or Mr. Gutsuzian or, and Kathy will be doing this work if he doesn't do full-time. And Ms. Louder said in April, he's saying he has no intention of being full-time. Now, you were suckered by the first guy you tried to hire. And you were, now this guy, there's nothing in this contract that says he has to, after 45 days, be full-time. He could be part-time for years, and he can only be fired for just cause. If he's fired for any other, which you could argue, only working 20 hours a week for 6 months is not just cause, because the contract doesn't prevent that. So if you fire him, then he's for just cause. Then you got to give him 6 months' pay, including not including a housing right. So, I mean, I don't know how Steve Gutsuzian has a law practice. I mean, it's unbelievable that this guy can just waltz in here for 20 hours a week. There's nothing to prevent him from working in 20 hours a week in perpetuity. And in April,
Or remotely.
Exactly, or remotely. In April, he says he has no intention of working more than 20 hours a week. Anywhere. And this was negotiated by Steve, Susie. Unbelievable. And you clowns are going to go along with it.
Not only negotiated by Steve, but also not negotiated by the specialist employment lawyer that we hired.
Right.
A higher rate. At least consult with him to get an opinion from him.
Steve wanted to put a little money in his pocket, thought he could do it. Unbelievable.
Okay, I have no comment. Victoria?
I'm in support of it. I think for all the complaints I've heard last night, I wish they would have actually showed up and participated. Show up, participate, and then you can complain.
Show up and participate in what? Everything that we were excluded from?
20 hours. Again, Steve.
Every resume that came in that was not shared with us?
Laura?
Susie, can you tell me What prevents him from working 20 hours a week in perpetuity in this agreement?
It says he has an initial period of 45 days that he can work 20 hours a week.
What happens if he says after 45 days, I still only want to work 20 hours a week at the prorated salary? What happens? There's no penalty in here for that. There's no reason, there's nothing here that says he can't do that.
He's got an initial period of 45 days. I'm not sure what could be clearer.
You got to be kidding me. It doesn't say. I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't.
Laura?
Yeah, I'm not gonna
you
continue
are a
the
moron.
argument.
Can't hear you.
I'm not gonna continue the argument on this topic.
Okay, I guess, public comment?
I guess there's only one person here left to speak.
No, there's actually two, three.
Yeah, you guys, I don't even know why we try, you know? You just go out and you want to make yourself look good, and so you can say, oh, we checked off that box, we have a manager. And he's coming from Delaware, and he's going to spend 20 hours a week. I spend 20 hours a week working on this council to understand what's going on. I mean, what are you kidding me? And you want Kathy, she's going to have to teach this guy everything? She's going to end up doing it all. Who are you kidding? This guy doesn't want to work. He wants to relax. And you're going to let it, not only are you going to let it happen, you're going to make it happen. So you'll look good. You know, that's really pathetic. My God, this isn't the best guy. This is by far not the best guy. As somebody said, that person's sitting right next to you. And I disagree with Victoria over here in terms of she can say no, and she will say no if she feels that way. She's not like the two on your right and left here. If you say yes, they say yes. You say no, they say no. They don't seem to have any opinion. And I think it's really pathetic that you just drive this in order to meet a quota of people that we need. Pretty soon, she will get fed up and leave, and then there will be nobody because it's already getting thin. And yes, I did speak to Jim Young. And if anybody on that dais thinks he didn't leave because of the pressure he was getting from you three, you're sadly mistaken.
That's right. I talked to him too.
Sure. Anybody with a brain, it's just like me calling Bond. You think I'm scared to pick up the phone and call somebody? Who do you think you're kidding? And you didn't know he's from Warren, New Jersey?
Nope.
What?
They didn't.
Who? Bond.
Said that.
B-O-N. Brian
Even know where it
Bond.
was past
I know
those
he was the last guy you tried to bring in.
Right.
Who you told us had accepted it. He said, no, I never did. So there's something really wrong. He's got no
Liar.
reason to lie.
Liar.
Just so make me so mad. It's ridiculous. And Blovier sits over there, tells us how much time gets used up, and she spends 10 minutes wheeling off on something.
Best guy for the job was a woman. They didn't hire her.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray?
Yes. Sorry, yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis?
No, I really wish I had the opportunity to meet with him when the secret meeting took place that was supposedly an executive session that was actually a meeting in violation of the Sunshine Act.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
We were left out of the process. We don't know who the best candidate was. And I think the best candidate was Kathy Gorman, so no.
Motion passes 3-2.
But
Okay, thank you.
we would look forward to welcoming Mr. Hudson.
Let's see if he declines,
Let's see if he
just
shows
like
up.
the other guy.
Exactly.
Okay,
How long he
so,
lasts, like our solicitor for 16 days.
Tell Keystone to keep their file open. Maybe we'll get a discount on a repeat customer.
where's the library? Okay, the next agenda item is discussion and possible action regarding litigation and possible settlement with the Hellertown Area Library. Steve, did you want to?
Sure. Representatives from the library forwarded a proposed release, which I forwarded to council on August 12, 2024. We discussed this in executive session. No official action was taken in executive session, but you have before you a proposed release to be considered and signed if you feel so appropriate.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to have the appropriate representative of the township sign the proposed release agreement and authorize the solicitor to take all steps to end the litigation between Lower Saucon Township and the library and related entities. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Jason? Discussion?
As I discussed when we came out of executive session, this document, the mutual general release is the title on it, is not a mutual general release because it identifies the following lawsuits between the parties or involving the parties, including but not limited to the following: Hellertown Area Library versus Rachel Dennis, identified as Northampton County Court Common Pleas docket number C48CV 2023-00736. And number 2, Hellertown Area Library and Susan Longacre, identified as Northampton County Court of Common Pleas docket number C-48-CV-2022-08480, period. Number 3, Lower Saucon Township versus Pennsylvania Department of Education and Hellertown Area Library Association, identified as Eastern District, Pennsylvania, docket number 23-417. And as I pointed out earlier, it talks about in consideration of the mutual release and relinquishment of the respective legal rights and remedies, but there is no consideration here. There's no consideration because the only signatories to this release, again, are Hellertown Area Library Association and Lower Saucon Township. It does not identify anywhere in the release, other than in the body of the release, the matters involving Rachel Dennis, an individual citizen, and Susan Longacre, who was an individual citizen and is now deceased. It identifies nothing about the estate of Susan Longacre. It identifies nothing about the Pennsylvania Department of Education in any way. So I'm not sure how this can be considered to be a mutual release because the parties are different. There's no mutuality, and there's certainly no consideration here. It purports to be a dismissal of those actions, but I don't know how Lower Saucon Township can agree to dismiss the Hellertown Library versus Rachel Dennis matter or the Hellertown Library versus Susan Longacre matters. The Rachel Dennis matter, she's an individual. Lower Saucon Township is not identified as a party in that matter. That's a case that the Hellertown Library filed against an individual who had a right-to-know request, and they refused to turn over information to Rachel Dennis. Same thing with Susan Longacre, but complicating that further is the fact that Ms. Longacre is now deceased, and presumably an estate would have to be involved in this case. I'm not aware of any suggestion of death having been filed with the court to notify them of the passing of Susan Longacre. And unless and until that occurs, that matter should be stayed by the court pending the raising of an estate and the substitution of the estate for Susan Longacre. On top of that, those parties are not parties to the matter of the Lower Saucon Township versus Pennsylvania Department of Education or the Office of Commonwealth Libraries. So if you want to dismiss the matter, I'm not sure how you can do that without having the agreement of those other parties that are not represented in this agreement to dismiss it. I would also point out that as I sat here this evening, I received a number of emails yesterday, because it's now 12:01 a.m. The first one is from Thomas Fay, and he sent his email. I don't know who Thomas Fay is, but he sent his email to all the members of council, so everybody has this email. And it says, this is the caption: what about Hal not complying with RTK? Right to know. Please, what about Hal not responding to RTK? And then there's another email here. This one is from a person, Quigley Gray. I have no idea who Quigley Gray is. Again, addressed to all council. This was sent during the meeting. It says, Hal, makes me sick that you were just letting Hal get away with fraud. Just sick. And then he got another email here from Quigley Gray, again, addressed to all members of council, sent to us during this meeting. It says, 990s don't tell you anything. 990s from Hal do not tell you anything about representation. 990s did not tell anything about usage. Correct? And then we've got another one here. This is from a Jonathan Altieri. Again, addressed, this is sent during our meeting, addressed to all members of council. This is in the caption, I'm the one that called them out on the fraud. I'm the one that called out Hal on the library discount rate fraud. And then another one here from Jonathan Altieri. This is addressed to all the members of council, again, during our meeting here. And it says, more Ray Hal. And it says the following, and I don't know Jonathan Altieri, but it says, also for the record, so you know what Hal's leadership is, Ken Solt. Once I complained about the selling discount rates thing, Ken accused me of being Jason Bononis. It took me a while to figure it out because I didn't know who Jason was. He went back and forth with I think he meant me, meaning him, Jonathan Altieri, for about 3 months, accusing me of homosexual acts with Tom. I have the receipts. He stopped. I'm sure on attorney advice. Mr. Solt is a homophobe. He doesn't belong in the position he is in, but he is also a harasser. A terrible person with a criminal record. Look him up, do a background report. His emails were harassment. Please do not work with him because if you do, you are complicit and I will expose everything. So those are just 5 emails that we got, I guess, when the public started paying attention to this being on the agenda and coming out of executive session. Maybe there's more concern from the public. But for the reasons that I've already said, it's not a mutual agreement. Parties aren't the same. There aren't signature lines of all the parties involved in those matters. This township does not represent Rachel Dennis or Susan Longacre in any capacity, as far as I know. And we have concerns that have been voiced by the public about this. So you're gonna do what you're gonna do. You've already gifted money to Lower Saucon Township. You've already gifted Lower Saucon Township money to Hal. Well, here's what's revealing. We have in our council packet here, these are the financial statements, updated financial statements. And you go to the page, which is Statement of Revenues and Expenditures compared to the budget summary. This is 8/8/2024. And the line item is for libraries. Libraries was budgeted $125,000. And then MTD actual is $320. And then the year-to-date actual payment is $100,017.26, using up 80.01% of the budget, with a remaining balance of $24,982.74. So, what does that figure represent? That $100,017.26. If I recall correctly, the amount of money that this council decided to try to pay to the library under the guise of past due invoices, which was wrong and fraudulent, and then backed off that and switched their position in secret, was about $97,000. So if you remove that $97,000 lump sum gift that the majority of this council gave to the Hellertown Library, the amount of actual money that Lower Saucon Township has paid for library services through the reimbursement to residents who avail themselves of the reimbursement program is about $3,000. So this is a resource that people are claiming is of such tremendous value to the community, which it may be to some people. But the people that use it and who have availed themselves of the reimbursement amounts to about $3,000. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna enter into this agreement and they're gonna have some negotiations and they're gonna unveil those negotiations probably during the budget process to load up the library figures so they can give a whole big windfall to Hellertown Library, and get ready for it because it's coming. But what they're not gonna be able to explain is, why are we gonna spend $100,000, $125,000, $150,000, whatever number they come up with to line the pockets of their friends in Hellertown? How do you justify spending that much money when the level of interest in that service was $3,000? It'll be 2% of, if not less, of what they're actually going to give to Hellertown as a gift of your taxpayer money. That's all we're looking out for, is the taxpayer money. We're looking for transparency in the numbers. That's all we've ever asked for, is transparency in the numbers and representation that is proportionate to what we are paying for. We want transparency in the numbers to justify, just as anybody else, if you're going to go out and buy something, you want to know what you're buying and what you're getting for your money. And if you're buying something, you want to know that what you're buying is actually yours, or that you have some level of ownership or control in it. And we don't have that here. And they're gonna enter into a settlement agreement with Hellertown Library, or purported, I don't even call it a settlement agreement, because that legitimizes it, because it's not a legitimate settlement agreement. And they're gonna do this, and they can do that. It doesn't matter, because it has no binding effect. It doesn't really affect me at all. But they're gonna do this under the guise of a settlement agreement, and they're gonna give away your money. They're gonna give away your money to an entity that has fought right-to-know requests. These right-to-know requests are legitimate requests that the Office of Open Records found that the library is an extension of the Borough of Hellertown, and that the library is obligated to comply with the open records laws, and refused to do so. They refused to turn over information. So you're gonna give money to an organization that is, all these concerns are raised by these emails from these people. You're gonna give money to a library that has not been transparent, and actually not only was not transparent, but acted underhandedly towards this township that paid it almost $1 million over a number of years, and in secret went to the Office of Commonwealth Libraries and asked to remove Lower Saucon Township from its service area. And they did that to play politics, to create an issue that would divide the community, and a lot of people got suckered by it. And it's a shame that people did not see what was going on. We talked about it many times here in council. Tom and I talked about it many times, and people just don't see it. So, you know, for those of you that voted for these three clowns, you know what? You get what you deserve. For those of you who fail to show up and vote, you get what you deserve. I'll continue to be a vocal opponent to all this nonsense and garbage. But none of this should come as any surprise. We talked about this. We told you this was gonna happen, and here it is happening. And this malfeasance is gonna be covered up. It's gonna be swept, there's gonna be an attempt to cover it up, but you know, there are other people that have right-to-know requests that are not part of this purported settlement agreement, and that will continue on. And hopefully those other right-to-know requests reveal information that is damning. And look, you know, what goes on in Hellertown, it's not clean, right? It's not clean by any means. You've got a chief of police who's been accused of embezzling or stealing $120,000, subject to an attorney general investigation. You've got a fire company that had multiple embezzlement issues. They're broke as a dope. They have no tax base, and they're taxing their residents to the hilt, and they need us to bail them out to use Lower Saucon money. And how do you do that? Well, you backdoor it into the Hellertown Library. You take Lower Saucon money, you backdoor it to your buddies over in Hellertown. You know, these people here on this council, they took an oath to the residents of Lower Saucon Township, and they failed to recognize that, and they forget it. If they love Hellertown so much, then go live in Hellertown. There's nothing preventing you. You're not bound to live here in Lower Saucon Township, but you are bound to act in the best interest of the township residents and to do the right thing with their tax money, and not to promote bad behavior, cover up, you know, and litigation. You know, and what Tom pointed out earlier is, you know, you got our solicitor here who was handpicked by these folks, and his wife was on the board of the library. And when the hiring process took place, I think, Tom, you asked him, you know, were you involved in anything to do with the library? Did you draft any agreements or anything like that for them? And he couldn't give you a straight answer from what I recall. So I just wish people would pay attention.
Then he I believe
I'll yield the floor to you, Tom. I went on long enough.
Yeah, but I believe he also hired the first Hellertown Library Counsel at his firm. I forget the gentleman's name, but that I think is also part of the cover-up of whatever you know was going on with the Hellertown Library Board that his wife served on, and it's part of the continuing cover-up. You know, when you add those relationships in with what these people have sent in their emails, you know, I think it's obviously what's going on here. And
I look forward to an attorney general investigation of all this, and I hope that it comes. I hope that the threads get pulled, and that those that are involved in this are finally held accountable.
Yeah.
You know, this is a travesty. If there's nothing there, turn over the records. Turn them over. It's not that hard.
You know, when you look at other libraries, Macungie, the Lower Macungie Library was excellent. even the Upper Saucon Library is nice and spacious. I mean, Hellertown is a shoebox. It's a third, fourth-rate library at best. Even the Bethlehem Library is nice. And with all the money we spent on library services over Priscilla's 37, 38 years, however long she's been sitting around, by this time we could have built our own library, and it would be nice. And with that money, and we would have a great library, like we have a great Polk Valley Park, like we're going to have a great baseball field, like we've repaved 3 neighborhoods in this township over the past couple of years. You know, there's people that get things done, and there's people that sit around. And a person on disability sits around for 40 years. Now, people that get things done, they don't accept third, fourth-rate libraries, and they certainly don't fund it. But that's where we're at, and yeah, I mean, listen, it's not going to get any better at Hal. They're just going to take the money, and when you walk in there, it's like you're walking into a library from like the 1970s or 80s. There's really not a lot of technology. Libraries, I mean, are they even going to be around in 15, 20 years? I mean, I think they'll be around, but I don't think there's going to be a lot of books in them. I think a lot of it's going to be computers and servers and meeting rooms for people to meet and have group sessions on things. A lot of them are like that already, quite frankly. And Hellertown won't get there. They're certainly not going to get there with just us and Hellertown funding it, especially because they want to cut off landfill funding, which could be used. Some of it could be used for library services. But that's if you say one thing about Priscilla's 37 years, it's like status quo, no improvement, except third or fourth rate parks, except third or fourth rate library services. Expand the landfill when you need some money, but then say you're against it. You know, it's all smoke and mirrors. But our residents deserve a better library, or at least access to a better library. And
Tom,
this is simply, again, funding Hellertown and funding Democrats in Hellertown in particular by these 3 Democrats. It's a handout. It's a handout. Their whole thought process is redistribute tax dollars to the Hellertown people so that they curry favor. This one big community, they want to say one big community, but it's us paying the bill, whether it's the school district, whether it's now township stuff. Eventually, I assume it will be fire and police. We'll see. I heard they hired a new police chief, or were considering hiring a new one, but this is the second police chief in a row that embezzled money. I don't know who's in charge of hiring the police chiefs, perhaps Priscilla and Victoria. They just did a bang-up job with council, with the township manager. Maybe they're the ones doing it, but
Tom, the other point I would make that I didn't put in my comments was that for this $97,000 payment, we got nothing for it.
Right.
And if the Hellertown Library truly cared about Lower Saucon residents, we got emails today from some residents that were, happy to see this on the agenda. Mm-hmm. And I pointed out, do you have access to the library? He said, well, we don't, because we don't have the sticker and all this. Right. The Hellertown Library could give people the sticker tomorrow.
That's right.
If they want. There's nothing preventing that.
That's right.
And they choose not to. So they choose to prolong this, right? If they really cared about the people and getting access to the library, in exchange for that $100,000, $97,000 payment, they could put the sticker on there and these people could get access very easily, and they choose not to.
Right.
Why is that? Are they shaking us down because they want more money? Is that what it is?
Already.
Shaking us down.
Tom?
Yeah, I'm still going.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's a shakedown that they're more than willing to pay. I mean, they should have at least asked for the $97,000 donations, put the sticker on the card so people can go to Bethlehem if they want to go to Bethlehem. And they wouldn't even do that. Now, they want to settle something, which doesn't appear they have the right to settle anyway. But for the same thing, say, okay, we'll settle this, just put the sticker on. They won't do it. It's a long list of broken campaign promises and basically broken promises, whether it's Eastern Road, landfill, right? They were going to stop out-of-state trash from going into the landfill. That's not happened. They're going to stop truck traffic at the landfill. That hasn't happened. They were going to cut the number of trucks. That hasn't happened. They missed an opportunity because they have such a pathetic solicitor. They hired such a pathetic solicitor to renegotiate the host municipal agreement. They missed it.
Library topic.
So, on the library,
Running out of things to say.
we would
so
have
make 'em up.
that money from the landfill, we could have a first-rate library, but the majority of this council is too short-sighted to see that. Now I'm done.
Okay, well, first of all, the sticker, there's a process that you have to go through to get that through the state. And yes, there
In the
is.
settlement contract with the federal judge, they said
I'm
anybody could give out the
talking
sticker.
now.
You're lying.
Okay, I'm lying. Okay. So the township wrote a letter to get out of the service district back, I don't know, in the beginning of summer one year. But I would like to read a letter, an email from Jessica King. Dear Township Council, I am writing to express my enthusiastic support for a relationship with the Hellertown Area Library and to underscore the vital role it plays in our township. As an active member of this community, I have witnessed firsthand that the positive impact that the library has on individuals and family across the township. Our library is more than just a repository of books. It is a cornerstone of community engagement and enrichment. It serves as a welcoming space for people of all ages and backgrounds to come together, share ideas, and participate in a wide range of educational and cultural activities, from the storytime sessions that spark a love of reading in young children to the adult education programs that support lifelong learning. The library is a hub of intellectual and personal growth. The library's resources extend far beyond traditional print materials. With access to digital resources, research databases, and technology training, it bridges the digital divide and provides valuable tools for success in our increasing connected world. For many residents, the library is a crucial access point for information and services they might otherwise find difficult to obtain. Moreover, the library contributes significantly to the well-being of our community by fostering literacy, creativity, and civic engagement. It hosts events that bring people together, strengthens community bonds, and supports local initiatives and cultural activities. The library's role in promoting reading and learning can have far-reaching benefits, including improved educational outcomes and increased social cohesion. In light of these contributions, I urge the township supervisors to reestablish a working relationship with and participate in a negotiation with the Howe Board to reestablish funding and taxpayer access with our library. Ensuring its sustained operation and expansion will enhance its ability to serve as a vibrant and inclusive center for knowledge and community connection. Thank you for your attention to this matter and for your ongoing commitment to supporting the institutions that enrich our township. I look forward to seeing our community library continue to thrive and serve as a beacon of learning and togetherness. Sincerely, Jessica King, Lower Saucon Township taxpayer. So that kind of echoes my sentiments on this issue. And I'm in support of the vote, yeah, the motion. Okay, so Victoria?
Thank you. I think that this is a tremendous step forward for our community. I know that many residents last year were very saddened to see what had occurred, to see that our community was broken up and that their library hub was at risk. And I know I ran, one of our platform issues all of us ran on was reuniting the community and bringing Saucon Valley together. And part of bringing Saucon Valley together is reunifying our support and our commitment to a library that services our residents, our taxpayers, our students that go to Saucon Valley School District, and the community at large. I think the commitment is very, very important. It's a place that services all walks of our township, the young, the old. It fosters so many different community activities, community events, and it's a beacon of light for the Saucon Valley community. So we ran on a platform that we would reunify the community and we would restore full library services. Full library services mean access with the access card that we don't have currently, despite continuous claims. Otherwise, there is no way for a library to just stick a sticker on a card and allow people to go around the state and use public libraries. So I am fully in support of this. One very, very important clarification for the community is you keep on hearing about all these like individuals and who are these people that died and whatnot. As far as I'm concerned, last year when Mr. Treadwell decided to negotiate things with Eckerd and Siemens, again, we never heard motions, we never heard a discussion of how in fact did Lower Saucon Township, why were they funding litigation? Why were they funding litigation and right-to-know requests from random individuals without Lower Saucon's name on it? Well, come to find out, the individuals were in fact employees of Eckerd and Siemens. And the reason why Lower Saucon Township couldn't be a party to those proceedings is because a municipality cannot issue a right-to-know request to another municipality. It has to come from an individual. So Mr. Treadwell and all of his glory, along with the Eckerd Siemens crew, decided they would use an employee of Eckerd Siemens to do a right-to-know request to Hal to further the litigation that the township was so hell-bent in spending, hundreds of thousands of dollars on to prevent our residents from accessing full library services. I am fully in support of this. I think the community should be proud of all the work that they have done. I am proud of this milestone, and I look forward to what it brings. I look forward to hopefully being able to work with Hellertown area library representatives and Hellertown borough representatives in trying to work on a triplicate agreement between the parties, and that this litigation that was started nonsensical, in my opinion, can be resolved and discontinued. Thank you.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I don't want to say a whole lot. I will reiterate that the $97,000 donation that we made to Hal wasn't for nothing. It was to continue our support for the library, which we thought was needed. We did have services for the whole year of 2022, full library services with full Pennsylvania access benefits, and it wasn't right to not pay for that service. So I don't like hearing over and over that we got nothing. It was for nothing. Yes, what was just said about the access stickers, they don't get handed out. That's been explained to us many times by people that understand how that works. And we were never removed from the service area in secret. There was the request to be removed from the service area, made in writing by our solicitor. Lincoln Treadwell. Yes, it was in writing.
There's no request that was pending.
Okay,
when they
you
took
finished?
Their action. There was no request that was pending when they took their action.
Okay, so open it up to public
dishonest.
comment.
Interesting how certain people remember things. Really interesting. I'm sure Victoria and Laura and Priscilla, they go to buy a new car. The guy says it's $200,000. And they go, oh, I thought I saw the ad. It's only 50. For you, it's 200,000. Oh, okay, we'll pay it. That's what we're doing here, right? I remember the last time, the number of applications for the Hellertown Library, which you got reimbursed for, I think totaled 10K. And yet we were gonna spend 150K or something for the library. And as I recall, and I was here when Link Treadwell was here, and by God, he was open and honest about it. You could ask him anything. And he clearly said, and we know what he had asked for, and it was very simple. I want to see your financials. And the answer from Hal was no. And the question is, and I'm being brief because I only have 3 minutes. Thank you, Priscilla. And the answer was, well, you know, nope, you can't see it, and that's the end of that. Well, we found out from Judge Daly, the president judge of Northampton County, who ruled they must turn over their financials. Why the hell wouldn't you? Unless you have something to hide. And we do have, somebody's got something to hide. Follow the money, okay? It's real clear to even it's stupid people know that. Even Marky Mark said, Marky Mark, who is somewhere else, said very clearly, Hal and Hellertown have to get their financials in order before we should be joining them in anything. Boy, there was a burst of stardust. And now we have the same people who they made these promises to their constituents and they want to get elected again and again elected. And by God, they'll do anything, including give away $100,000. And you know what, Mr. Treadwell, we still don't have the financials and we still have some kind of agreement with our new solicitor. I haven't seen it, and I'll never see it because it's going to be buried in somewhere. Well, you can't see it until we pass it. That's Nancy Pelosi. And you guys are doing the same thing. You can bury your head in the sand, Laura, and you, Victoria, can sit there and say, oh, we want to be friends with them and all that, and it's only $150,000 or whatever it is instead of $30,000, $10,000. And you, Priscilla, had it right 12 years ago. Why the heck would you ever go to a little pea-popper library when we have Bethlehem, which I go to? And now you're gonna vote it up anyhow, because you really don't give a damn. A darn, sorry.
You can say Dan.
Okay, anyone else? There's only one more person. Two more people. Okay, I guess we're, roll call, please.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
I want this vote to be remembered so that when an investigation happens and there may be criminal charges that come out, I want this vote to be remembered for eternity. My vote is no, but I want their votes to be remembered forever.
Oh, it's already in my mind indelibly, and many of my friends.
Ms. Aptoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay. I would like to, on the next agenda, have the appointment of a library committee. And I'm putting down on approval for myself, Victoria, and Laura as the alternate. So unless we can approve that tonight. Can we approve that tonight?
It's not on the agenda.
Library related.
Hang on, let me just see what we have.
It's heard before, people can make motions related to topics on the agenda spontaneously, and it's constitutional.
Yeah, no, we allowed it when.
Notice Mr. Caroci just did it.
Yeah, we allowed other people to do it tonight.
Like what?
And it's
The two
discussion of
motions.
possible action regarding litigation, possible settlement, and this is appointing a committee would play a role with regard to possible settlement.
Right.
And
Hope you're paying attention to the Sunshine
make
Act
that motion.
violation. It never was on the agenda, and now they're doing something totally different.
And I note that this is not something that is a budget item or it's gonna cost that is an expenditure.
Right, and we made extra ball field motions.
Yeah, to have the staff look into stuff.
I heard you.
I will make the
To
motion.
have staff do their job.
So Victoria, and I'll second that. Okay, and I guess we need council discussion. Jason?
Yeah, it's two clowns and a substitute clown, creating a committee to help to cover up the malfeasance. That's what it is. It's not even on the agenda. It's not on the agenda. It has nothing to do with litigation and possible settlement with the Hellertown Library. It has nothing to do with it. The settlement is the agreement that Steve crafted and gave to us. It has nothing to do with the committee. Not mentioning the agreement, not mentioning this agenda item. You know, keep doing whatever you want. Keep violating the law. That's all.
Yeah, it'll catch up to them. But I mean, having these three, they really don't know how to negotiate anything. I mean, how many times have they prove it? They tried to negotiate a salary with Brian Bond or some employment terms with Brian Bond. That failed. They hired a solicitor to last us 16 days. I mean, I don't, they're incompetent. The only thing that they'll do, and it's unfortunate, is just give Saucon, Lower Saucon Township tax dollars to Hellertown without any services. And they'll overpay, of course, and, you know, bail Hellertown out. That's what they believe in, the redistribution of our residents' tax dollars to Hellertown. And that's what they'll do. And they'll use this committee to cover up as much as they can.
Okay, well, I have no comment. Victoria?
I made the motion. I'm fully in support of. I think this is, again, a step forward in expediting and ensuring that we're following through on exactly what our township residents would like. That's what they asked us to do, and that's what we're doing. So I'm very excited for it. I'm excited to assist you and participate in negotiations as they may be in order to move our joint venture forward.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to have a library committee to work forward with negotiations that will need to happen. I'm in favor.
Okay, open it up to public comment.
Well, I guess I'd ask a simple question. You're all going to be cozy with our friends at HAL, and we have no idea how much that library costs to run or anything else, because you're so happy that we're going to give them all this money. And I noticed Mr. Katuzian and his wife will be very happy because they seem to be in accord on settling this thing. Recall, as soon as Mr. Katuzian was approved and voted in, immediately on the other side of the dais here, there was a motion to drop the HAL lawsuits. Let's sweep it right under the rug immediately. And here we are. This is the fruition of it. Now, let me ask a simple question. In that agreement, does it say for whatever the number is, I don't know what it's going to be, is it going to be 150, 110? How many hundreds of thousands are we going to pay? And do we get a voting member?
Well, that has nothing to do with the motion on the floor.
I'm sorry, it has to do with the library. It has to do with the appointment of these people who are going to be part of it, and they're going to help Mr. Katuzian write this agreement. They're going to help foster it. And I want to know if on that agreement we have a voting member. That's what Mr. Treadwell asked. That's what the committee asked. That seems on for $150,000. Are you telling me that maybe they spend $500,000 in a budget, and so we would only get one voting member instead of 3 or 4? Yeah, look at the blank looks here, people.
No,
that's like spending, you know, I'm going to buy a car, and I'm going to have to spend a couple $100,000 more to get the manual for it. We don't get any vote. Hello? Can you answer that, Victoria? You're a big high-class attorney. Would you put that in the agreement?
He's a big son.
Come on, you bloviate on everything. Let's hear it.
They give
Crickets. And I know, now Mr. Katuzian's getting tired. My time's almost out. See, nobody wants to answer it. Nobody wants to deal with the elephant in the room. You all, oh, we're going to be so happy when we're members of I want to tell you, if your kid can't get digital education and libraries and everything else, and the top-run school we're running as part of this township, boy, you're fooling yourself if you think it's going to come out of that library. I can't tell you how many kids are learning online these days, everything from soup to nuts, and they're not going to learn it there by little fun sessions where you can drop kiddies off. I'd like that answer. How much are we spending? How much are they spending? And are we going to get a seat for the money that we're going to kick in, the hundreds of thousands? And somebody needs to know. Judge Daly sure thought so. And maybe I ought to be writing him and asking, where is that lawsuit? Maybe I should join that lawsuit. Because you people sure don't give a darn.
Anyone else like to speak? If not, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Bononis?
No.
Ms. Optoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Clergy?
No, these are the same people that gave $97,000 to him and didn't get a board seat on the current library board.
Or a sticker.
Or a sticker. So, I mean, how are they gonna negotiate? They're terrible negotiators.
Ms. Ray? Yes. Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
I'm going to make a motion as well for this newly formed library cover-up committee, that this council would direct the library cover-up committee to obtain from, in its negotiations and discussions with Hellertown Area Library, to get copies of all records and materials that are subject to all of the right-to-know requests that are involved in the pending litigation, as well as financial records for the past 5 years from Hellertown Area Library, as well as usage records from the Hellertown Library for the past 5 years, including identifying all Lower Saucon residents who have used the Hellertown Area Library in the past 5 years, broken down on an annual basis, as well as obtaining copies of Hellertown Area Library's 2023 Form 990, which is conspicuously missing from the irs.gov website, as well as the 2020 Form 990, which also is conspicuously missing from the irs.gov website, and as is required. Do I have a second?
Yeah, second, and I meant a detailed usage data, like how many books people were checking out, not just how many Lower Saucon Township residents had library cards, how many were actually using the library.
I will amend my motion. I'll amend my motion.
I believe our solicitor's wife was on the library board when these 990s were not filed, apparently.
Yeah. And I'll also further amend my motion to identify all book supplier agreements that Hellertown Area Library has had in the past 10 years, as well as all book sales that have taken place where books that have been acquired through book wholesalers pursuant to those wholesale agreements, where books have been sold to the Friends of the Hellertown Library, all revenue that has been raised from those book sales, as well as all IRS filings for the profit that has been derived from those book sales to both the federal government as well as the state.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Jason, did you have any other discussion?
Yeah, I think these are all important pieces of information. If there's going to be amending of fences with the Hellertown Area Library, then they need to turn over the information that has been pending and subject to these litigations. It's in the interest of the township taxpayers and residents to have that information available to them. It's inexplicable why they wouldn't have filed their Form 990s, and it's inexplicable why they can't turn over that very simple basic information, why they're stonewalling citizens who have submitted right-to-know requests, as well as the Court of Common Pleas. So if this committee and this council wants to have any credibility whatsoever, they should insist on getting that information as part of the discussions and negotiations that are going to be taking place moving forward. And not just get copies of those records, but also to make them available to all members of council as well as the general public if they so choose.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, it's negligent not to get financial information and audits on any entity you really fund, whether it's the fire services or whether it's a library or anything else. It's really, it's negligent. I'm not surprised that the majority of this council is negligent and with this cover up the activities. That's
okay, I have no comment. Victoria?
I'm not in favor of this motion. I think it's harassment. I also think that in addition to just, again, requesting thousands and thousands of pages of documents just so they can harass people for information that they've received during the course of the periods that we did have a triplicate agreement is just ridiculous. To sit here and say that they didn't have access to the information is also ridiculous. I think everybody knows that the information was available and provided to the township during the whole entire process that the township negotiated with Hal back in 2022. I also thought to hear that now all of a sudden we want to get every record under the sun and we want to get stars and twinkling lights around them, and we might as well provide them to the township and put them up on big poster boards and all this kind of stuff.
Here goes your
I wanna know-
imagination again. I didn't ask for
wanna know where-
stars
I
and
wanna know where all these
poster
requests,
boards.
these
I didn't
thousands
ask
of-
for that.
Out of
I wanna know
order,
where the
Jason.
thousands and
I'm
thousands of
correcting the
requests
record because
were
she's twisting
when we
words.
gave our $50,000 to the Southern Public
fantasy
Library.
land.
And where was all the due diligence that this council did back in 2023 when they gave their $50,000 to Southern Lehigh Public Library? Where was the due diligence when they sent Link, again, secret meetings where this Link was supposed to negotiate new terms with a different library, where we sent Link over to different public meetings and nobody knew here. I mean, I didn't hear Link say at any of those times that he wanted all these records and all this stuff. So it's just a horse and pony show, folks. I'm sorry to hear it, and
Usually
I'm
it's
not
a
in
dog
favor.
and pony, but you can call it a horse if you want.
Okay.
The
Laura,
Upper Saucon
Tom, you
IRS
had your
filings
chance.
Okay, Tom, your
are on
time's over.
USA.gov. Are on
What's that?
USA.gov.
Provided detailed
So-
financial information to their municipality. They
You
didn't
know
have to
what,
beg for
Jason?
it.
Laura has
That's
the
the difference.
floor right
They
now.
provided their information to Upper Saucon Township
They're
as well as
ignorant
Southern
and
Lehigh School
rude.
District. No, I'm not
Laura
ignorant and rude.
has
I'm
the
pointing out
floor.
the ignorance and rudeness of your colleague over there, Gilligan.
And we heard the inaccurate information about 990s not being filed, and I know this was discussed at a prior meeting some months ago. It's not the
Here it
fault
is.
of the library.
It's right here. It's right here on the IRS.gov website.
Right,
And it's
okay.
known for 2023,
Well,
so
I
it's
bet
not.
there's a lot of organizations that
Well,
the
just 'cause
IRS
they're-
doesn't have it
Yeah, but we're not
up
giving
on the
$100,000
website
to a lot of
for.
organizations.
Will
We're
you
giving
stop
$100,000
talking
to this
back to me?
organization. I'm not talking back to you, I'm explaining to
Did
you.
see their
Jason,
990s,
she's
they
speaking.
are
Respect that.
filed.
2020 as well.
And we can't help it that the IRS doesn't have the staff to get everything updated on their website. That's
really?
just how
The
it
IRS,
is.
they got a lot of staff.
Jason, you're out of order.
Not out of order. The IRS has got a lot of staff. I don't like that this council's
Motion for a
insulting the IRS.
library
I
cover-up
call for an
committee.
audit.
That's
I call for an audit.
ridiculous. You do that.
Okay, audience?
I wish I had 5 minutes, but they say no.
Yeah, I don't know, but it seems to me that when the presiding judge says turn over the records and Hal says go take a flying leap, how do you, Laura? Yeah, see, she doesn't answer. It's amazing the way she hides in the cubbyhole when she wants to. Maybe you could tell us how that works.
We don't
And
have to
immediately, as
answer
I said, after
questions.
Caducean is put into place, within a nanosecond, Victoria says, I make a motion that we sweep all this under the table. Done. Vote 4-2.
Cover up that board's activities.
Okay? So there's the record. I mean, it's really clear, and Hal still hasn't turned it over, even though the judges ruled them in contempt. And we're still hearing, oh, no, we want to give them 100,000, we want to give 200,000. And, oh, it's the sticker, you know, we wouldn't get a sticker this year. Oh, okay, we'll give them a couple 100,000 more, and they'll get it. And we have no idea about the board. We have no idea, are we going to get that? Oh, that's not in Mr. Caducean's agreement, I guess. I don't know. Where do I get to see Mr. Caducean's agreement? How can you talk about something that's hidden because it's in negotiations and it's legal? Like Pelosi said, hey, we'll know after we pass the bill. Here we are, we'll know after we pass the bill. Well, they have another famous saying that came up during the DNC meetings the other day, and it says, oh yeah, the end justifies the means, and any means go no matter what. So that's what we're seeing here. The means is we vote it down, and everything's hunky-dory. We pay the money, we keep paying it, we don't have any say in the library, although we do serve tea to the committee members periodically. But there's the money. I wonder if you people, I don't know about Laura, she got a lot of money apparently for some land deal, but, and I know Victoria's a very high-priced lawyer, but I certainly don't make that kind of money.
Go ahead.
Where I would not question, I would certainly ask the questions if it's coming out of my pocket, and it is. You people don't care. I'm sorry, not you, Jason, and not Tom. You don't care. You don't want to know right-to-know laws. Oh, how nasty. They're going to find out we're really saying. Boy, oh boy, that's the height of ignorance or corruption, one or the other.
Bingo.
Yeah, it is. Don't tell the truth. Just keep lying.
Catch up to him.
Okay, anybody else? Mary Ann's sitting back there. Are you still with us? Are you? What's that?
I said I'm awake, but I have no comment.
Okay. Okay, so I guess roll call.
Ms. Zaptaf Cordero?
No.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
No.
Ms. DeLeon?
No.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Motion fails 2-3.
Okay, next we have discussion and approval requested related to expenses to repurpose old unit 166. That's a car, right?
That's a police vehicle. We received the 2 that were ordered for this year. The chief is requesting to forego some of his expenses in the general, his general capital fund to outfit one of the what would have been a decommissioned vehicle, so that there's another vehicle in the fleet for the additional officers and rotating the, so not all the vehicles are, that were.
I think that's a great idea. Tell him thank you for the thinking of that. I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of the necessary equipment to continue to utilize a police cruiser, which was originally scheduled to be decommissioned. Is there a second?
Totaling how much money?
Second it.
You're gonna include the amount of the money?
Okay, Jason, discussion?
Yeah, are you going to include the amount of the money in your motion? I think your motion should state that it's for the total of $11,351.80.
I'm sorry, I don't.
You didn't. I told you you didn't.
I'll amend my motion
We heard
to
you.
include
Exactly
the
what you
amount
said.
being $11,351.80. Victoria, will you amend your motion second?
Yes.
Okay, it's been amended. So discussion, Jason.
I think it's great. The more police vehicles, the better. It keeps more patrol officers out on the road, keeping the public safe, so I'm in favor of it.
Okay, Tom?
Yes.
No, we're not voting.
I know, I didn't, I just said yes.
Okay. I think it's a great idea, as I said before. Victoria?
I'm in agreement.
Laura?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Okay, anybody in the audience like to comment? You're good? Okay, roll call.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Zaptaf Cordero?
Did you answer, Victoria?
Yes.
Oh,
Get off your phone and answer.
Motion passes 5-0.
okay, thank you. Discussion and approval requested for purchase of additional border for Town Hall Park Playground. Go ahead.
If you've been out back, you'll notice that the installation of the equipment on the lower level for the younger children has been installed. Our Public Works Department pulled the borders out in order to get the equipment in, and unfortunately the existing border, parts of it broke apart and it needs to be replaced. We're asking council to consider this quote. It's CoStar's, it's with the vendor that installed the equipment, and we would just consider this an additional, almost like a change order to the construction of the playgrounds.
All right, what was the amount?
The amount's $12,104.
Okay, I'll make a motion to purchase the additional border for Town Hall Park Playground, $12,104. $12,104. Didn't I just say it? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'll
Is there a
second it.
second?
I'll second that.
Okay. And council discussion, Jason?
No discussion.
Tom?
No.
Okay, I have no discussion. Victoria?
I think it's great.
Laura?
I have no comment.
Okay, public comment? Roll call, please.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Zaptaf Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next, we have the Saucon Valley Citizens Fire Academy. Unfortunately, we don't have any members here, but I think it's the Lower Saucon Fire Rescue and Dewey Volunteer Fire Company will host a Citizens Fire Academy. Glad to see they're working together. Applications are due by September 1st, and it's free to all residents and business owners in the Saucon Valley area. There are 9 sessions that will provide an opportunity to learn how the department operates. I think it's a great idea. Kudos to the people that put this together. And I know the township will do everything we can to help promote this. And I don't think there's any action needed.
No, we'll get on that right away.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you. All right, next we have discussion and possible action on EAC member removal.
Before you move on from that, I'd like to comment.
We didn't comment on that. It's
Yeah,
an agenda item.
Agenda item, I'd
There
like to
was no
comment on.
motion.
Doesn't matter if there's any motion.
Matter, you're still commenting on agenda items. And so can the
Whatever.
public.
Go
Did you
ahead.
not follow the rules you passed at the beginning of the meeting? I know the first rules only lasted 7 months, but if you can follow the ones you just passed at the beginning of this meeting, that'd
Okay,
be nice.
Jason?
I'll be honest, this 3-minute rule is really working out well. I mean, this is really cutting down. the length of these
Exactly. Oh my
meetings.
God,
Really.
yeah. It's almost 1 o'clock.
Jason,
Really
are you
working
gonna
great.
comment
They're like
on the
1:15 probably.
Citizens Fire Academy?
So the question I have is our liaison to fire services going to be participating in this? I mean, it seems to me that the liaison to fire services should have an understanding of how the department operates. I think there's some misunderstanding perhaps by the liaison or liaisons or alternate liaison. So I would encourage that our liaison spend the time attending these 9 sessions so that they can, understand exactly what it is that fire services does. There's a lot of taxpayer money that gets paid to buy equipment for fire services, and I'm not against that. I think it's important to have top-notch equipment for our volunteer firefighters. But I think it's also important for the members of council that are going to be the liaisons to fire services to have a thorough understanding of how the department operates. So who's the liaison? Tom, you're no longer the liaison, right?
No.
Victoria's the liaison?
Yeah, I believe.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, is Victoria committed to attending these 9 sessions that are taking place between September 11th and October 23rd. Hello? I guess I'm not going to get any answer to that. Well, that's a real shame because I think there's an opportunity that may be lost by not participating in this. And if Victoria was truly committed to being the fire services liaison, she would invest the time in this and not just, grab onto the title and pretend to be a liaison to fire services. Those are my comments about that
Okay,
agenda.
Tom?
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to know the resources being spent on this because they are township resources. We fund Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue. We're probably 95% of their funding, 90, as far as trucks, as far as the yearly stipend. And somebody's paying for this. It's obviously not the residents. So it's just another handout to Dewey and Hellertown, where we're paying the bill just through the Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue nonprofit, but it's basically our taxpayer money that's funding them. I'm disappointed that Scott Creasha and Johnson wouldn't show up and answer questions about this, because I have some questions I think they could have answered. But there is an expense to this. Don't think it looks like a subsidization of Hellertown again. I don't know why they're listed first. Hosted by Dewey Fire Company and Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue. I know things like that are important to them. I mean, without knowing who's paying for this and what the breakdown is, it should be a breakdown of how they should break down by cost of the people who decide to participate. And if they live in Hellertown, Hellertown pays for those people. If they live in Lower Saucon, then the Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue pays for those people. So without that, it's really, again, it's 3 members of council voting to spend taxpayer dollars without having really any clue as to what it's being used for, what it's going towards.
Okay, well, I think it's a great idea, and I'm very happy to see the cooperation. And I think this is a good thing, and it's unfortunate that nobody's here to talk about it, but it is late, and that's what happens. Victoria?
I just want to point out for the clueless that talk about wanting to have clues, there is no motion on the floor to expend any amount of money for this particular academy. I think it's admirable that our volunteers would go out and try to recruit additional volunteers and to work with the community on fire safety. The academy, the brochure says the Dewey Volunteer Fire Company and Lower Saucon Fire Rescue have created a 7-week public education class to provide residents and business owners with a free opportunity to learn how the department operates. Firefighters teach every class, covering topics such as engine and truck company operations, rescue techniques, fire extinguishers, fire prevention, public education, and emergency medical services. Participants complete the academy with a real feel for the job thanks to hands-on demonstrations and opportunities to train alongside firefighters on company drills. I think we saw last night at National Night Out the wonderful demonstration that our volunteer firefighters did. It's an amazing program that they put together, that they thought of. I'm in full support of it, and I'm here to promote it. I think that every resident, if they're able, should go and at least check out one course. I understand there's a lot of different swag and information that you can get and things about the fire company. So I would promote it. The brochure is part of our agenda. There's also a link, direct link online that you can go check out and register right away. So I would encourage everybody to do that. Support our volunteerism in Lower Saucon.
Does that mean that you're attending? Can we look forward to your report on the outcome of those 9 sessions? I guess not.
I'd just be happy if she actually had a conversation with them.
Okay.
What happens if there's damage to
You
the
had your
equipment or someone
chance to
gets hurt?
speak. It's Laura's turn now.
Or
Yes,
someone gets
so I actually did ask about attending this. I wanted to find out if I would have to register. Unfortunately, a lot of these sessions are going to be on council meeting nights, so I can't attend on those nights.
No one will miss you.
Tom, you're out of order.
Nights, stop being rude. But
I'll
yes,
second
I
that.
was
I'll second that.
encouraged.
It's a motion.
You know what? Again, disrespectful to Laura.
And I will attend as many sessions as I can because I am interested in learning more about this. I think it's a great recruitment tool that they put a lot of time and effort into working jointly together on putting this course together. There is no charge to citizens to sign up for it. I believe they had a sponsor cover costs for this. So I think it's a great program, and for you to sit here and badmouth the volunteers that are going extra to do this is really so disrespectful and so rude.
Who's bad-mouthing?
You're bad-mouthing. We're not bad-mouthing the volunteers.
Anybody.
Bad-mouthing you, not the volunteers.
My only comment was I wanted
Okay,
Victoria to attend since she's a
okay.
liaison. I think that's to the benefit of
We
all
all
of us.
talked about it. We're
Liaison
moving
as
on.
well, so
I'm
I
glad
do
you're doing
plan
it. Thank
to
you for doing
attend.
something.
It's an
finally, Laura.
agenda item. It's public comment. It's an agenda item.
No, because there's no motion.
No, it's
So-
agenda item.
Motion that council should
Agenda
ask.
item.
I'll make a motion that
You're-
Victoria
I'm going on to the
should-
next
no, too bad.
subject.
I'll make a motion that council should ask Victoria as the
We're going
liaison
on
of
to the
fire
next
services
agenda
and
item.
Laura as liaison of fire
Discussion
services.
and
I'll second the
possible
motion.
action
I'll second
on
the motion.
EAC
Second.
member
There's a motion and
removal.
second. Can we get a vote?
We're gonna combine L and M.
You have to recognize my motion.
I don't.
You do. I
because
made a
we're going
motion
on-
during the agenda item.
No, I
on.
moved on to the next agenda item.
No, you
I'm
didn't give me the opportunity to make a motion.
You,
Because it's ridiculous.
you had your
You did not give me
opportunity
an
no, Tom, no.
You did not give me an opportunity to make a motion.
So the Environmental Advisory Council, in accordance with the bylaws, sent
I
correspondence
make a motion that Tom.
to members
Carosi, and Ann
notifying
Spurf
them
remain
of
members the
attendance
EAC.
requirements.
Do I get a second? Thank you, Tom.
I'll second.
Doesn't matter.
It does.
Yeah,
You're
it-
done.
I'll never be recognized. She didn't recognize me before.
Oh, my
You can't prevent me
God.
from making motions. Either I gotta jump the gun or you're gonna move on to the next item. So I jumped the gun.
No, and I'll repeat my sentence. The Environmental Advisory Council, in accordance with the bylaws, sent correspondence to members notifying them of attendance requirements and are now requesting council's approval to remove those members. Laura?
Yes, so I am going to discuss this. And,
You gotta talk. I never received any type of correspondence.
right, okay, the correspondence were sent.
I didn't receive
What
it.
means?
And
By what means was it
no
sent?
replies were received.
If it wasn't received, how could there be a reply?
Yeah.
Laura, can you just give some background on
Yes,
this?
well, let's say here, it is now the end of August. The last meeting that you, the last meeting that you attended, do you recall when that was?
Yeah, it was, last year.
October of
Attendance
2023.
Yeah. When we were harassed for
Voting
voting,
Taken place since then.
when we were harassed for voting for the landfill.
That's right,
We
you
were
threatened.
harassed. And Ann Spurk was verbally attacked by crazy Kathy Pitchell-McGovern
Okay.
at that meeting.
So we have
I'd like
two
to make
voting members who have not attended a single meeting this year. We have 7 voting positions, 5 associate positions. We often run into this issue of figuring out if we have a quorum right up until it's meeting time. And that's been hampered because of the absence of people and people that don't respond. So you have to guess if they're going
wonder
to
why.
come. So each month we go through this, whether we have confirmation of quorum or not. We've been holding our meetings. We have lots of active members who would like to move into this position to be voting members so that we don't have to be in jeopardy of having a quorum each and every month. We have plenty of activities and things that we're working on, our projects, and we need to have our meetings. We want to have our meetings.
What's preventing you?
Last year,
Tell her,
we
no,
had 5
Priscilla's telling you what to do.
meetings
Priscilla's telling you to make a
canceled
motion.
to lack of.
Not this year.
Last year,
Well, last year I
you canceled
attended.
5 meetings, and often it was either we have no business, which is ridiculous, because we have plenty of business to take care of.
Tom, you should have a meeting no matter what. Even if there's nothing to discuss, have that meeting.
Motion that based on the lack of attendance for the members, and it falls within the bylaws, that we, I would recommend that we remove Ann Spurk and Tom Carochi from EAC for not attending meetings. We also voted
what's
at
your authority for
EAC
that?
to make recommendations to move up 2 of our
That's the
associate
next
members.
agenda item. That's the next agenda.
Yeah, let's do one thing at a time.
combined it.
That's good. Okay, yeah, we'll get into it.
Laura, the recommendation, was that a motion?
How it works,
So
you do
the
one agenda item at
recommendation
a
is
time.
to remove the 2 members for non-attendance.
So if that's a motion, I'll
Jason made,
second
no,
it.
Jason made a motion to, us to
I made a
remain.
motion for Tom Carochi and Ansberg to remain as EAC members.
I didn't hear you do
There was
that.
already a
And I
motion.
seconded
You
it,
told me to
and I
stop talking.
seconded it.
What do you mean you didn't hear me?
Even Susie heard that.
There was a motion and a second by Laura and
No,
Priscilla.
I made the motion
I didn't hear
first.
anything.
Oh, what a fraud.
Motion
You're a fraud.
I-
You're such
I
a
know, it's
fraud.
selective hearing, right? Do whatever you want, right?
Fraud.
Yeah,
So the motion is Laura's motion on the floor. and
What
a
about my
second.
No,
motion? I
what
made
are
the
you
motion
talking
first.
about,
I didn't hear
Susie?
you. You know what?
What do you mean you didn't hear me?
I did.
You told me not to make the motion
Into
because I was
discussion.
jumping over
Exactly.
you. So if I don't make the
To the
motion,
tape.
I wait to make the motion, it's not recognized. I jump to make the motion and you don't hear it. What's
It's not
your
your turn for
problem?
discussion anyway.
I am with it. Clearly you're not.
Okay,
You
no,
can't hear or
no.
pay attention.
No, you're wrong.
No, I'm right, because you
I'm
didn't hear.
sharper than you, Jason.
Yeah, sharper, yeah,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah, yeah, real sharp. Like a blunt object. You done glaring. Do you like looking at me, Priscilla? Does it make you happy? Does it make you smile?
No.
Are we gonna pretend to like each other? How's your fatigue? I haven't read about it in the morning call lately.
Yeah, 4 years.
How's the self-aggrandizing
4 years
news
of
reporting
fatigue.
on it? You feeling okay? Self-aggrandizing, it's a big word, I know.
Him?
Yeah, it's a big word. Oh, the indignation. Oh, the feigned indignation. Oh, my gosh. Oh, I'm so indignant.
Okay, so we have a
Look at her
motion,
smile. She knows she's faking the, like, it's all an act, folks. It's all an act.
a motion, we have a motion on the floor, and I guess we have to have discussion. So Jason?
I would like the input from the solicitor on this as to what is being proposed as to whether it's legal.
Oh, it's definitely legal. There's motion.
Oh,
There's,
Oh, you're an attorney.
Oh,
There's the attorney Priscilla.
at the Holiday Inn Express too.
I read the bylaws.
You should read more closely.
I do.
All right, let's start with the reading, okay? We're gonna start right here first. Let's look at our own Code of the Township of Lower Saucon, Pennsylvania, right here. Here it is, big green book, folks. These are the rules that we all have to follow. And we have Chapter 14, Environmental Advisory Council. What does it say? 14-1, creation. An advisory council to be known as the Lower Saucon Township Environmental Advisory Council, EAC, is hereby created and shall continue to function until this chapter is revoked. 14-2, composition. The Environmental Advisory Council shall be composed of 7 residents of this municipality. 14-3, member appointment procedure. Listen up, folks. Listen, Priscilla, listen. I know it's hard. It's late. Here we go. Council members shall be appointed in accordance with the following procedures. A, all council members shall be appointed by the governing body of the political subdivision, i.e. us, Township Council. B, council members' terms shall expire on the first Monday in January following the last year of their term of office. C, duly appointed council members shall serve a term of 3 years, except that the initial appointment shall be so staggered that the terms of approximately 1/3 of the membership shall expire each year. D, whenever possible, one member shall also be a member of the local planning commission. And you go on to 14-4, compensation and reimbursement of members. 14-5, nature of council, coordination of activities. 14-6, designation of chairman. 14-7, powers and duties. 14-8, records, annual report. 14-9, appropriation of funds for expenses. So our own ordinance says nothing about removing anybody from EAC. Once you're appointed for 3 years, it says. Yep. And your term expires on the first Monday of the January following the last year of your term of office. Yep. There's no authority in our ordinance that allows what is being proposed here by the esteemed lawyer, Laura Ray, and the esteemed council president, lawyer, Priscilla De Leon. There's no basis for it. So
There's
what
a
you're
section in the administrative code.
I'm
that
reading
says
to you, what
if
section?
meet-
What
I
section?
Don't know it off the top of my
Well, then
head.
it doesn't
Oh,
exist.
there we
It
go.
doesn't exist.
An imaginary
Oh, there's-
section.
Can you pass the book?
Preskin, there's
Imaginary
a section
section.
that says that I can do whatever I want to do as the council
Can
president,
you
and
pass
it shall
the
be
book
done.
around?
It shall be done. Go get your own book.
You have the only one that I know that's
You
here.
have your own. Every one of our council members has one of these.
It's at,
Oh, then prepare yourself for these things.
you went
If you're
in
gonna
that-
have a little coup d'etat,
You went
okay,
in
this
there
isn't
and
Joe
got the
Biden you're getting ready here, okay? This isn't
is-
Joe Biden. You're
Council
getting rid of Tom
adopted
Carosi
an
and
EAC
this is Tom
bylaws.
Carosi and Ann Spurgeon. Let me add to what I'm saying here. Excuse me.
Bylaws don't overrule our code.
The code says specifically, and let me go on a little further here. So I would take.
Council adopted
Hello,
EAC
I'm done.
bylaws.
Am I
Did you
speaking?
read
Hello,
the
would you get control of
bylaws?
this? Would you get
Did you
control
read
of
the
her?
bylaws?
Get control of her. I can't speak.
Okay.
Am I recognized?
Jason
Tom, will you
is
recognize me?
talking.
Yes, I recognize you.
Thank you,
I
Tom.
recognize
Recognize
you.
me.
Talking.
I would prefer to have a part-time Tom Carosi and a part-time Ann Spurk than full-time some of the fools that are on the EAC.
Sure.
Because here's what some of the fools on the EAC do.
Yeah.
The fools on the EAC are talking about having a plastic bag ban here in Lower Saucon Township. A plastic bag ban.
Yeah.
Pay attention, okay? So be quiet. Be quiet. I know it's hard for you. You got to react.
You are
simmer down.
obnoxious.
No, I'm not obnoxious.
You
She's
are.
interrupting me.
You
You're
don't even know
obnoxious.
what that
Now
means.
you're interrupting me. Now
Yes,
you're obnoxious.
because you're obnoxious.
I'm not obnoxious. Don't tell me what I am. If you don't like the way I speak to you, I don't care. Leave. Resign. Do whatever you want to do, but just shut your mouth so I can finish speaking.
Wow.
So here we go. Wall Street Journal has an article, and the Wall Street Journal article is talking about, and this is a recent article. This is August 16, 2024. Here we go. Plastic bag ban to fix California's bag ban. The state outlawed single-use grocery bags and plastic trash rows. Again, they outlawed plastic bags, single-use plastic bags, and plastic trash rows. What's next? So California was known as its first ask questions, later approach to problems. 2014, it was the first state to pass a comprehensive ban on single-use plastic bags. Whoops, plastic in the garbage went up, not down. Naturally, California politicians now think this justifies another new ban on carry-out bags that will further inconvenience citizens. Specifically, the weight of plastic bag waste per capita increased after the original ban was passed. Even a study called Plastic Bag Bans Work, done by environmental and public interest groups, features a table showing that the amount of plastic bags thrown away per 1,000 people rose from 4.08 tons in 2014 to 5.89 tons in 2021. Okay, so that's what a plastic bag ban does. It increases the amount of garbage and plastic that is disposed of. What does it also do? It causes local businesses to lose business because people can't get plastic bags there, so they're gonna go shop somewhere else, right? And it also acts as a tax on Lower Saucon residents and individuals that are going to Lower Saucon businesses because they gotta buy a carryout bag, a reusable plastic bag. So the geniuses that we have here on EAC, this is what their motivation is. We gotta get rid of plastic bags. Plastic bags are the bane of their existence. But at the same time, the data shows plastic bags aren't the problem. It's the habits of people that are the problem. And what they wanna do is they wanna create another tax to good law-abiding citizens that wanna go to a township business and get a single-use plastic bag. So that's the mentality of the folks we have on EAC. That's what they're focused on, okay? They're focused on that. What they're not focused on is invasive species, right? Invasive species. They're so busy focusing on the plastic bag ban and whatever other, unicorns that they're chasing. They're not focused on the invasive species that are in the parks, and they're delegating investigation and eradication of invasive species in the public parks to the Parks and Rec group. Now, the Parks and Rec group is there for parks and recreation, not for tracking down invasive species, okay? So that's what we're dealing with. So in light of all that, I fully endorse the continued support of Tom Carochi and Ann Spurk on the EAC, because both of them have more than half a brain, right? The intellect of the members of the EAC couldn't fit on the thumbnails of those two members that they're trying to get rid of, and the reasonableness and the practicality of those people. So not only are they qualified people, they're eminently qualified, they're far more qualified than the folks that are there, but our own code that I already cited to doesn't allow them to do this. There's nothing that talks about removing members for failing to appear or for any other cause. It's not there. It's not in that section. If you want to change that, then create I know it's hard for you guys because Steve's not real good at writing ordinances. I don't know if we've passed any ordinances so far.
I don't think she doesn't know how to write one.
All right, but if you want to do that, then advertise to change the code and go through the whole code changing process and change the section of the code that will allow you to remove individuals for whatever cause that you deem to be necessary.
Well,
And
I'm
it's
sure
my turn.
I found
It's my turn.
It's not his,
It's
it's
my
not your
turn,
turn, it's his
Priscilla.
turn. No,
No,
it's your turn.
Oh,
It's
it's
his
my
turn.
turn.
No, follow
It's
your
my
rules,
turn,
Priscilla.
Priscilla. Your
Follow
rules.
your rules.
Alphabetical order.
It's Tom's turn.
Alphabetical
Go ahead,
order,
Tom.
Priscilla. My rules, huh?
All
Now,
right, go ahead,
the real
Tom. I'm not
reason-
gonna argue for 5
The real
minutes.
reason
Not with the clowns that are up here.
that the real reason is Ann and I voted in favor of the landfill expansion at EAC last year. As she's saying,
That's the
we had 5 meetings last year because we didn't have any business. They weren't canceled. I mean, the meetings were canceled, but not for a lack of quorum. They haven't had to cancel any meetings for a lack of quorum this year, to my knowledge. And so it's that. You have to understand, this is run by some people that are, environmental dictators. Rush Limbaugh used to call them environmental Nazis. And people like Drew Germanowski, who's the chair. Laura's more of a puppet. She really is just more of a puppet. But this guy's a Lafayette professor. He's, likes safe spaces. He doesn't want anybody disagreeing. So God forbid they have people that might on EAC that might disagree with a paper or plastic bag ban, or they've also banned. I don't think it's enforceable, but they've banned plastic water bottles at the EAC meetings. I don't know how they would enforce that if an individual came in from the public with a plastic bottle and ban that. And so it's really. It's to try and get us off. And I'm looking even what's highlighted on this sheet, which I assume is our bylaws. It says council can appoint the members of the boards and commissions with the advice and consent of a majority of the council. It doesn't say anything about removing. And then you know, it needs to be advertised. Any open positions need to be advertised. So, you know, I did not receive any notice of this. I did not receive a letter, or an email, or even a phone call. Kathy told me it was on the agenda when I called to see what was on the agenda. I don't know about what Ann received. I haven't spoken to her about it. But you know, this is what they do. We've you know, they came in, they purged people who may have a difference of opinion with them. They just can't handle dissension. They can't handle anybody who might have a different opinion. But I don't know. I would like to ask our solicitor, what authority do they have to remove me and Ann Spur?
One moment, please. The EAC bylaws.
But do you want to read our code?
The bylaws?
No, our administrative
So
code
just
says
so
it.
the record's clear, our township council president is providing the legal advice and legal source to the solicitor
I'm
to answer
reading
your
it right
questions.
here.
Charging us $180
He's charging us, but
to sit
she's
here
doing the work
on
for
his
him.
ass,
Yeah.
right? And that so
bylaws say it
what
and the code
supersedes
says
the township code or a committee's bylaws?
If a code is silent on something, then the bylaws would control. I started with the bylaws. It's where I was looking initially, which indicates there's a process in which to remove members.
What's that process?
It is.
But the code's not silent. The code says that you're appointed for 3 years.
Right.
It says, it doesn't say anything. It says you're appointed
But
for
it's
3 years.
silent for removal.
No, it says you're appointed for 3 years.
Nope.
You don't even get to the removal part of it because it says what you're appointed for.
And there's a
So
section,
there's no
Article
silence
4.
to it. It's how you interpret it.
Article 4, Section 2.
But this is the bylaws, though. This isn't the
Bylaws
the
are
code.
one.
It says it right here, number 6.
And then also, looking at this one on the code, section 5.12, officers and employees, member of a board or commission shall be absent from its meeting for 3 consecutive months. Council may declare the appointed position vacant. That's in the code, and then there's the bylaws that I
What
just referred
section are you
to.
citing to, Steve? What, I know, ask Priscilla what
Yeah,
sections
I didn't have it in front of me.
I know, she gave it to you, so what?
What's
It's
section?
512
Again, not
under
anticipating legal.
officers and employees,
512?
number 6, 5-12, under number 6. H, boards and commissions, number 6.
There's been numerous months and where members haven't attended for 3 straight months. Drew himself usually misses a couple months because he travels, taking kids on trips
He
with
rarely
their
misses,
minds.
and he usually
He
calls
has
in.
missed it plenty.
He usually calls in when he
I've been on
is
that for
out
10
of the
years.
state.
I've been on that for 10 years, and he
And
missed
you've missed plenty,
And
you've
also
missed plenty.
Boyle, what's his name? Not Boyle. Glenn. What's Glenn's last name? That guy misses all the time.
Right,
all
and
the
he's
time.
not on the board
He
anymore.
was, and he missed all the time. And he dropped down to an associate member on his own volition. Nobody removed him. No council removed him. And we'll go back and get all the attendance stuff for the right to know. And maybe we'll file a lawsuit and
You should, Tom, these are
see.
your constitutional rights to be a member of this.
Exactly.
And what would be your
Exactly.
purpose on the board
Exactly.
if you never attend a meeting?
That's not true. I've been on the board for 10 years and I've attended
Okay,
plenty of
this
meetings.
year you have not attended a meeting, so what
And you
would
have
be
not
your-
had to cancel one for lack of a quorum, which means you're just doing this, you did
have to
not.
count, we did have to cancel a meeting. And
One.
there's no purpose.
One.
There's no purpose in having people
still-
on a board
there's
that
still-
do not attend. That's ridiculous.
Three or four more months left. I can
So
attend.
Article 4,
I can
membership,
attend all the
section
meetings.
2
Welcome you back, Tom.
explains the attendance.
So I can still. Hey,
Approval.
I'm talking. This is my time to talk. Please don't interrupt.
Article
So
7,
what are you doing?
section B.
Can you gavel her? It's my time to talk.
I don't care.
All right. So, it just proves that one meeting was canceled for lack of quorum, which means it was more than just me that couldn't make it. Because you have 7 members, you need 4 for a quorum. So at least 3 other people couldn't make it.
That's not necessarily true.
Yeah, it is true. Maybe more. Maybe more couldn't make it. So one meeting, I can still attend all the meetings this year, but you're just doing this, you're doing this out of spite, and you're doing this because you don't want anybody that could possibly have a disagreement with you or with Drew more, you want that safe space, on the EAC. It's a sham. It's a sham. So the other thing is,
Being on
and we'll get
EAC
to the
seems to
promotion
be a
next.
sham.
Okay, so I'll go next. So I'd just like to reiterate, in our administrative code, we don't have to amend it because it's already in here. And this code was adopted in 1976, and it hasn't changed. Under 512, officers and employees, under H, boards and commissions, number 6, if a member of a board or commission shall be absent from its meetings for 3 consecutive months, the council may declare the appointed position vacant. And I'm gonna go on to read number 7, because that's the next item. A vacancy on boards and commissions shall be filled for the remainder of an unexpired term by appointment by the manager with the advice and consent of council. And I'd like to also say that ever since the EAC was created, which I was part of way back when, we had applicants and as voting members, and if there was a vacancy in the voting members part, the EAC would meet and say, well, we have this vacancy now, and they would make a recommendation, and usually that recommendation was to appoint a non-voting member to fill the vacancy, and they would send a memo to council and say, this was our recommendation.
Is that in writing?
And in the past, managers, if there was vacancies on boards, in between the reorganization meeting, most of the managers that I worked with in the past would contact the chair of the committee and try to find a replacement. So, I think that's the next agenda item. I'll stick with the motion to remove. And that's a motion on the floor. And Victoria, do you want to go next?
I already have a motion on the floor. My
Sure,
motion is
I
to
think
retain.
That wasn't
again,
recognized.
if we go back to the slide by Mr. Bononis earlier today with the word hypocrite on it, I think it's rather interesting. We have Mr. Carochi and Mr. Bononis complaining about all the things EAC does, complaining about, oh, we're removing people for personal reasons and this, that, and the other thing. If they just attended, they participated, they could have objected to whatever, the plastic ban, whatever. They could have participated, they could have come. I mean, for the whole entire, from what I'm understanding, they haven't attended one meeting this year. One meeting this year from EAC. I mean, Mr. Carochi has a problem with our council meetings. Mr. Bononis does too, but we also hear the one appointment. He complains about appointments. He can't even attend the appointment he has. So I'm in favor of it. I think the bylaws support it. I think our administrative code supports it. Mr. Kazuzian seems to think that we also have authority to do this. So I think it's appropriate. And people who want to serve on the board should be given that opportunity. Clearly, we have 2 members that don't.
Okay, Laura, did you have anything else to add before we open it up to public comment?
No, but it's clearly indicated in the bylaws, both parts that we're talking about, the vacating the seats for non-attendance, and then as well as the how to fill the seats.
I've been on there.
Or the 3 consecutive meetings that Tom Carochi did not attend.
He didn't attend a single meeting this year, so.
What were the dates? I want to know the dates. The rules are it has to be 3 consecutive meetings. So what were the dates of the meetings that he reportedly didn't attend?
I've been on that EAC.
Not probably. You're enacting some measure here with the authority of this council, and you're saying that this gentleman did not attend 3 consecutive council meetings. So what are the dates? And same question with regard to Ann Spurk. What are the dates that she didn't attend?
Well, they weren't.
They don't have them.
They weren't there. April, May, June, July,
Meetings
August.
take place? Were there quorum?
She's Laura.
Yes, they were.
By nature. But I've been on the EAC
On the
for 10
calendar,
years.
we meet the
You're
second,
you're
we
one
meet the
it's your
second
topic.
Tuesday of every
Don't
month.
be angry. Don't be angry. I know you're caught without
Tuesday
your
of every
facts.
month.
You're caught without your
We're not
facts.
your
You're angry and
ex-husband.
yelling
Don't be
at
mad
me.
at
Please
us.
try not to be angry. You're
You
scaring
don't
me.
hear me.
She's not, you're really.
We're not your
you're
ex-husband.
sweet.
Don't matter.
No, you have the
Not your
dates.
ex-husband. Don't be
Is
mad at
Laura
us.
still hiding her
I need
comment?
to, now.
I think we're just on comment,
Now,
like
oh, I need to comment.
council's comment.
Okay,
now
we're opening up to
I'm
public
commenting.
comment.
I'm commenting.
Anybody out in the
Okay.
audience
I've
like
been on
to
there for
speak on
10,
this?
I've been on there for 10 years. We've had plenty of people miss 3 consecutive meetings, and they've never been.
So it's
been
selective
thrown off.
enforcement, Tom.
Exactly.
Selective
Only
enforcement.
because we disagree
Yes.
with what.
You okay?
That's Laura Ray. That's Laura
Are
Ray.
you okay?
She's a-
No,
Oh,
look at the time.
I know.
You're running the show here. Well, you're not
I think they
running
should
the
change
show.
the rules to 2 minutes. Should be 2 minutes.
Dude,
That'll cut it down to maybe like
Yeah. The 3
1
minutes
o'clock.
was too long for her. They'll
Can
come back
the
in another couple
residents
months.
speak?
They're gonna come back another couple months and say, you gotta take it out of 2.
Come on, Tom. Let the residents speak.
My name is Dave, and the last name is Boulan, okay? Thank you.
Hi, Dave.
Now, I'm gonna back up a little bit because you were wrong. You passed this wonderful Laura Ray written document, which says, Resolution 64, 2024, which you passed, and it says, and if you'll get it out, I'd be appreciative. Item number 2, which is an agenda item, it says on this, public comment related to each agenda item shall occur during council's consideration of applications. Comments will be limited to not more than 3 minutes per person.
Okay, I was going by the sunshine law. If that's in there,
I don't think we considered any motion, that's the issue. There's
That's
no,
it?
nobody considered a
It
motion.
doesn't require a motion. It says agenda
way,
item.
I think
It
he's
says agenda
commenting.
item.
Virginia,
He's supposed to be commenting
hello?
on this agenda item.
Hello?
The item is.
Victoria,
Victoria, knock it off.
let him speak.
Be serious, Victoria. This is
How
serious
she
business.
just pops off when she wants to. That's exactly what happened to me when I found out at the sewage meeting, or the landfill meeting, that the comment
Okay,
was
you need to stick to the
very
agenda
very simply, that, hey, Bethlehem Sewage Facility is the one that's polluting the
We're not
stream.
talking about the sewage
Here we
treatment
go again,
plant.
she's doing it again.
We're not talking about the sewage treatment plant.
Well,
We're
I'm talking about
the
this
EAC.
item, and I want it corrected. And how are you going to do that? Because you've already stolen the public's ability to speak on an item, and you said, hey, I don't think so. This is not an agenda item, and it is an agenda item. It's right here on the agenda.
And that was
It's
with the
got a
advice
number and a
of
letter.
advice to Mr. Gutsuzian, who said that there doesn't need to be any comments. I
What was
recall.
the agenda item?
Stop making
Right.
noise. He's trying
It
to.
was the one previous to this.
Well, on the Citizens Fire Academy?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's not okay.
You didn't let me finish. Finish this agenda item, and then I'll let you speak on that. And I
Or-
apologize.
You know what? That just doesn't work.
I'm trying to help.
No, you really need to read, and I did. And I had to sit there and listen to you say, no, you can't talk on this. There was no motion. And I listened to Mr. Kaduzian, and he said, no motion. And Mr. Jason Bananas said, that's not necessary, and you overruled him. And that's the way,
Apologize.
that's
You
the
don't want
way
to
this
talk.
council's
There's no reason for
going.
apology.
I hear the same thing again and again. You lead and say, I vote yes, and these two vote yes. No, they vote no.
We rotate the votes.
You get the picture.
No, I do.
Explain it a little bit more,
Please do, because she doesn't understand a lot.
all right? So I want a public notice here to say, yeah, we goofed.
I agree. I'll make a motion for that.
I'll second the motion.
Right.
Want any more? What?
We're in the middle of a motion. You can't make another motion.
See, you can't do anything. It's amazing how it works when the president runs it, and it's a
Robert's
dictatorship,
Rules of Order.
okay?
Thank you for the compliment.
It was never like this
That
with
is a
Jason.
dictatorship, that's a
Okay,
compliment?
so,
So I need to gather my thoughts while you're talking incessantly as to what I think ought to happen here, okay? Because I haven't had it, and now my time's out. See how that
we'll
works?
reset it because we did talk a lot.
Pull down.
No, I'm allowing her to reset the thing.
An allowance. I want the meeting to run correctly.
You keep
So when you
asking
start to-
questions. Do you want answers?
All right, you talk.
Oh, yeah, I am talking. If you ask a question and then you don't like us to talk.
I didn't ask a question, I made a statement.
Maybe it's a
The
rhetorical
statement
question.
was, and I read it off to you, and you overrode that when I had to sit here as a tax-paying resident. You pontificated along with Mr. Gaduzian, saying, no, you don't have to let the public talk. Shut them down. You don't even read, and Laura Ray, who wrote this piece of whatever it is, and yeah, there's a lot more mistakes in it, she said nothing. And Miss Attorney over here, agreed with you, and I got shut down. And so you'll do it to other people, because you know what? After a while, even I get tired of having to go over these, and I understand them, but you don't, and you just say what you think. Oh, I think it's in this book, therefore it's got to be. I don't go for that anymore. If you don't show it to me,
did.
well, I do here, but if it wasn't for him, we would never know that. You didn't know that.
I did know that. That's why I knew it was in the book.
You know, yeah, I know. Thank you. That's what you'll say next, okay? So the next time somebody raises a right to know or a question, don't just pontificate and say, nope, can't do that. And he backs you up. I guess you're pleased with yourself because I don't see any, gee, we really, yeah. I did, maybe you ought to say I just flat didn't read Laura Ray's thing. And I didn't have Mr. Gaduzian review it because I did it. And I'm a little rinsed because, yeah, I went over the whole thing and have a lot of other comments on it, but I got shut down on that too. It's really good the way you shut people down. Remember, it's the ends that justify the means according to the DNC.
Okay, anybody else like to speak on this issue? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Bononis,
I didn't finish
This is my motion to retain Tom
No.
and Ansberg.
No, we are talking about to remove both of them.
My motion's the opposite of that.
What's that? You were out of order when you made that
I
motion.
was out of order. Either I make it
I'm not
quickly or I don't.
talking about it again. I've already said it 3 times.
Oh,
I
you've
wish you
ruled.
would
You've
understand. No, you don't have the authority to do that.
You've ruled.
That's,
Oh, no, I think that Tom and Ann did a spectacular job. I think it's a loss to the township to not have qualified people on the EAC who have sensibility. And I regret what they've done to you, Tom. You served on EAC for 10 years admirably. You ran the EAC. You know, this is just another example. They did the same thing to Sandy, you know, unceremoniously stripped her of her chairmanship of it after she had, you know, created the organization.
she didn't only create it. There was other people that helped.
Well, she was involved in
she
creating
did.
it.
Yeah,
She's
she
also
was,
the
and
first
so
person.
was I.
Don't interrupt me. I'm still speaking.
So always
I
takes.
know it's hard for you to control your tongue. Very impulsive. But I regret that, and I want to thank you, Tom, for your service. I want to thank Ann as well, because you had the interest in the community at heart.
Listen, unfortunately, we have a majority of council that doesn't believe in diversity of opinion or that people should be able to express their opinion. And therefore, they're going to throw people off of committees and boards that they don't agree with.
That they don't control.
Kathy's
They
in
don't
the
want
middle.
any dissension.
Kathy's in the middle of a roll call.
I'm still in my comment.
Be
I'm still in my
polite.
comment. I'm still in my comment.
No, comment
on my
period is
comment. I didn't give my
over.
comment
You
yet.
have a roll call
I
now.
didn't, so.
Mr. Carochi.
Again, we have a township with a majority that doesn't believe that people should be able to express their thoughts and opinions. And they will do this with other boards too if they get the chance. No one's ever been thrown off of EAC. Plenty of people have missed 3 consecutive meetings, including the current chairman and probably Laura Ray, if you go back long. She's been on a long time as well.
Well, we can send it right to
You know,
send it right to
right to know and get that. But, you know, just, you know, really a disgrace on how these people behave.
Gonna vote?
When we took over council 5 years ago, George Gress, who ran against us, wanted to be part of the water authority, and we appointed him for the water authority.
What is his vote?
Because, you know, he deserved it and wanted to be, appointed. He wanted to be appointed, so we appointed George
Not
Gress.
responsive.
George Gress served admirably. He was even
Kathy
like the
is
chairman
calling roll call.
of the water
Be
authority.
polite. Don't you understand how this process works yet?
He was chairman of the water authority, and I think he still is, actually, and has served even 5 years over.
Are you
So that's a
okay?
no
You're
vote.
being
To that.
non-responsive.
Not
Are you
voting.
okay? Are you
I think
feeling
from our
okay?
side,
On, he
our
doesn't
side of the
understand yes or
aisle,
no. I think you just assume it's a no.
our side of the
I hope
aisle
the
was very
Paving
fair.
public's
and
watching all
very,
this. He's not responsive.
You know, our side allowed
Roll
for
call
the,
non-responsive.
That's
it.
our side allowed for the difference of opinions
sorry,
in appointed positions.
Mr.
So
Carochi, you're being
that's
out
the
of
thing.
order. Kathy is calling a roll call. Have some respect. You're unresponsive.
I hear him.
To who?
I hear you.
Thank you. You didn't hear me? I've been responding to Jason.
Mr. Croce,
Yes.
can I have your vote, please?
Oh, yeah, for you, Kathy, anything. No. Kathy, why didn't you just ask?
She's been. You were unresponsive.
Time.
Why didn't you just ask, Kathy?
Time.
Kathy, you know I'd do anything for you. I'd do anything for you,
Lots of complaints,
Kathy.
he can't attend a meeting. Lots of complaints.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Just attend a meeting.
motion
Okay.
passes 3-0. Or
Okay.
3-2, excuse me.
3-2. Okay, moving on, and part of the next agenda item is part of this. Discussion and possible action on open EAC positions based on the outcome of the discussion and action related to item L. Council will.
Motion that Kathy promotes the position and advertises the position as required. It says, I will advertise and promote 2 open voting positions where anyone can apply. I make a motion that that process happens.
Second.
Okay. So that would be to advertise the position.
Well, no, it says right here in this memo, on August 15th of 2004, if the majority of council does not provide advice and consent, I will advertise and promote the 2 open voting positions where anyone can apply. Bring back to council the suggested members. And if the 2 recommended are current EAC non-voting members, I will then post them. But other people should be able to apply, as it says here.
What does the beginning of that say? It says,
The majority.
if the
Right.
council doesn't come
And
up with
I
something.
made a motion that we don't, that we promote it and advertise it.
If, we haven't even gotten that far.
No.
Right,
So-
but I made a motion that we
The memo
advertise.
is moot.
No, it isn't. I second it.
Applicable.
It doesn't matter, my motion's not mute.
I
I can
know.
still make a motion
go, you made
to
it.
promote it,
Go
and it
ahead.
was
And
seconded.
I second it, so.
Okay, Jason and Tom made the motion, and we'll have discussion. Did you have anything else to say, Jason?
Yeah, I think it's appropriate, you know, considering the way that, you know, Sandy was discharged from the EAC, Sandy Yerger, the way Tom and Ann Spurk have been treated with their, you know, their fantastic service to the community. I think it's appropriate that Kathy would advertise this to the public, you know, to eliminate any cloud of uncertainty and to have greater transparency of this process. You know, I think that there may be members of the public that are interested in this, particularly given the changes that have taken place and the way that this has taken place. And I would encourage the advertising of this so that we can identify the best people. You know, the EAC is not, it's not an incubator for the same thoughts. It's important, I think, to have other ideas that are there. And if there was just to promote somebody that EAC is recommending, you're just going to get a carbon copy of what already exists there, and that doesn't serve the township very well. So, I mean, I'd prefer to get out of that echo chamber and have, you know, an advertising that may solicit better people.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah. We just went through with this Citizens Fire Service Academy, how we got to advertise this and get people interested and all that. And now, 2 agenda items later, you want to say the hell with advertising anything and letting the public know about it. Let's just bury it and appoint our handpicked people who will vote the way we want them to vote. And, you know, it's ridiculous. It goes hand in hand with what just happened. They do not want, they only want the citizens that will vote with them and support them. They don't want to hear from any other citizens on anything. And they cut your time from 5 to 3 minutes just to prove that tonight. You know, so that's who these people are. There's no reason why you have to appoint these people tonight, that you can't put it on the website, see what applicants come in, and have a recommendation the next meeting. You know, but.
Okay, so it's my turn.
I'm not done yet.
Oh,
So don't interrupt me.
I thought you were done.
And I told you I'm not.
And I'm letting you talk.
Okay, well, be quiet and let me talk.
I am.
Okay. Now, with all of our other open positions, when they were open this year, I mean, that's what happened. Kathy, or I guess it was Mark Hudson at the time, put them on the website, and people expressed interest, and they were appointed. I don't know why. You have to ask yourself, why is EAC so afraid to let that happen? To let that process happen, to see who's interested. And it's, you know, I feel it's because they, you know, they only want yes people. They don't want people to, they may show up for a meeting, but they're going to vote the way they want them to vote. So. Now I am done.
Well, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, so what I'd like to say is that I believe there's a recommendation from the EAC, Laura.
I made a motion and Jason seconded it.
It's her comment, yeah, we're commenting.
And I'm under discussion. Do you mind?
You're trying to make
I'm asking a question.
You're trying to make another motion?
Yeah, no, afterward, I want some information first.
How do you know how it's gonna be voted? Why?
I don't know. Let me just ask Laura. Laura, the EAC usually, when there's a vacancy, they make a recommendation. And I believe there was a letter somewhere in our packet, that, you made a recommendation to move 2 non-voting members to the voting position, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that recommendation went to the acting township manager, which is the advice from the EAC, and I consider that as that they're moved to the voting, and then that would create 2 non-voting seats, and then that should be advertised. I'm in total agreement of the 2 non-voting member seats, and see what we get, and hopefully, you know. But in the meantime, so I'm not going to support this motion because we need to.
Because you'll do what EAC wants you to do.
Okay, so I'm not voting for this.
Pandering to the base.
Victoria?
I think I stated it's premature.
Laura?
Okay, so, and it is in our bylaws per Article 7, vacancies, Section B, when filling a vacancy, preference should be given to associate members. EAC will make a recommendation to the manager, who will bring to council for appointment to voting member. And that is what we did. We made the recommendation to move 2 associate members to voting positions.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Okay, so public comment. Anyone like to comment on this?
Oh, your motion's not on the floor.
Well, actually, I was interested in knowing a couple of things that were revealed by some of the members here. The bottom line is, Laura Ray had stated that many times they weren't going to have a quorum, and yet I understand you only need 4 out of the 7. So that means there must be a lot of other people on that committee who are not showing up. I'm not getting any attention from our EAC secretary. So they're not showing up. Yeah, I know. I have 226. You're going to wait till I'm done to answer? Okay. See the way it goes? You don't get an answer, you get crickets. So the question is, has anybody looked at, how about the other members? How many of them have not attended these meetings? Do we have an answer to that? Or is it just these two? I don't think I understand that. It sounds like selective elimination to me. But that's not, I mean, and it just floors me when I hear these things. You got 7 members and you can't get a quorum of 4. I find that, if that's the case, you've got a real problem in that committee. Just takes the wind right out of your sails, baby. So, okay, so we're gonna we spend all this time on whether we're gonna keep members or not keeping members. I'm much more interested in what the EAC is doing, and we're not seeing anything here. Does that mean I have to speak about the EAC at my 3 minutes at the end? Okay, and that's gonna go with all the other things. So it looks like we're getting to the point where we're gonna have to talk about everything at the end, because we're either denied the ability to speak, or it's not on the agenda, or it's something goofy here, right? So I'm really not happy at all with the fact that the EAC and all their wisdom and glory, and there was nobody there to sit there and say, hey, I really want to say something about the landfill and all the glorious things they did and all the politicians that showed up, but us peon, you mean the taxpayer?
We're talking about advertising seats on the EAC.
Well, I'd like to have somebody who is not like, who did you recommend? McGovern?
Crazy, yeah.
Where are these people?
Crazy Kathy.
Where are these people? Are they here? Do they care? I care. Can I put my name in? No. Yeah. Laura Ray says I can't put my name in. Gee, isn't that lovely? So there's another exclusionary thing built in. Well, gee, I wonder who enters the pipeline. Okay, Priscilla, you talk. Thank you for being so kind and listening to me and really interested in the taxpayers' laments, and we're really interested in, no, you're not.
You're welcome.
Well, she suspects you didn't vote for her, so she doesn't care about you.
It's all fake.
Doesn't care about you.
Okay.
That's what she suspects.
I guess, Kathy, we need a roll call.
Mr. Benonis.
Just make it a fait accompli.
This is the motion to
Advertise, yeah, to actually advertise and let the public know.
I think it's a great idea. It's a great idea.
Advertise and actually let the public know that there's open positions.
Yeah.
Ms. Altaf Cordero?
No.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
No.
Ms. DeLeon?
No.
Motion fails 2-3.
Okay, so then we have to appoint, according to the EAC's recommendations, with the advice and consent to the manager. And Laura, do you want to talk about that?
So EAC voted to recommend moving up 2 of our associate members to voting positions, and that would be Kathy Pitchell-McGovern and Chad Heimbach, to the voting positions. So
Okay.
that's our recommendation.
Okay, so that's a motion, I'll second it. And,
Public comment?
I want to comment.
I know. Priscilla wasn't gonna do it.
so Jason, your comments?
Yeah.
Discussion?
Who's Chad Heimbach, and is he a member of the EAC? Because the document that we have at the top, this is a memo from Drew Dermanowski addressed to Kathy Gorman, August 14, 2024. Identifies associate members Kathy Pitchell-McGovern, Janine Bonham, Chad Heimbecker, Russ Sutton, and Winfield Clark. And then there's a motion here that's the last motion that's on that document, recommends appointing Chad Heimbach.
Yeah, I think that is a typo.
You think it is, or what is it? What's his name?
Well, I didn't type the memo personally.
What's the guy's name? Is it Heimbecker or Heimbach?
I believe it's Heimbecker.
Heimbecker.
So you don't even know, you believe that's.
Well, wait, I'll look
So
on the website.
how are we, you're asking for me to consider
Whatever.
appointing somebody, we don't even know what his real name is.
Pathetic.
We don't know what the guy's name is. You don't know what his name is. You're on EAC. You're there in meetings with the guy and you don't even know what his name is.
Well, he doesn't make a lot of meetings either.
Oh,
Yes, he does.
that's too bad. So, what's Kathy Pitchell McGovern's background? I don't see her resume here. Do we have any information that will allow me to, anything,
They are
an
both
email?
associate members on the board
It doesn't matter
currently.
that they're associate members. I want to know what are her credentials. I don't see a resume here. I've seen her perform here at council meetings. I've seen her, I saw her one council meeting. She thought that all the boarded up businesses that she described were part of Lower Saucon Township, and then realized that it was Main Street in Hellertown. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of scary to me. You don't even know the municipality she's in.
That's right.
She was handily rejected by the voters when she ran in the primary. They viewed it as not viable. So none of that bodes very well for me, but I would like to know what her credentials are. She's not here for me to ask her those questions. It's unfortunate she's so interested in this position. She should be here, but I don't see her here, and I don't have any information on her credentials, and I don't have any credentials. I don't know anything about Chad Heimbecker or Heimbach or whatever his real name is. Can anybody share anything? Does anybody
It's
know
Chad,
anything?
Heimbecker.
All right. Well,
And originally, they did apply to be in
those.
those positions, so
All right.
those resumes came through.
But the motion that was approved was not to approve Chad Heimbecker, it was to approve Chad Heimbach. And I don't know if Chad Heimbach is another party or is it Chad Heimbecker? Is it the same person? We don't know that. I think that this should go back to EAC for clarification of what their motion is as to who they're nominating or recommending to Township Council to approve. If they can't get their spelling right,
We don't
it doesn't
type the
vote.
memo.
I don't care if you don't type the memo. It's a memo that's from Drew Germanowski, the chair. Somebody typed the memo. If it's from him, I would presume it was Drew Germanowski. This guy's a Lafayette professor. Is that right, Tom?
Yeah.
Lafayette professor.
So cool.
And you know, you're submitting a document that's purporting to be official.
Definitely not.
Talks about official activities that were taken. It's making recommendations for these matters, and you can't even get the spelling of the guy's name right, who's been on this thing for a while, on this EAC. So I'd love to see some resumes. I'd love to talk to these people, have some information on them before I can vote on this. I don't know how anybody could vote on this without.
They'd at least show up for a meeting.
Yeah, I mean, like, right. Just next man up, you know, let's purge the competent people and just move up the next people. I'm not saying they're incompetent. I don't know anything about their qualifications because I don't see anything here from them, and that's regrettable, especially,
Well, I
especially
could
under
say-
the circumstances.
Okay, Jason has the floor until he's finished.
Hey, Tom, you can interrupt me. I'm not offended by your comments.
Thank
In fact, I
you.
encourage them. I appreciate them.
No.
It's too bad Priscilla doesn't appreciate your comments because you bring some intelligence and insight.
To tell you all you need to know, like Kathy Pitchell McGovern literally verbally threatened Ann Spurk when she voted in favor of the landfill last year. And now, you know, they're going to promote her because that's the kind of thing they want to see.
Get rewarded.
Exactly. Laura Ray in particular. And it's interesting they had these people ready to go. They didn't even know if the first motion would pass. You know, I guess they must have talked about it a little bit before, which is a violation. Yeah, Kathy McGovern, I call her crazy Kathy Pitchell McGovern. She claimed that you, Jen Zavacki and Mark Ingalls were related, like brothers and sisters or something like that. She stood up at a public meeting and said that once.
Repeatedly.
Oh, insane. And then I said, well, Priscilla's related to Marco Zimic, and she didn't even think that was like wrong. She said that was wrong. So, where is your brother, Priscilla? Okay, you know, they set this in motion. They're yes people. They have the same beliefs that they do. And Kathy McGovern is, I would say, incompetent as well. She is rarely prepared for meetings. Not only did I serve on EAC with her, for a time she was on planning. And she had no knowledge whatsoever. She actually resigned before her term ended because it was just pathetic. I mean, you can go back and ask guys like Craig Kalogi and Haas who were on there. She was never prepared for the meetings, never read anything, just showed up with crazy ideas. So are we still talking about advertising this position?
Are you finished?
I'll second that.
No, we're in the middle of a motion. Do you not get it? We're in the middle of a motion. And they laugh at them. You're laughing at yourself. I don't know.
I'm laughing at you.
Well,
I'm laughing at you.
I'm sure you were laughing at you.
Trust me, I'm laughing at you.
what, because I said you can't make a motion in the middle of a motion? That's funny?
I'm laughing at you.
Just the indignity, in which you say it is kind of funny.
Right. After you screw everything else up all night. Now all of a sudden you're gonna have this epiphany at 2 a.m. as to how things need to be operated.
The indignity in which you say it is funny, Priscilla. You have to admit.
Okay, so I'd like to speak now.
Please do.
So I'm supportive of the recommendation by the EAC. Victoria?
I'm supportive too. I think it's the process that's indicated that we're following. So it's appropriate according to our our administrative code.
Right. Laura?
All right.
Yes, I made the motion. We want to have these members moved up to voting positions, and the intent would be to advertise for the associate positions that would become open.
So why isn't that part of the agenda tonight? You had the kicking us out, you had the appointment of the new people. Why didn't you put that on there as well?
It's on M. It's under M.
Well, let's do it then.
Well,
okay, so public comment. Anyone out there like to speak on this?
My end says consideration of the Hellertown Halloween parade.
Mine too.
M?
Talking about and. Well, you only gave the agenda to people you wanted to see the agenda?
M as in Mary.
I don't see that.
You're going to direct me
No.
to advertise for.
That's not on the agenda.
Positions?
Well, we will after this vote.
M is discussion of possible action.
Open EAC positions.
Right. But that's not the motion she made.
She didn't get that far. We're in the middle of discussion of the one motion.
I thought
to
she was
appoint
going on to the
EACs.
Hellertown parade.
No, I'm not.
We would still be.
Oh my God, he's a lunatic. They question my intelligence? Okay.
Absolutely.
So the motion, okay, public comment?
Dave Boulan.
Thanks.
Okay.
Dave,
So
nice
let's
to meet
see, hello. Bottom line is, you really ought to have resumes for these people if you want a quality organization and not just somebody that's on a list. And the fact that, gee, you can't get it right whether the guy's name is Heimbeck, whatever.
No
That-
shame.
You know what? If I did that in my business when I worked as a supply chain manager, I'd be fired. I'd be fired. Oh, I want to go hire this guy. Oh, that's not how you spell his name. You know what? You're incompetent. You can't even get things right. You're out of here. And I'd like to have this organization, meaning the council, run that way. But I really don't have any hope. It seems to be going in the wrong direction, the way the decisions are made. And that's really unfortunate. So in terms of who to bring up, I would definitely say, don't move people up from the lower ranks. What are their credentials? Has anybody seen them? Has anybody voted on them? Or are these just people that want to hang out? I was really disturbed the other day. I was reading the minutes from the zoning board. Geez, they didn't know anything about that. Nothing. How do you have people that are making decisions with vast sums of money that other developers have to put in, and you don't know anything? Well, just because EAC may be maybe a lesser, and I'm not even going to say that, organization, we still have massive problems. And dealing with plastic bags is a joke, and I had to laugh because I read the same article from California. Yeah, what did we hear during the election period when we had the super people come in and talk about how polluted the Lehigh was and yada, 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 yada. But nobody came in with any real knowledge to tell you where the pollution was coming from. And by the way, that's just the tip of it in terms of the pollution the EAC hasn't looked at. You guys really need to understand what Bethlehem Steel has done to the properties around here. You're kidding when you're talking about you know, the amount of stuff that perhaps is put out by the Bethlehem Sewage Authority, the EAC hasn't said peep about it. I see you squirming there. And you know what? You better start doing it, because I'm not going to give up on it. Let's start looking at real things, not this, oh, we're going to put some flowers in the circle in the middle of a go-around somewhere. Please, get real. Get people on the EAC that really know about pollution. And I'm going to recommend somebody, unless you are just going to promote this guy who has got maybe nothing, and this other guy's got all sorts of background into pollution and things that truly affect the ecology and everything else, and understands the difference between potential pollution from our friends in Bethlehem sewage facility and all the pollution. This place is like Love Canal, and I'm sure Laura Ray's probably never seen this. And I guess I'll have to go now. I just got a flag.
Okay, I'd like the record to reflect that Kathy Pitchell and Chad Heimbecker, when they applied for the position of the non-voting member, they did submit resumes, and it was a manager's recommendation to appoint them to as non-voting members.
Where are those resumes?
I have an updated resume. It was a couple of years ago. About an updated resume.
He asked if they had a resume, and they did.
Current resume. I have a resume from 20 years ago, too.
Okay, so.
Still has one from 40 years ago.
Could we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Optoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Make
Okay,
a
I'd like
motion to.
I'm sorry,
No, I'm going to speak. I'm going to make a motion.
No, I was
I'm making a motion to
motion.
appoint Tom Caroci
What were you saying?
and Spurk to the two new vacancies on the EAC. I think they've both shown exemplary service to the EAC and the township.
To the advertisements.
And
We were gonna advertise.
No,
We have
no, you didn't advertise those.
What happened? You
Advertise those.
That was my motion. I was going to.
No, I second Jason's motion.
Appoint Tom and Ann to the
Listening
vacancies.
to you
Tom, will
talk about
second
how
it?
important it
Yeah, I
was to
second it. I
advertise so that
second it.
everybody knows. Everybody has to do it.
I second it.
You guys don't
I don't
advertise,
know.
so why would I make that
Yeah,
motion?
you didn't advertise
I
these
gotta play by
Think
your
about
rules.
it for 20 minutes.
Right, and you didn't do it.
Okay, so the motion on the
Now
floor.
you're not doing it. What's the deal?
Okay, just let it go. Okay, so there's a motion by Jason and Tom, seconded it, to appoint.
Yeah, to appoint again, Tom Caroci and Ann
Tom and
Spurk to the new vacancies on the EAC that were created by the vacancies and removing them, and the appointment of Kathy Pitchell McGovern and Chad Heimbecker to the two positions that were created by the vacancies of Tom Caroci and Ann Spurk.
Okay, Tom, did you have anything additional to say?
No, I think we would be great in these positions.
Okay, I'm next. I am not supportive of this. Victoria?
Attend a meeting.
What's
I
that?
attend plenty of meetings.
I didn't hear you, Victoria.
I just said it. My comment is they should at least attend a meeting, and they haven't.
Okay, Laura?
Last year.
Yeah, this is too
Basic
ridiculous to comment on.
Okay, public
I didn't get
comment?
a chance to comment. It was my motion. I didn't have a chance to comment.
Yeah.
You were talking about it.
No,
You made the motion.
No, he asked for the clarification of
And
motion.
then you
Doesn't
kept
matter. You can
talking.
comment again. I recognize
You
it.
can comment now, but
Yeah, again, I think that it's appropriate
talking.
to have these two individuals put back onto the EAC because they've served the township very well. And I think they
said that
bring
before.
sensibility and pragmatism that's sorely lacking. And I'm fearful for the township and the consequences of some of these things that they're promoting on EAC, such as the plastic bag ban, which has been proven to be erroneous
Plastic bottle.
and actually worsening the environmental issues that we have.
Okay, so everybody
done now, thank
spoke
you.
now, you're welcome. And public comment, anybody in the audience like to speak on this?
Which one is this?
I'm sorry?
Which one is this?
This
You
was
wanna
my
repeat
motion
your motion?
yeah, my motion was to appoint, to have council appoint Tom Caroci and Ann Spurk to the vacancies that were created as a result of Kathy Pitchell-McGovern and Chad Heimbach, or Heimbecker, filling the vacancies based upon the removal by this council of Tom Carochi and Ann Spurk from the EAC.
All right, yeah, I'd like to, I think that's worthwhile. And I'm very interested in the comment that was made about if you have an echo chamber, you're gonna have people, you know, removing plastic bags, and that's deleterious, and it's worse than what you have. We remove paper bags, now we remove plastic, and now the situation's worse, yada, yada, yada. You need to have knowledgeable people that can think. And I'm not sure, you know, I've had some interactions with Kathy Pitchell, whatever her name, McGovern is. She doesn't connect the dots too well. So I'm a little unhappy about that. But I really think you need other people that obviously do think and maybe ask questions out of left field that are very important, and people that do their homework. And I can clearly see and discern across the people in front of me who doesn't do their homework. It's very obvious, painfully so. So I would certainly agree. Clearly, Tom has many, many years and should be on that council in one way or the other. And that's true of Ms. Spurk. That's my thoughts. I hope it makes a difference, but
We know what they are.
Okay, anybody else? I have to ask Mary Ann. Okay. Kathy, can we have a roll call then on that motion?
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
No.
Ms. DeLeon?
No.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Southpath Cordero?
No.
Okay, I'd like to
Motion
make,
fails.
I'm sorry, I thought you had a chance there. I'm really disappointed
Motion
for you.
fails
You
2
went
to
in.
3.
I'd like to make a motion to direct the acting manager to advertise for the 2 positions for the non-voting members on the EAC.
Do we need a motion? Just.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so Chris and Victoria. And discussion, Jason?
So now you advertise. You don't want to advertise for the other positions, but now you're going to advertise for this. There you go.
We were following the rules.
Hypocrite? Where's the hypocrite
Yep.
definition again? Hypocrites reign.
Hypocrites and frauds.
Is that
I
your
yield.
comment?
I yield.
Tom?
Yeah, I don't understand. Everything should be advertised.
Victoria?
I don't have any other
I
comments.
skipped myself. I have no comment. Victoria?
No, I don't have any other comments.
Laura?
This is exactly how it's outlined in the bylaws, so.
Right. Okay, so open it up to public comment. Anybody would like to speak? Would you like to speak again?
oh, I'd love to. Just ask that you give a little more concern to what you're dealing with. People do make motions, people do care about what goes on. But sometimes they just flat get overridden by perhaps less than really dedicated people to what they're doing. So I find that unfortunate. I think it's a good idea. You should always have these agendas available. I would suggest you even allow the public to see these people's resumes. Okay, I meant to say resumes. So we can look at them and understand who's doing what and what their backgrounds may be. I'm not saying you need to be a PhD. Some of those are the biggest duds in the world. And from experience, I can guarantee you that. So, but it's very helpful to see perhaps what they've done. And I would certainly recommend that, but I think that's not even gonna come up on your radar. And I feel that's too bad. I hear we got to follow the procedures and no, try to think out of the box and get the best people you can, no matter which side of the aisle you're on, unless you're just driving an agenda. And that seems to be what's going on here. And I find that unfortunate. So, but I always have hope. There may be a change. Somebody was never going to leave that Bethlehem library.
Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Ray?
We're voting to advertise the
To advertise,
associate positions, yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
No.
Ms. Uptoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci.
The whole process has been a fraud now.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, next on the agenda is consideration of funding requests for the Hellertown Halloween Parade and participation. Council will consider funding the 2024 Halloween Parade. I make a motion to fund the parade. I believe the amount is, was it $1,000?
$1,000.
1,000? And that's my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Victoria. Council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, I have a question. The document that's here, the fourth page of this packet for this agenda item, it's identified as page 54, and it's a list of contributions for 2024. Kathy, where's that from?
That's in our budget document.
So, what's missing to me here is the Hellertown Area Library, $97,000, whatever the amount was. Is there any reason why that's not included here? Because that was a contribution, it wasn't anything else.
It's listed under library
Okay.
services.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think the parade's great. You know, it's great when it's not political. I think I recall there were some issues at the last parade where there was some political marketing, and when I say political, I'm not talking about necessarily candidates for public office that were participants in the parade, but overt political messaging. And I have a concern about that. I think that there's a policy and a procedure that they have in place that should not allow for politicking, you know, overt political messaging. Certainly, I'm not talking about the candidates like Lisa Boscola and Lamont McClure who like to show up for these things and show their faces and, you know, get some face time in the community. You know, when there's not much else there. But I have a concern about what takes place. I'm certainly in favor of funding the parade, but I hope that they clean up their act and you know, are more cognizant of that type of inappropriate activity.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, Kathy, I thought it was always called the Spirit Parade. Why are we back to Halloween? The wokeness ended?
Apparently.
So the Democrats ended the wokeness in Hellertown? We're allowed to say the word Halloween now? I don't want to say anything politically incorrect. I don't want to get in trouble.
Oh, God forbid.
It used to be a spirit parade. How long was it a spirit parade? That was insisted by the Hellertown, that the Lower Saucon or nobody could call it a Halloween parade. It had to be a spirit parade. A spirit parade.
Tom, I think they changed it back because they wanted an H to rhyme with to begin with Hellertown, because when they had their hissy fit about everything, when they were kicking us out of the, you know, allegedly kicking us out of the pool, which wasn't really kicking us out of the pool, and removing us from the library service area, and then saying we couldn't, you know, the compost center, all those issues. I think that was their hissy fit, and the way they stuck it to us was by changing it from Spirit to Hellertown. Or, I'm sorry, Halloween, Spirit to Halloween.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Was it even, I'm not done yet. Kathy, was it even Hellertown before? Was it just the Saucon Valley Spirit Parade?
I think it was Saucon Valley Spirit Parade.
Ah, I see.
It used to be
It used to be the Hellertown Halloween Parade for quite a long time. And then it changed to the Saucon Spirit Parade.
Yeah. And then they wanted to take their parade and go home.
Exactly. I mean, we gave them $97,000 for a library. I think they called the Saucon Valley Spirit Parade again. I don't know.
For the
You're talking about they really, when Priscilla doesn't get anything for money, she really doesn't get anything for money.
Doesn't cost anything.
Exactly.
That doesn't even make sense.
$1,000.
Sure makes sense, Priscilla.
Okay.
Give out $97,000, at least get the name of the parade, the Saucon. That if you're trying to be the unifying force, saying we're one community, then change the parade.
Right.
At least change the name of the parade.
Right. Hellertown Halloween Parade is not very unifying.
Yeah.
Are you finished, Tom?
Yes.
Okay, I'm very supportive of the $1,000. Victoria?
Yeah, after, thinking about this, I'm thinking also that recently, the parade has been looking for, sponsors to, assist with the hot dog and water distribution that occurs at the end of the parade, which I think is something new. I think I had asked Kathy, like, what historically our township has always provided. And she said, it's been $1,000 for quite some time. And I think, I'm thinking that maybe we should increase it to like $1,100. So we can say that we sponsored the hot dog and water. I think it would be appropriate because many of our organizations in the community participate and they go through the parade, and at the end, everybody kind of congregates together, and it's really nice. They always highlight the different community organizations and businesses that sponsor, and I know the last few years they've been looking for extra sponsors in addition to just people like sponsoring, a division, so to speak. So, if you're agreeable, I think maybe we should say maybe $1,100 and say we'll sponsor the hot dog. We'll as a sponsor to the hot dogs and water at the end also.
Sponsors for that, do they have levels already established? Or like we would give
say
1,000 for the parade and $100?
I think we can direct Kathy, like, to indicate the $1,000 would be the normal contribution, and then another $100 to go toward the water and hot dog distribution at the end.
Okay, I'll amend my motion if you amend your second then.
I would.
Now, will those be plastic waters of bottle that will go to a landfill? Because that will affect my vote, because I'm not gonna vote for plastic water bottles to go to landfills.
Yeah, and I'd like.
Can you amend your motion that they be non-plastic?
No.
I would like biodegradable ketchup and mustard bottles too.
Yes.
I think that's only appropriate.
And I guess I'm gonna re-ask the question because we amended our motion, so Jason.
What?
You can comment again, there's an amended motion.
Yeah, I made my comments. I mean, I think if we're gonna be environmental warriors here, then let's do our environmental warrior thing.
I'm talking about raising the money to 1,100.
Yeah, I know, but I think you put a condition on it that the water will not be served in plastic water bottles. I was in California and they don't use plastic water bottles, or they use these metal bottles. I guess they're more recyclable. So I would say, if you're gonna do that, then put some conditions on what they're gonna use the money for.
So the motion remains at $1,100, and that's your comment, Jason. I'll move to Tom if you're finished.
I would also say that no plastic water bottles. And also say they might have plenty of money for food and hot dogs if they didn't let the former police chief walk out the door with $115,000 or whatever it was. $125,000, yeah. Under our Mayor Heitzelman and Tom Rieger and Kathy Henrath's supervision, this police chief walks out the door with over 100,000. Now they can't afford. Now they can't afford hot dogs and water for the Halloween parade.
Okay. If you're finished.
I'm finished.
I'm supportive of the $1,100 as the motion states. Victoria.
I asked for the amendment. I'm supportive.
What's that?
I asked for the amendment, so I'm supportive.
Laura?
I have no comment to make.
Okay, public comment?
So if you're really environmentally sensitive and you don't want plastic bottles, Laura, there's something called paper cups, and you can get the big jugs, the glass jugs, and at the end you walk by and you pour yourself a cup of water and keep on going. I guess my real question is, so paper cups is the answer, all right? Drink out of a paper cup. I know they're really unique and they're not stylish, but clearly the other one was everybody carries their little water bottle around with them. All you need is a big couple of 5-gallon jugs of water, and you pour your own. No, we're gonna get fancy. We're gonna give Hellertown another 1,000. Here we go again. Is that this guy? Who's this guy, David Hanselman?
He's the mayor.
He's the mayor.
Mayor.
He's the mayor. He's the mayor who oversaw the police department.
Okay, I'm just gonna comment a little bit about this. First of all, I'm very interested in.
Skipper.
Pardon?
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm very interested in asking the following. I notice his first two paragraphs deal exclusively with politics. So is this a political party show off here? I see we'd like to invite you to participate this year, our dignitary division, okay? Have elected officials, et cetera, et cetera. This is a great way for the council people to get out behind the thing, come meet their people. Does this also include candidates? Pardon? There's a cricket in here somewhere. Sorry, maybe I heard him.
No, sometimes you like me talking and giving you answers, and sometimes you don't.
A little slow. I only got 3 minutes here.
It's slow. It's the candidates.
Been
No.
slow her whole life.
Gets slower as it goes on.
Candidates, okay. So we're gonna see all the pictures of all the great people, okay? It's gonna be sort of like the show at the ribbon cutting where just politicians were notified about it. All right, so we're just gonna have to sit there and watch what goes on, this political party. I'm sorry, I'm really, I don't mind, I think parades are great. I don't think politicians are. And I just don't like to see it. And I don't like to have to contribute money to it. And I don't want to add another $100. I know that's gonna make, you know, Victoria look really great when she goes over there to talk to whatever his name, Henselman. I think he was the one in the picture she was talking to about how, before the election, how they could help out with Lower Saucon. So I know she knows him well. This ought to help you. This ought to bolster your image. I don't go for it. It's $1,000, it ought to follow that. How much is Hellertown gonna put in? Is there anybody else involved in this? How many people are gonna contribute? Maybe Victoria ought to contribute her own $100 and hot dogs. It's just like going to the fire thing. She could, what a scene. Holding this big hose, shooting water. You could be a star.
Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No, $1,000 is enough. Historically, we've given $1,000. There's no reason to give any more. We've already given them $97,000 to their alter ego, the library. They got plenty of money from us.
Ms. Altough Cordera?
Yes.
Mr. Croce?
No, $1,000's enough.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you. Now,
Sorry, Priscilla. I was just hopeful, there is a comment in the memo that talks about any vehicles besides the police are also invited to show how communities' monies are spent. This could be your public works, water authority vehicles, bikes, and much more. And I was hoping to just direct Kathy to talk to Roger and the police and see. I think typically our township gets a donation of rental for some vehicle, and our township officials have been in the vehicle in the past. But I thought it would be cool, maybe if the township could have one of our public works vehicles or something in there. It seems like they're promoting that, and I think it'd be a great way for us to showcase what we have in Lower Saucon. So maybe if there's a way we could just direct Kathy to look into that, that would be great.
I'll speak with both Chief and the Director of Public Works.
Thank you.
okay. Resolution 65-2024, W. Shelley. Do you want to talk about this, Kathy?
Yes. We modified the resolution to show December 31st, 2023 as his retirement date. As you know, council had discussed his retirement back in January. It was brought to our attention by our plan administrator that the minutes that were recorded regarding his retirement was not sufficient enough to
Council minutes?
The council
Or the
minutes.
pension minutes?
Council minutes.
Council.
Were not sufficient enough to identify the nature of his retirement, that he was retiring under a disability retirement. So we needed to do this resolution so that council acknowledges this type of retirement, and this will, for the pension administrator's paperwork for any of the tax liability issues that are a result of that.
Okay.
I did forward this to Mr. Hoffman, our labor solicitor, and he reviewed it, and the language is on the now, therefore, he reviewed and he was in agreement with it, that this needed to be done by resolution.
What was the date on that in January?
We discussed it at the January 17th meeting.
Okay,
And I believe it was Chief Parnt was
okay.
presenting to council and notifying him of our retirement. So I just need council to
That's when we passed that.
ratify
Roy?
I'll
his.
make a motion to ratify the nature of Officer Willie Shelley's retirement back to January.
I'll second.
No.
Okay,
I'll second, I'll second, approval of resolution 65-2024. If that's what your motion is.
yes, that is. Okay, Jason, discussion?
Yeah, you know, just so the public is aware, this is required because the legal counsel that we had on January 17, 2024 did not tell us that what was taking place during that meeting in terms of the approval for this would not be sufficient for the benefit provider. So as a result of that, and this was a lawyer that was hired by Priscilla, Victoria, and Laura in secret, before, you know, in conjunction with ousting the long-term solicitor, Link Treadwell. I think if we would have had Link Treadwell as the solicitor, this would have been resolved, and Officer Shelley would not have to be dealing with this some 8 months later. You know, this gentleman, you know, this officer served the township admirably, and he left under unfortunate disability through no fault of his own, and it's regrettable that this continues to drag on because of the lack of good lawyering that we received back then. I'm glad that we're able to put this to a rest for him and his family, but again, you know, I offer my regrets to him and his family for having to deal with this, and I hope that he and his family are doing well.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, Link would have gotten it right the first time. The dope Priscilla hired that was here for 16 days screwed it up. And here we are. Again, more incompetence from Priscilla.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna ask who wrote the resolution, but,
Why not?
I would like to,
Afraid for the answer?
no, that nothing was done in secret. And I support, changing it to help Willie out, because he was a great officer, and, he deserves this, so. Victoria?
He actually deserves better.
I'd just like to thank Officer Willie Shelley's for his service to the township, and I'm in support of it.
Laura?
I don't have a comment to add.
Okay, public comment? Roll call, please.
Hey, you no.
Oh, you said no.
No, he didn't. He didn't listen.
Did he shake his head no?
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry.
you're imagining things.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I've got this marked up. That was my question. Why are we redoing this? Who wrote it initially? And what did they do wrong? And the reason that is because if you don't correct your mistakes, you don't acknowledge them, you just keep going on. All right, so that fella you guys hired, you know, for the first solicitor of the year or whatever, he's gone, and he made the mistake, and that speaks to it. But it also says, why didn't he or any solicitor, they don't have all the knowledge in the world to get everything right. Sometimes it's helpful to have somebody to talk to and say, hey, plan administrator, is this right? Because he's not going to suffer as the attorney. It's going to be Shelley who's going to suffer while all this stuff does hoopla-de-laws. But it's really incumbent upon us, and I say us, I hate to include myself with some of the people up here, but that we get the best people we can. And you got to look around. And when you get them, you hold on to them. And that's what's not going the right way. And I don't see I don't see the majority up here trying to enforce that and make it go the right way. It's just blind. We're going to vote for this and the hell with everything. Damn the poor torpedoes, or whatever the expression is. Can't think of the word I'm looking for. But you ought to run this business, you ought to run this like a true business with checks and balances and deliverables and reviews of what went wrong. And that ought to be asked internally by the council itself. And I only see one or two people doing that. I don't see anybody out on the other side saying, hey, we really did screw that up. Let's work on that a little harder. And I'd ask for that.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray? Yes. Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
A resolution 66-2024 budget amendment. I make a motion for the funding for the interim zoning officer and building code official hired by the township. And we have prepared this resolution to amend the 2024 budget. Did I miss anything?
No, I apologize. I didn't have this on the last resolution that we did after following the semi-annual report. This was my error. But the payment of their third-party services should come out of contracted services and shouldn't come out of the zoning officer's salary.
Okay.
So nothing is being expended out of the zoning officer's salary other than the small stipend we're giving to the zoning clerk to help administer the office. So the $30,000 will cover the contracted rate that we're providing for the third party.
That's for the remainder of the year?
Okay, is there a second to this?
I'm hoping we have a zoning officer before the end of the year, but.
So, well, what's the term of this payment? So we're
Paying an
$1,000.
hourly fee to them for, I think it was $69 an hour. And they both the zoning officer and the building code official come in several hours during the week. I guess they maybe come in 20 hours a week. They have provided us information to continue.
20 hours a week.
So we got two part-timers. We got a
Part-time
part-time
manager.
Part-time manager. Well, maybe not. He may not accept.
20 hours.
Working from Delaware. And we got this part-time zoning officer who's from up in Susquehanna County or somewhere up north.
No. The principal, I guess, company might be out in that area, but the officials that are handling our jurisdiction are somewhat local.
I see. Okay.
Well,
great.
Okay, I need a second to my motion.
Part-time township.
I second it.
Yeah.
Victoria? Jason, discussion?
The residents of this township pay thousands of dollars in taxes to this municipality, and we can't even have a full-time township manager and a full-time zoning officer. And that has nothing to do with the need to transfer this money over. I just think it speaks volumes of the incompetence of the council to not have full-time employees. I mean, if I was paying, I am paying all these taxes, not if I was, I am paying all these taxes. I find it outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous.
Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I want to thank the police for working more than 20 hours a week. You've almost worked 20 hours tonight. And I want to thank township staff. What are we doing for the people that actually work 40 hours a week? I mean, shouldn't we be paying them a little bit more? I mean, Priscilla, I know you've been on disability for 40 years, but 20 weeks, they never changed the work week down to 20 weeks. It's always 40, even over these 40 years. I know it hasn't been for you, and you haven't been in the workforce in 40 years. You've been sitting at home, but it's still a 40-hour work week. It's not a 20-hour work week. And now we have a zoning officer working 20 hours a week. We have a township manager. Initially, he's going to work a 20-hour week, but there's no term to define initially. It could be forever, ever. And if we fire him for just working 20 hours a week, he gets 6 months' pay.
Consider this. The part-time manager is going to hire somebody to replace the part-time zoning officer. So we'll probably get another part-time zoning officer.
Okay.
I'm not done yet. You wonder how many hours that's going to, or how many days that's going to take. How long that's going to take.
We'll get 10 hours out of that guy.
Right, because, I mean, that's 10, no, I'm not done yet.
Okay.
I'm not done yet. You're right. You do wonder how long that's going to take. And again, I want to thank all of our employees, and I hope we're going to do something special for them for the end of the year from what you've put them through this year, Priscilla, with late meetings that you don't run in a timely manner, and all these people making more money than them that are only working 20 hours a week. I mean, maybe everybody should just go on disability, Priscilla.
I'd like to just comment that I've been retired for many years now, and I was a radiologic technologist for over 20 years.
What years were those?
Excuse me?
What years were those?
I'm not gonna tell you.
64 to 84?
Oh, my God. You're really rude. Okay, I have no comment on this agenda item. And the residents, I apologize to all the disabled people out there because this is your elected official and this is how he treats people.
Only ones that say they're fatigued, but can stay up for a meeting till 3 o'clock in the morning.
You have no
Month
idea
after
what
month
my
after
medical
month.
condition is, and it's none of your freaking business.
Well, we do know from the newspaper articles where it talked about what your condition was. where You
Whatever.
put it out there in the
You
public.
talked about it in the
You put it
newspaper
out there in the
I
public.
did, and I had no,
Suggest that I'm in any
Right.
way discriminatory against disabled people. Far from it. Far from it.
Far from it. And don't say we're telling people personal information about you. You
put
give
it
an
out there
article.
yourself in the
You
news.
give an
I
interview
don't have
about
a
it.
problem with that. I wouldn't have done it. Okay.
Maybe you regret it now.
Victoria?
Can you remind me where we are at this point in time? I'm supposed to give comment, I'm not giving a comment.
Yes, we have the budget amendment for the,
I'm okay with it, I'm not having comment.
Laura,
Can you? I have no comment on this.
no comment? Public comment, anybody in the audience?
Glenn, and I think it's really pathetic when a council member, an attorney, esteemed attorney, doesn't even know where she is in the discussion and can't stay up. People that can't stay up, hey, I'm 82. I don't have a problem. I'll be up at 6, but I'll bet you not many here. He'll probably be off flying around the world, and he'll be God only knows where.
Taking my kids somewhere. They're still at home.
God bless you, brother. It's family that counts. It certainly isn't this group. So this is shifting of money for the part-time zoning officer. Is that, I'm a little lost on that one. Maybe you could help me out a little bit.
I thought you were listening.
Why do we have to shift the money?
Funding needs to be provided for a certain line item, which would be contracted services as opposed to the zoning officer. So in the event that a zoning officer is hired, which we hope would be soon, there's funding in that compensation line item.
Excellent.
As well.
And that's what this does. Okay. So good. So we're going to get the part-time manager to hire the part-time zoning officer so we can have part-time money in the file. Okay. Got it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Optoff Cordero.
Yes.
Mr. Caroci.
Yes.
Ms. Ray. Yes. Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Mr. Benonis. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next we have presentation and review of capital improvement plan for 2024 to 2029. Kathy has prepared a draft 5-year capital plan. Do you want to talk about it?
Sure. I have modified this plan. We bring it up every year. It's the 5-year plan. It is a living document. We try to itemize the things that are requested and needed in the community. And items in here, if I can find grants for, I will. The items that are scheduled or that we are looking at for next year that you will probably see in, you may see in the next year, in the 2025 budget would be the police department needs or is requesting body cameras for the officers at $41,100. We are also looking at, and we've held $100,000 earmarked for a fuel tank installation at the in a location within the township on municipal grounds so that we'll have an alternate fuel site. We've discussed this at fire services meetings before. We've discussed it at safety committee meetings before. We've also discussed it at, with our public works department. Operationally, it makes sense so that our fleets can fuel up at different parts of the township. We'll have extra fuel on site so we'll never run out. And if for whatever reason there's an emergency where they don't have access past 412 we'll have something on the other side of the township so that our police cruisers and our public works vehicles can fill up and still continue to do what they need to do. We have the traffic loop detection systems. If you remember, I'll be applying for a grant for those. We have the park signs that we've had, that's been in the budget that we haven't had time to get to. We've been doing it pretty much one by one as of late. When one gets damaged, we go and buy a new one that's of better quality than the ones we've had. We're still looking at camera installations at our park systems, and hopefully we can knock
I'd
those
like
out
to
at
see
one at
that
a time.
prioritized.
The police department is looking for 2 new cruisers next year. 1 new cruiser and a replacement of Unit 169, which is our K-9 vehicle. This again will increase our fleet so that the wear and tear on any particular vehicle is not going to detriment the department. And the Director of Public Works notified me today that he may need to modify his end of things. He's going to try to keep it within the $275,000 that he was looking for in the replacement of Unit 16. He may have to alter that too and modify his timing of when things are needed to be replaced, because he received bad news on another vehicle that he had, and he's evaluating it now to see if it's worth investing the money in it as opposed to just getting rid of it. The other item on here that I would like some direction from council is in our capital plan. We had discussed last year, and we had funding for last year, paving Frederick and Yost roads, and their sewer or stormwater management and paving of the Peachtree area. I know at some point it was held back on engineering wise, and I just wanted to know from council if that's still an option that you would like to consider. I can tell you from our Public Works Department, in their perspective, they would really like to see Fredericks and Yost done. That's a very difficult road for them to pave, and they would prefer that to be outsourced. And at Peachtree.
Is that funny intersection? The dangerous?
Down Wyandotte, yeah.
Yes, oh yes, they should, yes.
And Peachtree, I believe there's a lot of stormwater management issues over there as well. So if council is of the mind to want to continue to outsource these particular projects, if you can let me know. If not, that's fine, and we'll modify the plan, but I'd like to get direction from our engineers to start doing some engineering work.
Yeah, the engineering and the bid process. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to continue we've done 3 neighborhoods, and I think, our roads, they're not limited in what they can do, but they're limited in what they can get to in 1 year. And I think, we have money in the bank, and it's taxpayer money. Shouldn't be sitting on the bank collecting interest. We should, after we have enough for a rainy day, which we have plenty, for a lot of rainy days, and with this council, there'll probably be a lot because they're so incompetent, but we should return some of this money to the taxpayers by paving their streets. Because all our taxpayers drive in the streets, whether your street's being paved or not, you're driving around the township. And it's nice to have nice roads for your car and your bike, if you bike on a street. So I hope we do, if this is Roger's recommendation, that we do Frederick and Yost and we outsource it, I'd be willing to go along with that and make a motion that we have the engineers start to put together the specifications for a bid. I'll make that motion.
So another road?
I'll second.
Can you be a little bit more specific? The road, like a bid for?
Frederick and Yost and Peachtree Lane projects.
Okay.
It says it on the bottom of page 8, and that's exactly what Kathy asked for. Right. And she said that Roger identified these as being in need, which he had. He identified Steel City, he identified Saucon Terrace, and he identified what they're doing now, Pheasant and what's that, Rambling Rose Court and Cherrywood, the Cherrywood development. All these recommendations came from Roger as needs that would be better outsourced because the whole project can be done at one time. Whereas, as you know, they would have a tough time committing the manpower and the resources to doing these projects at one time.
And some of these projects are somewhat complicated. That does require engineering.
Right.
And Brian does.
It's not just paving.
Brian does need some time to get everything together.
It's not just paving, it's stormwater management that goes along with it.
And I also wanted to identify that in our parks, we do have, the trail that needs to be replaced, which I believe Roger is hoping to start, the Poke Valley Park Trail, which we have grant funding for. He was hoping to get that start this fall, probably after where the heavy use is, to start removing it, and then come next spring, laying down the new surfacing and doing the water features for stormwater management that's required. And we'll also be doing and looking at Southeastern Park and replacing that tot lot, which we received the grant for.
Right. Question, anything on the Public Works building to repair?
I do have that scheduled. I have that scheduled in 2026. It's a large project.
I'd like that moved up.
It's 1.2 million. By the time if I apply for grants now, I won't find out until next year anyway. And then we would have to either go out for bid, or we'd have to sign and update the quote that we got from the contractor that's under the procurement contract that council approved us to be purchasing off of. So if we can get it sooner, we would just need we would need funding from council in order to get it done.
I think it needs to be prioritized.
I agree with that. I think it's a really important project. Public Works guides have identified issues with that building, not having a place to get changed, not having a safety place to get washed, after they finish their long days working on the road. So they right now have like one little bathroom that's like 2 by 2 that they all share, and it's compared to the other buildings we have at Town Hall, our police department, it's really like night and day.
So we need to prioritize it.
It's gotta be up there.
And
I'll modify.
Okay. The other thing too is, they did the good job on the widow's house windows, and you can't help but notice the peeling paint on the Heller Homestead windows. You can grab it and just peel it off, and it's on all the windows. So that has to get looked into.
I'll check with Roger on that and see what we need to do.
Right. There was a motion, Tom, your motion?
The paving for the road projects, Frederick, Yost, and Peachtree Lane projects, to direct the engineers to start putting together a bid of what would need to be done there, so that we would be able to put it out in a couple months. You always want to put these things out so that they can get done next spring or summer, but they got to start working on it now. At least was my experience with the other 3 neighborhoods that we paved, is that you really have to start putting it together in the fall, put it out for bid in the winter, and then you can hopefully get it done in the spring or the summer.
Okay, is there a second?
Yeah, Jason seconded.
Oh, I didn't hear that, sorry.
Pay attention.
Guys, quit it. You're just obnoxious. So, okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Jason, would you like to discuss? Council discussion?
Yeah, I'm not going to be voting or participating in a vote with regard to the 5-year capital plan. I've placed the township on notice. I gave them a legal notice. Lower Saucon Township, Priscilla De Leon, Victoria Optoff Cordero, and Laura Ray.
Hey, this is on your motion
This was,
for the paving of the roads, the motion.
yeah, I'm explaining my reason why I'm not participating in
You're not
this.
gonna vote on the road.
I'm explaining my reason. So-
Let him explain.
Be clear, because it wasn't the whole capital plan, it
Can
was
you
just.
interrupt, Priscilla?
specific
It's
thing.
Let
3
him
o'clock in the
speak.
morning,
That's okay.
and I'd like to speak without being interrupted. Is it that difficult?
It's for her.
No,
I mean, we've been doing it for
show a precedence.
9 hours.
She's no
You'd think you'd learn
self-concern.
over the 9 hours, but apparently not. So as I was
Shove it,
saying.
Jason, I've had it with you tonight.
Don't tell me to shove it.
Yeah, I am
Wait,
telling you to
where's,
shove it.
where's the rules of conduct here?
Yeah.
Come on.
Wait,
I didn't
come
tell you
on.
to shove it, Priscilla.
Read what you
I
were
didn't
gonna
tell you to
say.
shove it.
Like
Hold
you
on.
said, it's late.
Hold on. I didn't tell you to shove it. Where's your rules of conduct here? Hang on.
She's fatigued, Jason.
Oh, that's
so
right.
she's a
I
little
gotta
cranky.
cut her some slack, right, Tom?
A little cranky.
Wow.
So I guess maybe my legal notice ticked her off. Well, here it is. So I placed them on notice under the Pennsylvania Tort Claims Act. I'm not sure if it's necessarily a Tort Claims Act, maybe more mandamus. But nonetheless, I put the township and the 3 members of council on notice of their violations of and ongoing violations of Section 607 of the Second Class Township Code, Section 1508.1 of the Second Class Township Code, Section 3202 of the Second Class Township Code, Section 3501 of the Second Class Township Code, as well as violations of the Pennsylvania Constitution and the United States Constitution. And these all stem from the illegally, knowingly inaccurate budget that was published, as well as the illegal budget which withholds money that's greater than what can be withheld under the law, and the fact that they are in violation of their obligations as members of council in doing that. So that's the basis for my recusal from voting on this.
Okay, the record will reflect that. Tom?
Yes, it will.
I think it's a good project. I'm going to vote for it. I'd like to keep on paving roads. Some of our roads are in very bad shape. We should be spending taxpayer money to do that. It's their money. They have the right to drive on good roads. So I'll be supporting it.
Okay, I'll support it. Victoria?
Yeah, I support it. I think there has to be probably a second motion to finish the rest of the.
Jason,
No,
second.
a different motion after this.
Oh, okay.
The rest of the capital plan, because he only piecemealed the paving project.
Laura?
Okay, I don't have a comment about putting this out to, or have Public Works work on putting together information for a bid on this.
Okay, a public comment? No? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Caroci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes?
Mr. Benonis? No.
Recuse myself.
Recusing. Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0 with a recusal.
Okay, anything else on this? Did you want to do?
Do we have, need a motion to approve the rest of it, or
I
you?
don't know if you need a motion
with
to
the
approve it.
Corrections about the Public Works building and then the window, the painting.
I can just make those adjustments to it. This is actually what's in this document ends up going into your annual budget document, so that would be your time for approval.
Okay.
Okay.
Could I just get some clarification, Kathy? The last page of your submission here, it's the Parks and Recreation wish list, prioritization order. So this came to you from Parks and Rec. This is what their priorities are in terms of capital expenditures?
This is what I had in the folder, that was in the folder that that I could find.
Okay.
So for updating purposes and stuff, I'm going based on what was last done.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking this is there have been some residents that have asked about having a toilet facility out at Eastern Road Park. And that's not listed on here. I'm not necessarily suggesting it should be on here. I thought maybe this was generated by Parks and Rec and this was their wish list, but this is an old wish list.
This is an older wish list. I haven't gotten an updated one yet.
I'm sure they'll put on here like eradicating invasive species and all sorts of things that have nothing to do with recreation, but, okay.
Okay, are we finished then, Kathy?
I think so.
Okay, moving on, discussion regarding township newsletter. At the May 15th meeting, Mr. Bononis requested the newsletter content be discussed and reviewed. Jason?
Yes, thank you for putting these together, Kathy. These are some really good examples of what current township newsletters look like. And I think we brought this up with the idea of trying to revamp our current newsletter because it's stale. It's been done that way for a long time.
So how long has the newsletter been the way it's been, the format, do you know? Okay.
I've been here 18 years and it's been pretty much the
Format.
same.
Yeah, so it might be time for an updating. I know that there was talk about updating the township website and other things, so it might be time for an update of it. The version that I like a lot is the Hanover one. And here we have, it's the Hanover view. Meet Mark Hudson, the new Hanover Township manager. So, you know, Mark did a really nice job here putting together this newsletter. I think the content is good, the style is good, it's very informative, it's approachable, and I think residents would get good information by using a format like this. There's, you know, very clear lines and information in the columns. So, you know, maybe we can try to, I don't know if we need to hire somebody or if we can try to replicate this in-house, but I'd sort of like the format of this.
I would respectfully ask if we could just release this new one in the format that we have, because it's just about ready to go.
Sure.
And I
you
don't
know,
want
there
to
might be a
delay
new
because there's
township manager.
timely information in there.
There might be a new township manager, whether it's the guy that they made the offer to or not. But maybe the time for reviewing the format of this is when we actually know that we have a new township manager. I don't want to add to your burdens. You got enough stuff to go and deal with.
I just didn't want to ignore.
Yeah, thanks. No, I appreciate you putting in the time to do this. And these are really good. There's a lot of good examples here. I think Hanover Township is really good. Upper Saucon is really good. The other ones are nice too. But I just sort of like the formatting of those. So thank you for doing it, and staff as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so no motions necessary. Okay, open space maintenance funding. Mr. Bononis requested an update on the open space fund and amount allocated for maintenance.
Yes, I provided council with a memorandum regarding Mr. Bononis's inquiry as to how much of the open space fund balance that we have is usable for maintenance purposes under the 25% threshold by the law.
Right, 25%.
And I did discuss with the open space solicitor to confirm that is his opinions, and he provided me with the law that's attached in your packet. And based on that, I provided you a spreadsheet which basically has on the top line item all the monies that were received, spent, grants, and everything that we spent on. And the 25% of the fund balance, which is at the date that I did this, 11,295,000. So 25% of that, which would be 2.8 million, a little over 2.8 million, could be used with for the maintenance of open space properties.
Good.
And the open space properties are identified on the open space map?
They are. I want to make sure that everyone's in there.
Right, I'd like it to be updated, yeah.
We purchased, I need to make sure Alpine Drive is,
Right.
the Alpine property is on there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for doing that, Kathy.
You're welcome.
It's good to know.
Didn't we talk about this earlier tonight too? We were talking about.
We're talking about not maintenance, we're talking about using open space to pay for construction of the ball field and other things.
Right.
Different issue, not maintenance, it's construction.
All right, miscellaneous business items, approval of the June 5th council meeting.
Public discussion on
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, you're perfectly.
item R.
On item R.
Yeah, the newsletter.
We didn't have an extra.
Okay, public comment. I'm so. Here we are again. You know what? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Cut me a break.
I really don't care.
I don't care what you think either.
I know you don't.
I know, so just talk.
Watching people, you
Yeah,
hear
you
that.
watch. He has to talk right now.
She doesn't care what you think.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say about everybody else.
Just you.
I'm talking
Just
about
me.
your rudeness tonight.
Anybody that disagrees with the president now gets the raw end of the stick.
No, that's not true.
No, that is true. And you just proved it by
That's
doing it
your
again.
opinion.
I had to sit there and wait till you finished item S before I could even interject. You didn't ask, and I did say before, it's the same complaint. You didn't learn, not even after maybe 20 minutes.
37 years.
So, what is the comment? Are you going to ask, do I have permission to talk, or do you just want to throw me out?
No,
I know
absolutely.
the time. Do you think I'm impervious to time?
Okay, so you're gonna be speaking on the township newsletter item? Is that what you're speaking on, R or S?
I said R. You need to listen.
Well, you need to do S too, because I didn't open that up
You need to
either.
listen.
I am listening.
Thank you. It's R, and I said R. Okay, I'm sorry if I'm a little short, but you know what? We already talked about this jumping over and not giving the public the right to speak. That's pretty brutal. And that's exactly what you're doing. I don't really care how tired anybody is. And if you think I'm not, I was up at 5 this morning, and I can run pretty strong. But you know what? I can't tolerate people that just are slow, really slow.
She's fatigued. You're 10 years older than her. You have twice the energy of her.
Whatever. So I absolutely agree. I really do like the format of the Upper Saucon newsletter, and I really don't like the front page of our last newsletter. I don't think politics needs to be scattered all over the front page, which it is, okay? Let's leave it to, hey, here's how you can go play baseball. Here's what's going on. That's what I want to know. This is way old news, and it doesn't need to, we don't need to have every newspaper blaring out all of these items, including Lower Saucon Township newsletter. Obviously, everybody knows it's way over the hill. And I thought that's what we were going to talk about here, you know. And it's even worse than I thought, because it says, oh, you guys are all elected and these two are up for election. That smacks of politics. And I object to that. And I think I've said that many times. If we're all going to work together with Hellertown, but when it comes to working within the council to get things done, you can see from tonight's hours, okay, that it falls way short. And I don't appreciate your comments.
Okay, now while you're standing there, did you want to speak on S, open space maintenance funding? Because I did not open that up to the public. Okay, so if you would like to speak, you can do so now.
I don't. But when I want to speak, I'd like to be acknowledged. And maybe you could tell me, when you're sitting there cruising past your obligations to have the public speak, what is the public supposed to do? Jump up and down? Set off a firecracker in order to get your attention? How do we do that? That's a question. I can wait for 3 more minutes. There is, by the way, I think the officer would tell you, there is a cricket on the floor. So when we say crickets, we can refer to that little fellow or gal. See, this is the way it works. You can tell us everything you want, but when we ask a question that's legitimate, we get no answer, ever. And the question still holds. When you go past an item and the public is not allowed to speak, what is the public to do?
Exactly what you did. You brought it to our attention.
Shouldn't have.
You're welcome.
Shouldn't have.
Okay, approval of June 5th, 2024 council minutes. I'll move to approve the June 5th, 2024 council minutes. Is there any corrections?
I'll second.
Corrections. Is there a second to my motion?
Yes.
Laura just seconded.
Laura, I didn't hear her. Okay, Jason, any discussion?
No.
Tom, any discussion?
I wasn't at the meeting, so I'll abstain.
Okay, I have no questions. Victoria?
I'm sure they're
No.
not acting.
Laura? Anyone in the audience like to comment on the minutes?
The only thing I'd ask is that, I know it's being worked on, but I'd like to see the minutes from the previous meeting at the next meeting. I know it's 2 weeks, but you know, it's really hard to keep track of what happened a month or 2 ago, okay? I know why these were held up, I understand that. But I'd still like to see the meetings from the last minute, a month ago, you know, ready to go here so we could comment on them, okay? Thank you.
Okay, next okay, roll call.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Bononis,
No.
Ms. Ophoff Cordero,
Yes.
and Mr. Croce abstains.
They're not accurate.
Motion passes 3-1, 1 abstention.
Okay, approval of June 19th, 2024 council minutes. They're ready for council. Is there a motion to approve them?
I'll move.
Okay, Victoria, is there a second?
I'll second.
Laura? Council discussion, Jason?
Yes, this was the, one of the council meetings that I participated in by telephone, and when I was participating by telephone, I was cut off, I was muted, and I was not allowed to speak. I was disconnected from the phone call, I believe intentionally. I was forced to call back in to participate in the meeting, and it's just another glaring
it's my
example of, am I funny?
No, he pointed to me and no, you're not funny.
I find it to be outrageous that a member of council who's attempting to participate remotely, which is permitted under our rules, and Priscilla, you've done it. In fact, you've done it with a cell phone connection that was abysmal, but yet there was never any effort to disconnect you intentionally and to force you to call back in. So I just want the record to reflect that. It's appalling, but it's another example of your censorship and the way you conduct yourself.
Okay, next, Tom.
I abstain, I was at this meeting.
Okay, well, I would like the record to reflect that Kathy was, and I'm sticking up for Kathy because she was in control in the executive session of the gizmo, whatever that's called, and out here when you connect it, and she did not disconnect you.
I didn't say Kathy did, somebody did. You did not like what I was saying. It was in response to comments that Mr. Optoff was making. When I was speaking, you were trying to call me to order, and I was disconnected.
I don't know how you were disconnected, but the only
I wasn't here.
I was, and the only person that had control of that was Kathy, and we watched her, and she did not disconnect you.
During part of it, I believe you tried to mute me too.
That's not true, but I'm not going to stand here and argue or sit here and argue. It's useless.
Yes, it is.
Victoria?
I can't believe that our council member
Yeah.
wanted to appoint Kathy as our manager and advocated for her and all of her strong qualities is now accusing her of somehow intentionally turning off.
Are you stupid? You are
off
so
the
stupid.
phone
I am not accusing
on you.
her.
I mean, it's
Can
clear.
you listen?
It's
Can you
clear,
listen with your ears instead of making
as
up
well as
stories?
everybody else that the
I'm
only
not
person
saying
that can
Kathy
control
did it.
the
I'm
phone
saying
is
somebody
the township
did.
manager.
Somebody
I don't have
did,
control.
not Kathy, so don't put
Somebody
words in my mouth,
Who did it? Who had their hands there? I think
It's Victoria's.
I think it's awful that you would insinuate that somehow somebody else, I don't know where they came in, their arms came in from wherever, but somebody could have just reached over and turned off his phone and shut it off and muted him and all this stuff. I mean, I think, watch the videos for yourself, maybe show up in person, you find out Mr. Croce wasn't here.
I'm not on the video.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
I'm on the phone call.
It's ridiculous to even imply
ridiculous.
that somebody intentionally
Stop
turned you
talking.
off.
Just stop
It's
talking.
her turn to talk.
I
You stop
understand.
talking.
I
You're the
understand
one
it's
that's
her
out
turn
of
to
order.
talk, but she's talking
This
nonsense.
is ridiculous.
You're ridiculous.
Yeah. Look in the mirror.
We're stupid.
Okay.
We can't do
whatever,
anything.
like
And the
in
other
7th
side, we
grade.
somehow have all these
Look in the mirror.
superpowers.
I'm
to turn
rubber,
off
you're
phones,
glue.
you know?
I didn't say that. You're the one that's saying these childish things. It's the best you got. No wonder why you're not in the workforce.
You guys, you know what? There's a God up there, and there's
There is. I pray to him,
There's
and
something
I know where he's
called
going to send
karma.
you. I know where he's sending you, Priscilla. You're not
There's
gonna
something called karma. So, Kathy, when we use that phone that's in that other room, where do you put it when we're in council meeting? You put it right here, right? Don't you usually put it?
The phone to dial out.
To dial
is
out.
done through this panel.
Oh, through that.
To avoid any of the echoing that occurred.
Okay.
So if Mr. Bononis was disconnected, I apologize.
That's not you, Kathy. I'm not blaming you.
There's no
Kathy, I don't want an apology from you.
on this
I'm not
panel
saying it
that
was
would
you.
tell me if the phone was disconnected.
Kathy, I have the utmost trust in you. I'm not accusing you. Don't allow Victoria to speak for me. I am not
Gremlins
accusing
did it.
you in any way. You already did. I know you already
Someone
did.
said, I don't know how
Thank
she
you
just
for
said.
saying.
She's the only one that has control of the phone panel.
Whatever.
Right.
Only person.
Whatever.
Laura?
Yeah, this is pretty ridiculous.
I can't hear you.
I said, this is pretty ridiculous here. Yeah, look at the video. Nobody was taking control of the phone and hanging up. And I think if I remember right, tried calling, I think Kathy tried calling you back several times, if I recall, if that was the meeting. And then it was no answer, so.
Kathy, did anybody direct you to hang up the phone?
No,
Did anybody try to hang up the phone while you were operating the phone system?
no.
Did you try to call Mr. Bononis back after the disconnection occurred?
Several times.
If I realized Mr. Bononis was not on the phone, I would have tried to reconnect with him.
Because we were talking to him and he didn't answer, so you tried calling him back.
As I stated before on the panel, it doesn't say
Right.
if somebody got disconnected.
Likely
Thank you.
Likely stories.
Okay, let's see, we had public comment. Anyone like to speak on the June 19th minutes? Okay, roll call, please.
Mrs. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Bononis,
No.
Ms. Althoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Ferricki,
I abstain, I wasn't at that meeting.
Attendance
Ray.
issues. Since, most places you
Ms.
get fired
Ray?
for that.
What's that?
You get fired for not showing up. You know that.
Motion passes 3-1, Mr. Croce abstaining.
Okay, next we have approval of the July financial reports. They're ready for council's review. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move.
Is there a second? I'll second. Council discussion, Jason?
I have nothing.
Tom?
No.
I have nothing. Victoria?
No.
Laura?
Yeah, I don't have
Okay,
any
public
comment.
comment? Is there any public comment on them? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Bononis,
No.
Ms. Althoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Croce,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, next we have council and staff reports. Acting Township Manager, Kathy?
I wanted to let people know that the Planning Commission and the Zoning Hearing Board Commission for August have been canceled. Applicant has removed his application. The Saucon Valley Rail Trail meeting on August 26th will be held at the Town Hall building as opposed to the pavilion as was recorded. And notice is being provided to residents. If anybody was here, wish they were.
I know.
We had a really good night last night for NNO. It was very well received, a lot of attendance, and the chief did a fabulous job, and the officers were all wonderful being there, and it was a good community event, and we look forward to doing it next year.
Great.
School started today, so we want to make sure that we tell all of our residents to make sure that to be careful on the roads for the school buses. And we also had our last movies in the park. I believe it was last week. Carol does a wonderful job with this, and the kids had a lot of fun. We hope to continue that program for our residents going on to next year. Meadows Road Bridge, we have, the Northampton County advised us that there should be some vegetation removal and potential tree removal in that area this week. And after that, it'll be PP&L, relocation of wires and things of that nature. And then after that, he did indicate that we should see some more progressive movement down there, but they are still in track in getting the bridge installed in 2026.
2026?
Yeah.
The
I
end
believe
of
it was
that?
August 2026.
August of 2026.
26 or 25?
I think it was 26.
I thought it was
I'll double-
25.
Yeah, I
I'll
thought it
double
was
check. but
25 too.
There was initially talk about having it done this summer, and I thought it was carried over till next year, so I thought it was 2025.
I will double check and make sure on that. Cherrywood paving project is pretty much completed. They're probably going out for engineering inspection to make sure everything was done. If anyone has noticed, the tot lot up at Town Hall Park, the larger one has been completed. The smaller one should be completed very shortly once that's done. So the kids actually had a really good time on everything during NNO. So hopefully people get an opportunity to go up there and take a look. Our Public Works Department is starting their paving project this week, so please be careful with our Public Works crew out on the road. We're seeking junior council members, and we're hoping that people can email Mrs. Werkheiser by Friday, September 6th, if they're interested. We have an electronics recycling event scheduled for September 28th from 9 to noon. We have a tire recycling event scheduled for September 14th, which is a Saturday, from 9 to noon. And also we have the fall cleanup for the Bethlehem landfill that's scheduled for October 5th. So we encourage our residents to take advantage of these, and we'll be promoting them on our website and in the newsletter. And that is all I have at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to have the record reflect that Mr. Carochi left the meeting at 3:12 a.m. Okay, so council, I'll start, Laura.
Yeah, I had a couple things. So for the updates from EAC, we have a tire recycling scheduled for September 14th here at the Township from 9 to 12. We also have on September 28th, I saw the county is having their hazardous waste collection, and you have to pre-register for that. You can find that information on the county's website. We also have the electronics recycling, and I didn't scribble down the date for that, also coming up for EAC. I know they've all been promoting them on the Township Facebook page. I do have an update from the fire services as liaison. So we started meeting with the consultant, and we worked together doing discussions about how things are running there. A survey was put together that was sent out. There was 2 separate surveys created. One went out to the members for Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, so there were questions specific to them regarding how they see their operation working and what issues they may see and what good and bad. Also, a separate survey was sent to council and staff here. Those responses, they would like to have them by Friday, 4 p.m. So hopefully it's pretty short and easy to fill in, but we'd appreciate the responses. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Jason?
Thank you. Thanks to Carol for running the movies in the park. She's really taken charge of that and done a great job with it. It's good variety of movies, good locations. It's great for the township. I want to thank Chief Barton, the police department, and the fire services for National Night Out. Unfortunately, I could not make it last night. I had a conflict back to school. But I'm sure it was another great event. Chief and the staff really put their hearts into it. And it was even more difficult this year because of the weather conditions. This was scheduled for earlier in August, and he had to reschedule everything. So thank you to him. I did attend an event, I guess it would have been 2 days ago now. Stacy, could you pull up the photograph that I have? Ribbon cutting? Yeah, thanks. So this is a photograph of the ribbon cutting that took place at the Archaea Energy grand opening. The facility has been up since July, and you can see I was there along with other individuals. There's There's the skipper, Priscilla, and there's Gilligan next door to her. So Priscilla and Victoria were both there, happy to be there, rubbing elbows with the energy producers. The representatives that were there were from Archaea Energy, which is a BP, British Petroleum entity. And if you participated or paid attention to the meeting that took place in July, they explained the process in this facility. For those who were not aware of what happened, this facility takes the landfill gas that would otherwise be burned off into the atmosphere, and it removes the methane from that gas, and about 50% of the gas is methane, and another large part of it is carbon dioxide. That carbon dioxide is turned into essentially water vapor, and then there's some other byproducts that are scrubbed out to basically clean that gas and turn it into renewable energy. The speakers that were there and the engineers that I spoke with explained that this facility will create enough natural gas. It will go into the natural gas system and provide enough natural gas to provide warmth for 14,000 homes in the Lehigh Valley and along the pipelines. So that's a considerable amount of energy that's being captured here through the good efforts. And this is a joint venture, again, between Bethlehem Landfill Waste Connections and Archaea Energy. And I think it's great to have this. Some residents may see from time to time a flare going off, and that flare is essentially the methane that is not of sufficient quality to go into the piping system, at least the way I understand it. It needs to be burned off and removed. But that's very intermittent compared to having the flare burn all the time. So it was nice to be at this event. Noticeably absent, Laura Ray was not there. I don't know, it doesn't matter where she was. There were no members of EAC that were there. Drew Germanowski was not there. Jen Helton was not there. Kathy Pitchell-McGovern was not there. Chad Heimbecker was not there. There was nobody there from the county that I saw. Lamont McClure, the county executive, was not there. There were no members of county council that were there. Becky Bradley from LVPC, she's talking about 150,000 additional people coming to the Lehigh Valley. She wasn't there. Nobody from LVPC that I was aware of was there. Susan Wild was not there. I guess she's at the DNC convention in Chicago.
She had a representative there.
So Susan, don't interrupt me. Susan Wild wasn't there. Lisa Boscola wasn't there, our state senator. Ed Boscola, her husband, who, as we know, runs the Bethlehem sewage facility, which releases sewage into the river, was not there. There's nobody there from St. Luke's. Rick Anderson was not there. Joe Buba was not there. Ed Naraki was not there. These are all people that in past meetings and events have expressed some opposition to the landfill. And here's something good that the landfill is doing, namely capturing this gas and creating energy, a renewable energy source that will continue for many years to come. And they didn't find it time to be there to celebrate this grand opening and this achievement, which is great for the community, great for the environment. We have Marianne Garber is still here in the audience with us here at 3:25 a.m. Again, I would like to express my congratulations to you and my thanks to you as a member of this council. You won't hear it from the other members of this council. You know how they feel towards the landfill and everything related to the landfill. Although they did change their tune there. They were more than happy to try to curry favor and mislead the folks that were there that they support this and let us know what we can do for you and that kind of nonsense. It's just nonsense. They're just trying to placate and get their picture taken here. So you got the skipper and Gilligan here in the picture for posterity. The only other thing I have for my council report is, we talked about, somebody mentioned back to school. Today was the first, actually yesterday was the first day back to school, Wednesday, in Saucon Valley School District. We still don't have a school resource officer. That's a Lower Saucon Township police officer. And that's really by design from, I believe, the members of the school board, certain members of the school board, who are adverse to having a trained, competent police officer in the police in the school, protecting our students and faculty and staff of the school, and that's a shame. You know, they wanted the Lower Saucon Township Police to provide not just a school resource officer within the building, but also to provide a school resource officer responsible for all of the grounds that are within the Saucon Valley School District, including football fields and baseball fields and soccer fields and other things that are far afield, which is not the purpose of an SRO. The SRO is to be a resource officer inside the school building, providing education, information, and protection inside the building. The other thing that folks may not be paying attention to with regard to the school is that taxes are going up. And they've taken the position that I think taxes are going up 1.5%. And the intent seems to be that if we, even though they're sitting on millions and millions of dollars of taxpayer money, just like this township council is sitting on millions and millions of dollars of taxpayer money, they seem to be of the mindset that if we desensitize the public just enough, we just hit them with these small incremental tax increases year after year after year, they won't pay attention to it. But after 5 years or 10 years, the compounding effect of that is pretty substantial. So that's the way these folks operate. So don't be misled by what they're doing. They don't need the money, first of all, at least based upon what they're showing on their balance sheet and the monies that they have in reserves. But also, there's a more nefarious purpose here, and that is to continue to suck you dry, to take your money, just like the folks on this council intend to suck you dry and take your money and use it inappropriately. So that's all I have. It's 3:30 in the morning. I thank everybody, whoever stayed here to participate, and I yield the floor. Let the record reflect, Priscilla saved the time. I'm walking out at 3:28 a.m.
Jason's leaving the meeting at 3.
I already said it, but you don't keep wasting time repeating it, so whatever you gotta do.
Oh my God. Just go, Jason. Good night.
Maybe I'll stay, Priscilla, just to entertain you a little more.
My report is movies in the
Safe travels,
park.
everybody getting home.
You're interrupting.
Thank you. I'm just
I was at,
everybody a good night. It's all good night.
Good morning.
the meeting's not over yet.
Said the
Okay, I'd like to say I attended Movies in the Park, and it was very nice. Carol does a good job. I want to thank all the volunteers that did it for the 3 nights. The police were there, thank them. Public Works, you know, they were all helping, and I want to thank them. So, and again, Carol did a great job. And I attended the Archaea Energy. You can show the picture again if you want. No, you don't have to, I'm teasing. The Archaea Energy ribbon cutting, and that was pretty much by invitation only. I don't think it was open.
No.
It was, right, Mary Ann?
We extended a broad base of invitations, yeah, so all the people that Mr. Bernardus mentioned.
Okay, so I didn't know, but it wasn't to the general public,
AC.
you know?
We did not send invitations to the general public.
Right. But a thank you, it was a nice event, so. And I'd just like to say that on May 7th, it's a Thursday night, I believe. Not May, what am I saying? September. Wait, I can't see. Oh, come on, phone. So it would be September 12th. At the Be Social that just opened, they're having a ribbon cutting, and you're all invited to attend that. And unfortunately, I couldn't attend NNO last night, so I apologize for not being there, but I'd like to thank everyone, the sponsors, and everyone who made it. I hear it was a great success. And that's it for me. Victoria?
Just a couple things. Kathy, you mentioned about the junior council member's position and us advertising it. Do we, by any chance, send that to the high school and ask that the high school put it in their announcements that they do? They do like morning announcements and like promote it with their student government association. I was just curious if we did that.
We reach out to the school district to do that.
Okay.
We'll try.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
Send it to a representative at the school district in hopes that they get the word out for us.
Okay, yeah, maybe just giving it to, like asking them to forward it to the student government in the high school, and asking that they put it through their announcements that they provide in the morning. I think they do that. Might help with getting the word out. And then I know there's, sometimes there's students from Moravian Academy that come that are Lower Saucon residents, so I don't know if we send it over there. So I know, but none of those kids are on Facebook. So, but
We can reach out to the administrations of the schools and.
yeah, it was just a thought of mine that came up. I did have the opportunity to attend the Archaea Energy event. I think it's very important. We have a lot of garbage that's collected in Lower Saucon Township over decades and decades and decades, and it created gas. So all the gas that's being generated right now is from the current footprint of the landfill, and it will continue to create gas for decades to come, which is why they put that in there. I would think if they were looking at their longevity. But in any event, I'm very happy to see that there's some other use that we can get out of what's already been placed in the landfill. And I was happy to be there, so thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, Archaea, for coming to Lower Saucon. And that's that. I don't have anything more to add on the Fire Services Committee. So I look forward to continuing those meetings with the consultant. And I do want to do a shout out to Public Works. I got a comment on the Black River Road project, and residents over on Black River Road being very thankful that that's now in place. They felt what was there before was a little hazardous, and this is very nice. So a shout out to them for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next, solicitor.
No, nothing.
Okay, engineer's not here. Public comment, non-agenda items, 3-minute time limit. Is there anyone here that would like to speak?
Luann, and I'm back on the landfill. I'm absolutely blown away that there's not more fanfare to be had here after all the acrimony. I had to return to WFMZ in order to get an understanding of what went on. My understanding is that the gas plant had been finished, $30 million, not paid for by this town or anybody else. And what does it do for us? What it does for the community is better air quality. Guess we're all for that, aren't we, Laura? She's gone. Reduces emissions. Hey, reduces emissions. What kind are we talking about? We're talking about micro levels of diversity, domestic energy options, and it reduces considerably. As a matter of fact, as Jason pointed out, and it's in this article here, over 14,000 homes can be heated by the gas that comes off. How much escapes? Not very much, apparently. How much is treated? All of it. What are the results? Gas goes into the pipes, water, CO2 collected and disposed of. 50% of the landfill gas is methane, which is ideal. Makes 98% of the natural gas we use in our homes. Wow. And this organization, which has been battered and beaten, and we also find out that this has reduced the reduced smells endlessly. Why is it that it's not getting kudos from the EAC? Why is it we're not seeing this in the newsletter instead of the pretty faces we see? That's important. That's real news. Why? Because we don't see anything in the media aside from WFMZ about these really huge accomplishments. Now, the other thing that I did write down in the last 39 seconds is roughly, well, okay. Here it is. Landfill, landfill gases are 33%. Human gases that are generated that are methane are 33% done from landfill. So whatever you generate, 33% is generated by, for each person, from landfills, okay? Now there are other things like cows and whatever not. And this takes care of that, 33%. Now I'd ask the question, how many other landfills in this country have done what this landfill has done? And how much endless, needless beating on this organization, which has done everything in its power to make this landfill the best it can be, and it gets nothing but downrated and whatever not for political reasons. It's really unfortunate when you have to do that to move yourself up in the political regime. I would like to see in the newsletter kudos for this organization. 30 million isn't cheap, and what it's done to clean up that landfill is way beyond, I am sure, probably 80% of any other landfill in this country.
Okay, moving on then, if there's no other business, we have adjournment. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Laura?
I'll second.
Second.
Throw over my microphone.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and the time is 3:36 a.m. Thank you, everybody. Okay, question. The other meeting that went after